Swiper, don't go too far in, Linder shouted as the giants started to go on a rampage in front of them. I know, Swiper shouted as he slashed his sword towards the leg of the closest giant, making it lose its balance. He's down. Now everyone. The demons and the lizard men unleashed their most powerful attacks and aimed it at the head of the giant, making it scream in pain. You're finally dead. You fucking bastard. Swiper stated as he wiped the blood that spilled from the corner of his lips away with the back of his hand. All of the armies had just recovered from the paralysis that they had encountered after the god of destruction, Nurgle, summoned his insects to spread paralyzing spores throughout the battlefield. Due to this, their defensive formations were crippled for a time, allowing the giants to kill tens of thousands of warriors who didn't have the ability to defend themselves. Hold the line. Don't let them break our formation, oink, Zhu ordered as he stood in front of the formation in his battle form. The 5-meter-tall pig demon held his 9-toothed rake and swatted the giants who dared to come near the human armies. Although the giants were bigger than him, his strength had now stepped into the ranks of demigod, after receiving the blessing of the Jade Emperor when they were freed from hell. Sha, who was also fighting by his side, summoned a giant fist made of sand and smashed it against the giants who tried to attack Zhu from his blind spot. The two friends were fighting back to back, not allowing anyone to take advantage of them. Reminds you of old times, eh? Zhu grinned fearlessly as he spun the weapon in his hand. Sha chuckled as he summoned more giant fists made of sand around him. Why do we always find ourselves in these kinds of situations? Every time this happens, we are only a step away from dying. Zhu smirked as he looked at the demigod giant that was now charging in his direction. Sha, no matter what happens, don't die, Zhu said before engaging the demigod giant whose aim was to kill the mortals who were fighting desperately behind him. It is I who should be saying that, but never mind, Sha commented as he faced two demigods who singled him out from the ongoing chaos. We'll have a drink after this battle is done. Sounds good. I know, right? The two demons, who had met William in the heavenly domain, had decided to participate in the battle as well. In the past, the Jade Emperor offered for them to be reincarnated into well-off families, enjoying a peaceful and happy life in their next lives. However, Zhu and Sha turned down this offer and decided to go to William's world and accompany the half-elf who had paid for their freedom without asking for anything in return. Now that Nurgle was fighting against Thorfinn, the mortal armies could finally focus on the foes in front of them. Although they were at a disadvantage, none of them backed down because there was no place to escape to. Once they lost, everything they held sacred would be destroyed. Griffin cavalry ready? The captain of the Griffin cavalry shouted. Charge! Thousands of griffins descended from the sky as their riders unleashed a barrage of magical spells, bombarding the giants from above. Dragon knights, advance! A dragoon roared as he ordered his dragon to dive down from the sky. He then fearlessly impaled the head of one of the giants, killing it before another giant grabbed him off his mount and ate him whole. His dragon mount cried out in anger and pain before unleashing a dragon's breath at the one who killed its master and friend. It managed to kill the giant, but another giant hacked its body in two. Similar scenes were happening everywhere as battles on the land and in the sky were being waged simultaneously. The giants were surprised because although they had met a lot of resistance on the other worlds that they had destroyed, the armies they were fighting now were using teamwork and strategy to hold them at bay. Die, you fucking maggots! Scherer cursed as Chiffon brandished him to smash the head of a giant, turning it into meat paste. Bunch of weaklings! The pink-haired giant was at the forefront of the battle, targeting strong foes in order to prevent them from killing more of her allies. Shatter the firmament! Lilith shouted as she, too, hacked several giants to pieces using the weapon in her hands. Gleipnir! A rain of blood fell around her as dozens of giants died by her hands. Not far from her, Superbia and Invidia were also fighting, killing every giant that came their way. Arenis, fly us a little closer, Shannon ordered. Yes, Arenis replied as she maneuvered her flying ship close to where the giants were. After making sure that none of their allies would be caught up in what she was about to do, Shannon removed the fox mask covering her face and stared at the giants with a crazed look on their face. "Fall into despair," Shannon said as her purple eyes glowed brightly. "Nightmare Lorelei." Immediately, dozens of giants stabbed their own chests using their weapons as they committed suicide. The eighth deadly sin of the world, despond, which many know as despair, was said to be the only sin that couldn't be forgiven. The act of taking one's own life was the greatest sin in the world, and that was the power that fell under Shannon's domain, making her a very deadly being for both allies and foes alike. The ladies who bore the sins of the world had decided to form an elite team, fighting and defending each other in the chaotic war that was happening around them. "What are you doing?" "We're allies," one of the giants exclaimed as his chest was stabbed by another giant, who was fighting by his side. "You traitor, Ek." The demigod giant didn't even bother to give a reply as he sliced off the head of his former comrade before starting a bloodbath around him. "Kill them all, my cute little pets," Princess Sydney ordered as hundreds of giants under her control turned their weapons against their former comrades and started a massacre. "Show them no mercy." Princess Sydney, whose power was lust, could easily charm anyone below the pseudo-god rank after she had awakened her full powers. Just like Shannon, she was a great ally and a fearsome enemy, making the members of the alliance thank the gods that the two young women were on their side. As Irene's ship flew over the battlefield, several giants, who were not targeted by Shannon, and Princess Sydney, fell to the ground, asleep. Astia, who was lying on the deck of the flying ship, was sending out powerful pheromones in the air, making her enemies drowsy and unable to continue fighting. These giants didn't even wake up from their slumber as the humans, elves, demons, dwarves, beastkins, and other warriors hacked and stabbed their bodies, killing them in their sleep. Dark flames raged in the surroundings as Selene hovered in the air. As the embodiment of wrath, her powers could make her go berserk at any moment and destroy everything around her. However, after she had given birth, she had finally discovered how to fully control her power, so it only targeted those whom she deemed to be her enemy. Oliver and Baba Yaga, who had now both turned into pseudo-gods, were fighting alongside Selene. She was very important to them, and they would not allow anyone, not even the gods of destruction, to hurt her, especially now that she was a mother. Seal, her son, was currently under the custody of someone powerful, so the beautiful elf no longer needed to hold back and fought to protect the world, where her son would grow up. As the members of the deadly sin worked hand in hand, causing a one-sided slaughter in one part of the battlefield, another great battle was being waged a mile away from them. Riding on the flying flagship of the Holy Order of Life were none other than the heavenly virtues, whose might equaled that of the sins, making them one of the trump cards in the ongoing battle for the survival of the world. "Too slow," Lyra sneered as she zigzagged across the battlefield, chopping off the heads of the myriad ranked giants that were moving at a snail's pace around her. As a half-angel and half-human, she was one of the strongest fighters among the members of the heavenly virtues when it came to close and ranged combat. Her ability was to slow down her opponents while increasing her own speed, allowing her to become the fastest person on the battlefield. She was wielding one of the demi-weapons that had been invented by all the great minds of Hestia, allowing her to face off against demigods and, to a certain extent, pseudo-gods as well. "Don't get too excited and dive too deep, Lyra," Ephemera warned as she raised her sword high above her head, aiming at the cluster of giants in front of their flying ship. "I am Justice." A powerful blast erupted from the tip of her weapon, as the virtuous Lady of Justice slashed down at her foes. All the giants, with the exceptions of pseudo-gods, that stood in the way of her attack were instantly obliterated due to its unstoppable might. Her ability allowed her to increase her strength multiple times as long as she believed that she was fighting on the side of justice. Just like Lyra, she was also wielding a demi-weapon in her hands, allowing her to kill the higher-ranked fighters of the army of destruction. Audrey stood at the deck, alongside Cherry and Melody. Her virtue was fortitude, and her power was to give everyone courage even in the face of great adversity. The surprising fact about her power was that it gave the opposite effect to those who were deemed her enemies, lowering their morale and making them too fearful to fight back. There was a saying that morale won wars, and this was very true. An army whose morale was at an all-time high could overpower their enemy due to their tenacity. Likewise, an army without morale would easily feel fear when facing an enemy who was not afraid to die. Everyone, don't give up. Cherry pressed her hands together and prayed from the deck of the flying ship, dispersing particles of lights into her surroundings. Soon, these lights descended on the battle that was happening on the ground, healing the wounded soldiers and boosting the strength of her allies. The little girl's virtue was charity, which allowed her to buff and heal those whom she deemed to be her allies. Her healing abilities were so high that it even surpassed Princess Ayla's life magic by a great margin. Because of this, William's mother, as well as the Saintess of the World Tree, personally trained Cherry, so that she could use her power to the fullest potential. In fact, the purpose of the flagship of the Holy Order of Light was to heal their allies, as well as boost their morale. The other virtue's role was to protect Cherry, as they circled around the battlefield, helping their allies recover from their injuries. 3 pseudo-gods at 3 o'clock. Shauna warned as she maneuvered the flying ship to make evasive maneuvers in order to get out of their tricky situation. Her virtue was prudence, allowing her to predict and calculate things with great accuracy, allowing her to make sound decisions in less than a second. Because of this, her role was to become the navigator of their flagship, allowing them to fight and flee without endangering any of her sisters. Melody clasped her hands together and prayed. Her power was faith, allowing her to manifest miracles as long as the faith of those around her didn't waver. A moment later, over 100 winged angels, holding weapons in their hands, appeared around their flying ship. As soon as they were summoned, these angels immediately attacked the giants, making sure that none of them got near the flying ship, whose major role was to buff their allies and debuff their enemies. Everyone is doing their best, William muttered as he also zigzagged across the battlefield, fighting the pseudo-gods that belong to the gods of destruction. That's why we should do our best too, Celeste said softly. Right now, she was merged with William, doubling his strength in battle. Her virtue was chastity, and it had a special feature. When she was fighting alongside the person whom she had surrendered her purity to, that person's might would double, allowing him to overcome his limit. This was why the half-elf decided to use Familia Fusion with Celeste as he singled out the strongest enemies on the battlefield, killing them as fast as he could, while Thorfinn dealt with Nurgle. He knew that although Thorfinn had been acknowledged by Mjolnir, his strength alone was not enough to defeat the god of destruction. This was why the half-elf was doing his best to decrease the overall strength of the army of destruction, while Thorfinn held Nurgle at bay for the time being. Just as he was about to kill another pseudo-god giant, he heard a hateful roar not far from him. "You bastard half-elf! I'll kill you!" Ahriman, who had also descended from the void to find the opportunity to kill William, had noticed the half-elf going deep inside the army of destruction's formation, hunting for pseudo-gods to kill. Because of this, the god of chaos and destruction, whose might was at the peak of the pseudo-god realm, didn't think twice and focused his attention on the person that made his life miserable. Ahriman. William's eyes turned cold as his gaze locked on the approaching giant. "Finally, you've shown yourself." The half-elf immediately changed his target and flew towards the person that killed his friends, familiars, and wives. Just as Ahriman hated the half-elf, William hated Ahriman with a vengeance. They simply couldn't coexist under the same sky, so they immediately engaged each other in battle. With the help of Celeste's divinity, the half-elf's strength was also at the peak of the pseudo-god rank, matching Ahriman's current strength. The moment the two of them clashed, a powerful shockwave erupted in their surroundings, sending giants flying in every direction. "I'll kill you," Ahriman roared as he brandished his weapon towards the half-elf, who had summoned the golden metallic staff in his hand. "The one who is going to die is you." William sneered as he smashed his staff against the giant's sword, which created another shockwave, making the ground under them shatter. While the powerhouses were fighting against each other, Uwo and Searcher, who were observing the battle from the void, had their arms crossed over their chest. "They are having this much trouble with just 1,000,000 giants," Uwo commented. "I expected more from this so-called resistance. It seems that we overestimated this world's capabilities." Searcher remained silent as he watched the battles between Thorfinn, Nurgle, William, and Ahriman. These four were currently the strongest fighters in the battlefield, and from what he could see, they still had the upper hand in the battle. The mortal armies that numbered in the billions were like sheep just waiting to be slaughtered. Although they were many, the difference in strength was apparent. In Uo's eyes, the only reason why the mortals were able to hold on was because the defenders of Hestia were only facing a tenth of their overall strength. If the entire army of destruction were to descend upon the world, their futile resistance would be over in the blink of an eye. Thorfinn, who was fighting off against Nurgle, was slowly being pushed back by the god of destruction, making the latter laugh out loud. The disparity in strength and divinity was something that couldn't be overcome just because of willpower, and this was why Uo was confident that even if the army that Nurgle brought with him perished, the god of pestilence and disease would still emerge victorious in the end. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere and collided with Nurgle's chest, pushing him back hundreds of meters before the god of destruction managed to regain his footing. Nurgle frowned as he looked at his chest, which stung a bit due to the attack that he had received. That hurt a bit, Nurgle thought before glancing in the direction where the sudden attack came from. From the dark clouds covering the sky, a giant floating island emerged. Standing on top of its ramparts was a Dracolic, whose eyes locked on the god of destruction who received his surprise attack. "Sorry I'm late," Malachi announced as the final fortress of humanity, Avalon, made its appearance on the battlefield. Since the day that he had parted ways with William, the Dracolic had gone to the most dangerous places of the world to collect divine relics that were left by the gods during the Great War thousands of years ago. "What took you so long?" William complained as he and Ahriman distanced themselves from each other the moment the giant flying fortress made its appearance. "Now is not the time for complaints, Will," the Dracolic chuckled before pointing at the army of destruction in front of him. "To arms, my brethren," the Dracolic shouted. "Brave warriors of the world, twilight falls and the enemy awaits." The gates of Avalon opened, and millions of undead warriors marched out of it. Naklavi, as well as the four other champions of the undead, glared at the giants as they waited for Malachi's order to attack. On the walls of the flying fortress, thousands of magical artifacts lit up as the defenses of Avalon came to life. "Invaders from the void, disappear from existence," Malachi roared as the divine relics of the last fortress of humanity unleashed their might. "Soli Deo Gloria." For that brief moment, all the sound in the world disappeared completely. What followed next was an earth-shaking explosion, decimating half of the army of destruction, making the god of pestilence and disease bellow in anger. "Fools!" Ahriman sneered as he looked at the half-elf who had a relieved expression on his face. "Do you really think that your reinforcements did you favor? On the contrary, you just hastened your doom." William frowned as he looked at the god who had made his life difficult in the past. "Heh, aren't you curious?" Ahriman's eyes, which held great hatred and contempt towards the half-elf, glowed faintly. "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm talking about? Well, it doesn't really matter. You will soon find out what I'm talking about." Nurgle's loud bellow reverberated in the battlefield, and the sky above their heads started to crack. William suddenly felt a great danger coming from the heavens, making him look at Ahriman with surprise. "That's right," Ahriman laughed. "The moment your reinforcements arrived is also the moment that the army of destruction decided that enough was enough." William immediately turned into a white lightning bolt and flew above the battlefield. The cracks in the sky had extended until it reached the royal palace of the Ainsworth Empire, which was at the very rear of the formation of their troops. "Optimus, execute Phase 2, William ordered. "Understood." A second later, a brilliant flash of white light descended upon the mortal armies. One by one, the different armies of every nation of the world disappeared from the battlefield as William used his authority to teleport everyone away from the battlefield using the Rainbow Bridge. They had held several of these drills in the past, so everyone already knew what to do. "Malachi, take Avalon to the location I am going to give you," William said through telepathy. "Thorfinn, we're pulling back." Without another word, William once again transformed into a lightning bolt and flew to a place where the sky wasn't cracked. Thorfinn gave Nurgle one last glance before flying away, following behind the half-elf who was currently regrouping the mortal armies away from the heavens that were about to fall from their heads. "Retreat!" Malachi ordered, and the last fortress of humanity hastily backed away as fast as it could. Since the situation was urgent, he didn't bother to ask the half-elf what he had in mind and simply followed his instructions. A minute later, the sky completely broke apart and giants fell from the sky, causing an earthquake as they descended upon the world that they were about to destroy. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The cracked sky disappeared and was replaced by a red mist that was the color of red blood. This red mist spread across the land, as far as the cracked sky reached. However, if one were to look closely, it was slowly starting to spread in every direction. If left unchecked, it would cover the whole world, and when that happened, all life in Hestia would perish and the core of the world would shatter. "It looks the same as back then." Wendy narrowed her eyes as she looked at the red sky in the distance. "Yes." Chiffon gritted her teeth as she held Scherer tightly in her hands. "But it will not end the same way as last time. It will not." Astia, who had been lazing around earlier, now stood up on the deck of the flying ship and glared at the scene in front of her with hatred. "I won't let it." Arini's flying ship and the flagship of the Holy Order of Light were also making their hasty retreat to regroup with William and the armies of Hestia. The two ships were currently flying alongside Avalon, making sure that it would arrive safely at the place where they would mount their last stand. After making sure that the armies that he had teleported away had started to regroup, William returned and landed on Avalon, where he was greeted by Malachi, who had come to fight alongside him. "To think that the little boy who begged me for help back then would become the head of the Alliance," Malachi said softly. "You've come a long way, Will." "I never intended for this to happen," William replied with a smile. "Sometimes I feel like Lady Fate is just playing with me on the palm of her hands, throwing all of this mess in my face even if I didn't ask for it." Malachi chuckled because he had also experienced the same thing in the past. Knowing that his mortal body wouldn't last long, he decided to become a Dracolic to ensure that when the end of the world finally came, he would still be alive and kicking to fight for Hestia one last time. "Sadly, it seems that my arrival had tested their patience," Malachi commented as he gazed behind him. "I wished we could have decreased their number a little more." "Me too. But there's no use fretting about that now, right?" "Indeed. Regardless of how daunting this situation is, we have no choice but to face it head-on." The two protectors of the world stared in the distance as the giants continued to fall from the sky. They had a feeling that the army of destruction would start their march the moment the two gods of destruction also made their appearance, which would mean that the real fight was about to begin. "What are our chances of winning?" Malachi asked as he rubbed his chin. "Don't ask," William replied as he narrowed his eyes. "All I know is that we will win. Regardless of the price, no matter the sacrifice, no one will be sacrificed. We will fight until we can no longer fight. That is all." Malachi patted William's shoulder because the half-elf was right. There was no place that they could run, so they had no choice but to fight. They had no choice but to win. "Are we just going to let them go?" Ahriman asked as he stood beside Nurgle, who was glaring hatefully at the retreating flying fortress. "Let them go." Nurgle shifted his attention to Ahriman and sneered at the former god of chaos and darkness, who was now only one of the giants that served in their army. "Tell me, where could they possibly go? Do you think that they have a place to escape to?" Ahriman shook his head because he already knew the answer to Nurgle's question. Nurgle snorted before looking back at the flying fortress, which had now become a small dot in the sky. "All of you can run, but you can never hide," Nurgle stated. "Sooner or later we will meet again, and when we do, I will make sure all of you die a very slow and painful death." The Ainsworth Empire, the empire that belonged to William, was now in ruins after the giants fell from the sky. Its citizens had already been moved to safety, so there were no casualties, aside from the countless dead soldiers who had perished after the god of pestilence and disease made his appearance. Because he couldn't vent his frustration on their enemies, Nurgle went on a rampage and destroyed the Ainsworth capital city where the royal palace was located. 2 hours later, the entire army of destruction had all arrived, with Searcher and Owo being the last ones to descend from the void. "Where are they?" Owo asked as soon as he descended from the sky. "Do you even need to ask?" Nurgle replied in a grumpy mood. "Of course, to the place where you can feel the souls of billions of people." "Ha! I'm just messing with you," Owo chuckled. "To think that you would be unable to deal with them alone. You're losing your touch, Nurgle." Nurgle scoffed. "You wouldn't have done any better. In fact, you might have even gotten beaten one-sidedly when they all ganged up on you." "Ha! Is that bitterness I hear in your voice?" Owo asked in a teasing tone. "It seems that getting your ass handed to you has made you bitter." "Shut up, Owo." "Fine, I'll shut up. Ha ha ha." Owo was a god of death, but he was different from Thanatos, who was also a god of death. Uwo took great pleasure in killing mortals, hence he was called the god of death, and sometimes destroyer god, because of his destructive tendencies. Nurgle, Owo, and Searcher, all three of them were the gods of destruction, responsible for destroying many worlds together. Although they would argue and fight at times, their goals remained the same, and that was to destroy the worlds that were fated to be destroyed by their hands. "Let's go," Searcher said as he walked past the two gods who were bickering with each other. "Let's get this over with." Nurgle and Owo exchanged a glance before following behind Searcher, who still hadn't unsheathed his flaming sword. Both of them knew that the moment their colleague took out his burning blade, the fire giant would gain incredible strength, allowing Searcher to surpass both of them. Searcher had only drawn his sword once, and that was during the Battle of Ragnarok, allowing him to destroy the world of Asgard, as well as the other realms connected to Yggdrasil. Ahriman followed behind the three gods, and behind him the entire army of destruction moved to follow their commanders. This was the battle that they were waiting for, and they would enjoy it to the fullest. The army of destruction wasn't only composed of giants. There were trolls, ogres, Fomorians, and other creatures whose main purpose for living was to kill and destroy any forms of life. Some of these creatures were taken from the worlds that they had destroyed, allowing them to replenish and increase their numbers from the battles that they had waged with its defenders. All of their eyes started to glow red as the gods of destruction empowered their destructive tendencies, further increasing their strength. Earlier, Audrey had been able to increase the morale of their troops and demoralize the giants. Now, the demoralization effect would no longer work on the giants due to the bloodthirst that the gods of destruction had cast upon their army. As soon as the cracks started to appear, William decided to teleport the human armies a few miles away from the cracks in the sky. But, after careful consideration, he decided to take them farther away, allowing them to regroup and give them time to recover from the frightful sight that they had seen. According to Optimus' calculation, it would take the giants 2 hours to arrive at the Alliance's new location, if they continued to march at their current pace. "Form ranks," Eldon ordered as he supervised the formation of his troops. "Deploy the magic cannons." Although the dwarves could use magic, they specialized more in crafting things. With the Alliance's combined technologies, the dwarves created magical cannons whose might could injure demigods and pseudogods alike, as long as they had enough magic cores to use as energy sources. Prepare the second wide-area spell. A gnome, who belonged to the geniuses of the world, ordered. "We were unable to use it fully earlier because we were waiting for their main army to arrive. But now they are finally here. There's no need to hold back." The altars that had been planted on the ley lines all over Hestia once again glowed brightly, sending beams of light towards the heavens, empowering the 11th circle spell that they had prepared for the main army of destruction. An hour later, William, as well as the armies of the world, finally saw them. At the very edge of their vision, red dots could be seen. Soon, this red tide loomed ever closer, making the soldiers' breathing grow ragged. They could feel the great presence of the giants even from a great distance, lowering their morale. However, before everyone started to feel despair, particles of golden light rained upon their heads, as the flagship of the Holy Order of Light hovered above them. Audrey, with her hands clasped together, prayed, allowing the power of fortitude to spread among her allies, boosting their morale, and chasing away the fear and anxiety in their hearts. "They're here," Malachi said. Naklavi, you will be the vanguard. The devil of the sea laughed as he raised his spear, uttering a frenzied war cry. The 5 generals serving under Malachi also disembarked from the floating fortress as it momentarily landed on the ground, allowing the undead to join the battle. The arcane spectral lich, the diabolical death knight, and the grim nightmare revenant all mounted their bone dragons and soared towards the sky. The 3 Goliaths, Naklavi, monstrous skeleton sovereign, and giant-slaying Draugr also jumped off Avalon, joining the ranks of the mortal armies, allowing them to witness that it was not only the living who wished to protect their world. Even the dead, who should be having their eternal rest, also took up arms to protect the world, allowing it to have a chance to give birth to the future generations. Malachi didn't only collect divine relics in his travels. He also collected the souls of the dead from various battlefields, allowing them to fight one last battle that would decide the fate of the world. "It's time," William stated as countless portals appeared around him. Corrupted giants, undead giants, and monsters of all shapes and sizes emerged from the portal, covering the land and the sky with their numbers. They stood at the front line of the battlefield, alongside their master, William, facing off against the army of destruction. Now that the last bosses had made their appearance, it was now time to fight with everything he had, without holding anything back. Back then, everyone hated the Dungeon Conqueror because he was an unreasonable fellow, Empress Andraste said with a smile. "It's a good thing that this era's Dungeon Conqueror is more sensible," Emperor Leonidas commented. "Your daughter and my granddaughter nabbed a really good husband." Empress Andraste opened her fan and covered her lips as he gazed at the approaching giants in the distance. "I still want to hold my grandchildren, so it is best that we deal with these annoying pests first." Emperor Leonidas nodded. "Right. I guess both of us no longer needed to hold back either." The rulers of the different nations of the world took out their own sacred relics, which were the national treasures of their nations. They would only use these relics as a last resort when their countries were in peril because of the great destructive powers they possessed. William had forbidden them to use these trump cards at the beginning because these relics could only be used once, maybe twice, before becoming useless. However, now that the half-elf had given the signal to go all out in battle, they all answered his call, as they prepared to show the army and gods of destruction that even though they were ants in their eyes, they were the type of ants that knew how to bite their enemies and make them feel a world of pain. William stood at the forefront of the battlefield with countless dungeon monsters around him. The Dungeon Conqueror job class could only exist once every generation. Only one could wield the power to subjugate dungeons and use their power to subjugate others in turn. Those who wielded this profession were feared by many due to the overwhelming fighting force that they could command at any given time. The rulers of the various nations would do their best to befriend, honey trap, or just turn a blind eye on their actions, in fear that he would turn his monster army in their direction and wipe their kingdom from the face of the world. "Everyone, listen to me and listen closely," William said as he faced the army of destruction in front of him. He didn't need to turn back because his voice was carried by the wind, informing all of those who were trying to protect their world from destruction. "We are now facing the army that has destroyed countless worlds," William stated. "An army that has ended countless lives, and is proficient in killing people." The faces of everyone who heard the half-elf's words became grim despite the fact that Audrey's morale boost was still active. Even though they were feeling more courageous now, the seed of fear in their hearts had taken root ever since the army of destruction had arrived. Despite the blessing of the virtuous Lady of Fortitude, there was no way to wipe it away completely. William understood that, so he positioned himself and his dungeon monsters at the forefront of the battle to act as the vanguard. They who have been bred and born for war are the ultimate killing machines. William slowly raised his right hand, which was holding Rui Jingu Bang, and held it high. But what of it? Our brothers and sisters still fought them bravely, and killed thousands of them. This proves that they are not invincible. We are only ants in their eyes, and yet, these ants managed to kill them. Rui Jingu Bang glowed brightly, showering the half-elf with a golden radiance that pierced through the red mists that now hung over their head, turning the world crimson red, devoid of all colors, except the color of destruction. Pitiful ants, who still don't understand your current situation, Owo shouted, interrupting William as he was empowering his troops with his words. The flames of destruction soon shall fall upon you all. No matter how much you struggle, no matter how much you resist your fate, the army of destruction will prevail, and all that stand against us will die. Let the skies turn red with the blood of the fallen. Let them hear the voice of destruction. All the giants raised their weapons and shouted their war cries, making all the members of the alliance grit their teeth as the fear in their hearts started to rise to the surface. Even Audrey, who still had her hands clasped together and boosting her allies, also started to feel fear take root in her heart. I have fought alongside demons, elves, dwarves, gnomes, drows, beastkins, humans, and other races. William's shout broke everyone out of their daze and made everyone once again look at him, who was still standing tall despite the inevitable fate that was about to fall upon their heads. I have fought against demigods when I was barely a teen, William declared as a long red cape, that seemed to have a life of its own, appeared on his back and fluttered in the breeze. I have fought pseudo-gods when I was in my late teens. Several golden bangles appeared on his hands, as the radiance of the golden staff in his hands intensified. I have fought against gods in the past and managed to survive by a hair's breadth, William stated as a golden circlet adorned his head. And now, I stand before all of you here as proof that even lowly mortals like us can rise and challenge them. William then pointed his golden staff at the army of destruction as the power of the Monkey King flowed inside his body. All of you who dare to destroy our world, you are not facing a single man, William roared. You face not only me, but all the champions of this world. The fact that you brought your entire army just to face us pitiful mortals is proof that you know our strength. Gods of destruction, do you really think that we will just allow you to slaughter us and not put up a fight? William gave the gods of destruction the middle finger before throwing the golden staff high up in the air. I call upon the great sage that equals heaven, William shouted. One who defies the laws of heaven and stands against all opposition. Come down and show these bastards who the most badass monkey in the universe is. Let them know who is the one and only Monkey King. A fearless laughter echoed from the sky as Rui Jingu Bang was grasped midair by its true owner, who held it firmly in his hands. All of you remember my name, Sun Wukong shouted as he landed in front of William, looking so badass it made the half-elf smirk. I am the great sage that equals heavens, the one and only handsome Monkey King. Sun Wukong laughed as his fiery golden eyes glowed brightly. Let's go, Will. Let's go nuts. William pointed his finger at the army of destruction, and all of the dungeon monsters under his command all prepared themselves to advance. Slaughter all the foes that stand before me, William ordered. Go, my king's legion. A great surge of monsters advanced forward, as countless portals continually opened behind William. Angorian war sovereigns, prepare for battle, a young man shouted as he pointed his lance at the army of destruction. Behind him were the members of the order that William had founded in the Hellon Royal Academy. These past few years, their numbers swelled, as they rallied to the name of their founder, William von Ainsworth, who was also now the leader of the Alliance. He was just a commoner in the past, but now, he was a full-fledged knight commander of the Angorian War Sovereigns Griffin Brigade. His name was Dave. He was the Crusader of the Sky and the first person that William knighted. Right beside him was the Wyvern Rider, Drake Vicraig, who had also been knighted by the half-elf. Charge! Dave ordered, and all the members of William's personal order flew, riding their hippogriffs, griffins, and wyverns, as they charged fearlessly at the giants, alongside their leader's King's Legion. Sun Wukong and William were at the forefront of the charge, rekindling the courage that had started to waver in everyone's hearts. William roared as he swung his weapon to unleash a powerful blast, annihilating the giants that blocked his path. For the Alliance. The mortal armies of Hestia also raised their weapons high up in the air as they also charged forward, assisting the half-elf into battle, making the giants, who thought that they would participate in a one-sided slaughter, feel the ground shake underneath their very feet. This is more like it, Owo smirked as he transformed into a one-eyed giant, with long white hair flowing behind his back. He looked like a combination of a cyclops, an ogre, and a demon, whose fangs protruded from his mouth, making him look ferocious. The god of death, who was also hailed as a destroyer, was a god that enjoyed killing mortals. Seeing that his prey was charging towards him made his blood boil as the power of his divinity slowly rose to the surface. I'll deal with Owo, Sun Wukong stated after seeing the god's transformation. He's a handful, and I'm the only one that can contain him. You deal with that fire giant over there. Got it. William had already set his sights on Searcher before the charge even started. He and the fire god had a history, and among the three gods of destruction, the one he wanted to fight the most was Searcher. The fire giant had killed his wives Wendy and Chiffon in their past life. The half-elf's body glowed in a silvery light as the color of his hair also changed into silver. Stormcaller, Soleil, the tablets of creation, all hovered around his body, ready to assist him at a moment's notice. A radiant silver spear appeared in William's hand, which he would use as a weapon to slay the god in front of him. But before that could happen, he would have to dive deep in the enemy's formation because Searcher simply stood unmoving at its center with his arms crossed over his chest. It was only Owo and Nurgle who had decided to engage them in battle. Even Ahriman stood beside Searcher, as if he knew who the half-elf's real target was. Just as William was about to clash with the first giant in front of him, a pink-haired giantess appeared beside the half-elf and swung the mace in her hand, sending all the giants in front of her flying. I'll fight with you, Chiffon declared in a tone that wouldn't take no for an answer. Sure, William replied as he continued past his wife, whose eyes had also locked into the fire giant in the distance. Irene's flying ship had also charged to the front lines, carrying the sinful ladies of the world. The flagship of the Holy Order of Light was set in the center of the human armies, providing them with buffs, raising their morale, strengthening their bodies, and increasing their speed. Lyra and Ephemera wanted to fight alongside William, but they couldn't leave their sisters, who didn't specialize in battle, behind. Melody had already created a legion of angels around the flying ship, who flew to the front lines in order to assist the vanguard. Calm down, Lyra, Ephemera, Shauna said as she controlled the flagship of the Holy Order. We all have our roles to play. Trust our husband. He will definitely push through the enemy ranks without fail. Lyra and Ephemera nodded their heads at the same time. For them, William was the strongest fighter in the alliance. Unless the gods of destruction personally fought him, none of the giants and their minions could hope to defeat him. Perhaps, knowing this fact as well, Owo headed in William's direction. But he was stopped by a gigantic golden staff that was about to swat him from above. You pesky monkey! Owo roared as he smashed his fist against Rui Jingu Bang, pushing it back for hundreds of meters. I've heard a lot about you. You're the most arrogant and annoying being in existence. Sun Wukong recovered his balance mid-air and returned his weapon to its normal size before looking down on the god of destruction whose strength far surpassed him. It is only normal for you to hear my exalted name because I am famous, Sun Wukong replied. However, even if you are a god of destruction, I haven't heard anything about you. Ha! That's because all that have seen me have died in my hands, Owo declared. Mortals, pseudo-gods, and even gods have been unable to withstand my might. You will also suffer the same fate as them. I'll add your dead body to my collection. Well, judging from how bad your breath is, I suppose they died because of your bad breath. As for adding my dead body to your collection, that isn't going to happen. Why? Because you will not be able to kill me. Ha ha ha. I'm going to enjoy ripping that tongue out of your lips. Without another word, the two clashed once again, destroying everything around them as their fists and weapons collided. Thorfinn and Malachi teamed up to deal with Nurgle, who was once again summoning a horde of poisonous insects. The Dracolic soared to the skies and unleashed ninth circle spells, destroying the insect horde that the god of pestilence and disease planned on using against their allies. Thorfinn threw Mjolnir towards the Nurgle's head, but the latter blocked it with the lion head mace in his hand. The young man wasn't daunted as his weapon flew back to him, calling forth the power of thunder and lightning. Lightning tempest! Thorfinn roared as he unleashed a powerful blast of lightning towards the god of destruction, making the latter take a step back due to the force behind the attack. The army of destruction, as well as the mortal armies, had steered clear of the battles of the gods of destruction because they didn't want to get hit by stray attacks that could potentially kill them. "Fuck this, I'm out." Swiper cursed as a giant almost stomped on him with its giant foot due to the chaotic battle that was happening around them. The demonic boar hurriedly made a hasty retreat, but was kicked in the back by Linder, who was fighting not far from him, forcing him back to the front lines. The two were forced to fight back to back due to the sheer numbers of the enemy they were facing at the moment. Fortunately, the supportive spell barrage of their allies was doing wonders, allowing the front-line fighters to take a short breather from time to time. Due to their sheer size, most of the giants decided to use it to their advantage and simply stomped, kicked, and brandished their giant weapons, killing hundreds of people with a single blow. However, their size was also a weakness, since they towered above the mortal armies. The magic cannons, as well as the other powerful artifacts of the Alliance, blasted them one by one, hitting the upper part of their bodies, completely missing the warriors of the Alliance, who were smaller than them. Searcher, who was at the very center of the army of destruction, shifted his attention to the pink-haired giantess, who was making her way towards him. For some reason, he could vaguely remember a similar event in the past when one of the members of the giant race decided to brandish their weapons against him. However, since his rank was far higher than that giantess in the past, he didn't understand why the latter chose to fight him to the death, instead of joining his army, giving her a path of survival. Ah! Searcher suddenly recalled where he had seen the pink-haired giant. A moment later, he shifted his attention on the silver-haired half-elf who was brandishing his weapon left and right, also making a path through the giant army, and heading in his direction. "So, you're that boy." The corner of Searcher's lips rose as he remembered the silver-haired Einherjar, who was the last one to die in the battle in Asgard. "It seems that fate hates you so much," Searcher muttered as he turned his gaze away from the half-elf, who was currently fighting an uphill battle to reach his location. The moment he had stepped foot in Hestia, he understood that there was no one in it that could be his match. The moment he unsheathed his weapon, the world would burn in the flames of destruction, leaving nothing behind but a memory that would soon fade over time. The only reason why he wasn't drawing his weapon at the moment was to allow the army of destruction to kill to their heart's content. The blood that flowed like rivers on the ground, that belonged to their allies and enemies, would empower their bodies, allowing them to grow stronger. That was how the army of destruction became stronger, allowing them to gain demigods and pseudogods, further bolstering their army. "This is good," Searcher thought as he observed the battle around him. "So many strong fighters. I'm sure that when this war is over, thousands of demigods will be born, and hundreds of pseudogods will emerge." The fire giant had destroyed many worlds, and had fought against many gods. For him, William's futile attempt to resist the inevitable was praiseworthy. But in the end, he and the mortals of the world would only serve as kindling to make the fires that burned in their hearts grow stronger. However, just as Searcher was observing the rest of the battlefield, he felt something approaching him at great speeds, making him move his head to the side, dodging a radiant silver spear that was aimed at the center of his forehead. "Do I finally have your attention?" William asked as the silver spear returned in his hand. "Don't look away, Searcher. Your head is mine." Ahriman, who stood beside the fire giant, snorted after hearing William's words. If the one that the half-elf was fighting against was him, he might have a chance of winning, but against Searcher, the red-headed teenager could only daydream. Even so, the fire giant's gaze no longer looked in another direction, but locked on the half-elf who was glaring at him from a distance. "Ahriman, deal with that boy," Searcher ordered. "He's the one you wanted to take revenge on, right? Take him out and earn your place within the army of destruction." "I would do that even if you didn't tell me to," Ahriman replied. He started to walk in William's direction because he wanted to fight against the half-elf, and make him wake up to the reality that their hope of winning this war didn't exist. Ahriman decreased his size until he was only 3 meters tall. Right now, his strength was on par with the half-elf he was planning to fight. This reality made Ahriman feel very bitter. In the past, he was a powerful primordial god, but after being sealed for thousands of years, his strength had degraded a lot. Also, when he lost his divine body, and only his soul remained, his chance of reaching godhood once more would heavily rely on luck. Only if he could possess a divine body that would fit his soul perfectly, his ascendance would become a reality. This was why he had gone to the army of destruction in order to find a suitable body for him in the worlds that they were about to destroy. However, the only body that could temporarily hold his divine soul at the moment was the body he was currently using. Although it wasn't perfect, it allowed Ahriman to have a physical body, which boosted his ability to unleash a portion of his powers once more. William frowned because he didn't really want to fight Ahriman. He could only use his god-slaying powers for a short period of time, and if he used it against the former god of chaos and darkness, he might not have enough strength left to deal with Searcher, who was the god of destruction he wanted to fight the most. "You've been looking at Searcher as if you have the ability to kill him," Ahriman commented as he summoned 2 swords in his hands. "But, do you really think you will be able to get past me?" The frown on William's face deepened as he shifted his gaze to Ahriman, who was looking at him with a sneer. "It's impossible for me to defeat Ahriman unless I activate my god-slaying powers," William thought. "If I don't give him the killing blow, he will just escape like last time. I need to end him right here, but if I do that, how will I be able to fight Searcher?" The half-elf was currently faced with a hard decision. Although he wanted to ignore Ahriman and just head straight to the god of destruction to fight him head-on, Searcher was at the center of the giant formation, which was also filled with pseudo-god-ranked giants, making it impossible for him to fight him one-on-one. Also, Chiffon and his other wives were fighting not far from him. If he decided to just attack Searcher, there was a chance that Ahriman would target them instead, which was something he didn't want to happen. Ahriman didn't care what William was thinking. However, after seeing that the half-elf wasn't moving, he took the initiative to charge in his mortal enemy's direction in order to take his revenge on him. Strong gusts of wind erupted around them as William parried Ahriman's blow and followed up with a counterattack. The blow he delivered was blocked by Ahriman's other sword, and the two repeatedly exchanged blows as they zigzagged across the skies. "I admit that I am surprised that you managed to unite the entire world to fight as one," Ahriman said after distancing himself from his opponent. "However, it is all for naught. Everything you've planned will be thwarted because you are making a big mistake." "Oh? Then how about you enlighten me what this big mistake is?" William asked. He could feel that Ahriman's words had substance in them, so he wanted to know what the former god of chaos and destruction was talking about. "Look around you," Ahriman replied. "Even now, your entire army is at a great disadvantage in this war." William gave a sidelong glance in his surroundings to better understand what Ahriman was talking about. Currently, Nurgle was fighting against Thorfinn, Malachi, and Leviathan. The Overlord of the Sea had joined the battle because Nurgle was using powerful spells that, if avoided by Thorfinn or Malachi, would directly hit the armies of the Alliance behind them, forcing the two to block his attacks with everything they had. Because of this, Leviathan decided to join the two in fighting against the god of death and pestilence, preventing him from having his way. Owo and Sun Wukong's battle was also getting intense, with the Monkey King getting pushed back with every clash they made. In order to give the Monkey King a breather, Tarask joined in the fight against Owo, barely holding the destructive god at bay. The high-level combatants of each side were also duking it out with each other. But the fact still remained that William's pseudogods that numbered in the hundreds still fell short of the thousands of pseudogods under the army of destruction. The disparity between demigods was also clear. Even though the half-elf had hundreds of them, the army of destruction had tens of thousands. The disparity in fighting force was very obvious, but thanks to the demi-weapons that were made by the great minds of the Alliance, they were able to fight back to a certain extent. However, William understood that if this continued, their defeat was guaranteed. "Even if we are at disadvantage, we will still not lose that easily," William said as the radiance of his silver spear intensified. The half-elf had decided to use a fraction of his god-slaying powers in order to settle the score with Ahriman in the quickest way possible in order to help the others deal with their enemies. There, That is the thing that I am talking about. Ahriman sneered. Do you really think that the entire army of destruction is only composed of Searcher, Owo, Nurgle, and these 10 million giants here? How naive of you. As if waiting for that cue, the sound of tens of thousands of glasses breaking at the same time reverberated in the surroundings, making William and his allies subconsciously shudder after feeling the presences that were coming from above their heads. A moment later, the sound of screeching reached their ears. The flying beasts of the Alliance all felt the danger coming from above, so they immediately took a hasty retreat in order to regroup. Fortunately, they acted in time because a minute later, countless bat-like monsters emerged from the red mists and flew towards the flying cavalries of the different nations in order to start a bloodbath. Knowing that there was no other way but to fight, the griffins, dragons, hippogriffs, wyverns, and other flying beasts all clashed with the uninvited monsters, making blood and dead bodies rain from the sky. These demonic giant bats were known as kamesats, and they were the death bats of hell. However, it was not yet over. On the ground, the earth shook and split apart, sending hellish flames to rise up to the surface. Countless 3-meter-tall humanoid, twin-headed beasts emerged from the cracked earth and roared ferociously, announcing their presence on the battlefield. Alongside the 3-meter-tall beasts, a one-eyed giant emerged with bat-like wings protruding from its back. In his right hand was a flaming whip, and in his left was a sword that was as black as the night. Although it wasn't a god, its rank was at the peak of the pseudo-god realm, making everyone tremble in his presence. Baylor and his demogorgons. Sun Wukong hissed after seeing the monstrous beasts that had appeared on the land. No good. They will overpower the land armies with their numbers. However, before the Monkey King could even offer assistance to those that were on the ground, a giant fist smashed into his body, which sent him flying towards a mountain, destroying it completely. You're fighting against a god and you dare to look away? Owo laughed. As expected of a monkey, you're pretty stupid, aren't you? As for you, you're next. Owo lunged at Tarask, who didn't back away and faced the giant god of destruction fearlessly. The land continued to split apart as the two of them exchanged blows. Each time they clashed, the dragon-like Tarask, who was known as the strongest pseudo-god that lorded over the lands of Hestia, was being pushed away. Clearly, it wasn't the Owo's match, and was simply holding on for as long as he could until the Monkey King returned to help him. As if the Kamesats and Demogorgons that numbered in the millions wasn't enough, 3 more divine presences that wouldn't lose to Searcher, Nurgle, and Owo also appeared on the battlefield. William's face became extremely grim after the 3 new gods hovered in the sky and looked down on the chaotic battle that was currently happening in the air and on the ground. Times have changed, boy. Ahriman laughed mockingly at the despair that washed over the armies of the Alliance, as the other members of the Army of Destruction emerged in front of them. This is not the same Army of Destruction that you knew. Ahriman laughed before charging at the half-elf to once again engage him in close combat. Now die knowing that everything you have done was all for naught. William was so shocked by what was happening in his surroundings that he wasn't able to react on time to intercept Ahriman's sudden attack. However, just before the demonic god's sword could even pierce through the half-elf's flesh, a soft hum reached William's and Ahriman's ears. A second later, Ahriman roared as he forcefully used both of his swords in order to block a silver spear that was aimed at his chest, where his heart was located. The blow behind the attack was so strong that Ahriman crashed towards the ground, creating a crater that was dozens of meters wide. The spear shone brightly as it trailed across the sky, making the Army of Destruction, as well as the Alliance, look at it as if they were mesmerized. It didn't take long before the shining silver spear returned to its owner, who caught it easily with his right hand. High above the heavens, mounted on top of an 8-legged horse, was an old man, who was often called a bandit by those who knew him, looking down on the battlefield with a faint smile on his face. You should pay more attention to your opponent, Will, James said as his voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, making those who knew, and didn't know him, feel as if someone strong had come to lend them his aid. Getting distracted in a chaotic battle like this might cost you your life. You know? James and his horse, Sleipnir, were too eye-catching as they stood on top of the Bifrost Bridge, making everyone look in his direction. Gramps. William looked up at the familiar old man, and almost teared up after seeing him. He hadn't seen James for more than a year, and often wondered where he had gone. "Are you done with your sightseeing?" "Yes," James replied. "Miss me?" "A bit. Just a bit." James laughed, but his eyes weren't laughing as it swept the entire battlefield, which was now dominated by the army of destruction. The battle formation of the Alliance had collapsed after the sudden appearance of the powerful monsters, who tore through their defenses like a hot knife cutting through butter. What made matters worse was that their morale had dropped considerably when 3 more gods had made their appearance, making the pressure that they were feeling earlier, double, crushing them with its weight. "Erlich, Kakia, and Yaldabaoth," James stated. "It seems that the 3 of you have grown very bored over the countless millennias. Was it fun to join Searcher's bandwagon?" Kakia, who was a plump goddess wearing revealing clothes, giggled as she looked at the old man who had made his appearance. "Who were you again?" Kakia asked. "I'm sorry. I don't remember a senile old man who looked like you." The goddess of vice, moral badness, and abominations sneered at James. She didn't lie when she said that she didn't remember him, because his appearance was now very different from the one he had in the past. "It's fine if you don't remember me," James replied with a smile. "After all, right now, I'm just a nobody." Kakia giggled before raising an eyebrow at the old man who was talking to her as if they were equals. "I have a very good memory," Kakia stated. "It's clear that you know of me, but I don't know you. Are you perhaps one of the people that I killed and somehow luckily managed to reincarnate?" James didn't reply and gave Searcher a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to William. "Boy, you fight the one you want to fight," James said. "I'll handle Ahriman. You can ignore the other monsters as well." "But Gramps, I can't allow them to a euro." William wasn't able to finish his words because James pressed a finger over his lips, telling the half-elf to not say anything. "I'll deal with them too," James stated. "Don't you believe in your own grandfather? Even if these bats, these giants, and demogorgons were to gang up on me, they wouldn't stand a chance." The battlefield came to a complete pause as they all stared at the old man, who just said something unbelievable. For him to declare that the army of destruction, which was composed of giants, the bats, the demogorgons, as well as the countless monsters of destruction, wouldn't be a threat to him, made everyone look at him in disbelief. "I see, so you've also reincarnated." Searcher finally opened his lips as he looked at the badass old man who still had a faint smile on his face. "It has been a while, All-Father. You look weaker than the last time I saw you." William blinked as he stared at James, then at Searcher and back to James again in disbelief. James didn't look like the imposing and dignified All-Father in the past. He looked more like a scammer and a con artist. But, after hearing Searcher's firm words, the half-elf's heart skipped a beat. "Weaker, yes," James replied. "But what of it? It means that your appearance here will not change anything." Kakia, who was just as shocked as William, shouted at the old man, who she now believed was the god who ruled the ancient pantheon of Asgard, which was now lost in the pages of history. "You think you can stop us? You and what army?" Baylor, who was commanding the demogorgons on the ground, locked his single eye on the old man, who was rambling's complete bullshit while mounted on his 8-legged horse. Countless Kamesats also screeched in anger as they flew towards James, with the intention to tear him apart because of his arrogance. They were the monsters that represented death, and they would not allow anyone to look down on them, especially an old man who had 1 foot in the grave already. James didn't move and simply sat on Sleipnir's back, completely ignoring the screeching bats that were out to take his life. When the bats were only dozens of meters away from him, countless spells flew past the old man from behind, obliterating the monsters that dared to attack him, causing their bodies to explode mid-air. "Me and what army, you ask?" James sneered at the goddess, who thought that he was going to fight on his own. "The most powerful army known to the multiverse, the army that protected Asgard and the 9 realms since time immemorial. Dozens of bridges made of light descended from the sky, connecting the land to the heavens." A moment later, Everyone heard the sound of marching. Then they appeared. With the insignia of Asgard coating their silver armors, people of all ages walked side by side, as countless winged horses, mounted by the maidens of war, flew past them. Hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions. James wandered the void not to sightsee, but to gather the Asgardians, as well as the Einherjars who had been reborn. All of them answered his call, and accompanied him to fight against their nemesis of the distant past. An unprecedented army that once encompassed the 9 realms, and fought alongside Odin in the War of Ragnarok, appeared. Owen and the veterans of Lant stood beside James as they looked at the army of destruction. There was no fear in their eyes. The only thing that could be seen from their depths was a burning determination to fight the army of destruction in front of them, and pay them back for the grudge that they had kept in their soul for thousands of years. "So beautiful," Arenice muttered as she looked at the army that had appeared during their darkest time. The 8 deadly sins and the heavenly virtues all nodded their heads in agreement to her words, as they stared at the army that seemed to radiate a holy light as they marched down the rainbow-colored bridges, taking their battle formations and waiting for James' order to attack. "The moment I was born again in the world, I knew with utmost certainty that this day would come," James said as his body was covered with a golden radiance. When the light receded, the old man was covered from head to toe with a golden armor and a red cape rested behind his back. "Sir, you forgot this," Owen said respectfully as he handed James a black eye patch. "Ah yes, this is important as well," James chuckled as he removed his horned golden helmet, so that he could put his eye patch on properly. Once it was fixed in place, he put his helmet on once more, then looked at Searcher with a smile. "Today is a day that will go down in history," James declared, his voice resounding through the entire world. Even those that were hiding in the Tower of Babylon were able to hear his words that were filled with confidence. "Today is the day that will be talked about for generations to come. A day of shattered swords and shields, as the champions of the world fought side by side to protect everything they held sacred. The All-Father then raised his spear, Gungnir, making it shine brightly. To those who bear weapons in order to protect this world, to those whose hearts bleed, but still continue to fight, to those who are injured but refuse to yield, to all of you who want to fight until the bitter end, by my name as the All-Father Odin, I hereby grant all of you the power of Asgard." A bright light erupted from the tip of Gungnir and descended upon all the warriors of the Alliance, healing all of their injuries, and allowing them to stand once more and fight a battle that they thought was already lost. "Raise the colors," Odin ordered, and the countless Valkyries raised their banners high into the air, showing off the insignia of Valhalla. Helen, whom William called Aunt Helen in the past, hovered above Odin carrying the All-Father's personal insignia of the 2 ravens with their wings spread outward, ready for flight. "Prepare to fight," Odin shouted, "for Asgard and the 9 realms." All the warriors that were on the ground, and were still on the rainbow bridges all took a fighting stance. Odin then held Sleipnir's reins firmly as the 8-legged horse raised its front hooves in preparation to charge. He had waited for this day to arrive, and this time, there was no prophecy that declared that he would meet his end on the battlefield. There was no prophecy that would save the army of destruction from his wrath. "For Asgard," James roared as Sleipnir charged forward, alongside the Valkyries who were riding their winged horses. "For Asgard!" All the Valkyries shouted alongside the All-Father as they flew by his side, carrying the banners of their world that had long been destroyed. "For Asgard!" The Einherjars, who were the strongest warriors of the 9 realms, surged forth like a tide. Their war cries made the blood of the Alliance boil as they too charged alongside these mighty warriors that had come from the different worlds in the multiverse to answer the All-Father's call. An intense silver radiance erupted from William's body as he charged towards Searcher with a vengeance. Just as James had said, he would fight the one he wanted to fight, and leave the rest to him. Earlier, he had been afraid that if he used up his god-slaying powers against Ahriman, he would no longer have the ability to contend against Searcher. Now that this was no longer a problem, he decided to throw caution into the wind, and single out the most dangerous factor in this war for the safety of Hestia. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and streaked towards the god of destruction, whose right hand now held the hilt of his sword. For Asgard! William roared as he, James, the Valkyries, the Einherjars, and the warriors of the Alliance clashed with the army of destruction, making the entire battlefield tremble in their wake. The sound of weapons clashing against each other could be heard through the entire battlefield as the two sides fought without holding back. The Alliance received a massive boost with the appearance of James and his Asgardian army, rekindling everyone's fighting spirit. For Asgard! William's silver spear and Surtur's flaming blade clashed against each other. The outcome was the half-elf being blown hundreds of meters away due to the disparity in strength. But William didn't lose heart. "Celeste, let's do it," William said. "Understood," Celeste replied as her silhouette appeared behind William. The virtuous Lady of Chastity had been able to keep the power of her divinity, despite the fact that she had lost her purity to William on their first night as a married couple. Her patron goddess, Lady Artemis, had told her that the previous maidens of chastity also had lovers in the past, and were even able to give birth to children in secret, away from the eyes of the public. Because of this, she received the goddess' blessing and permission to marry William, allowing the half-elf to receive a piece of her divinity. As to what that power was, William didn't know. All he knew was that something had changed inside him the night he made love with Celeste. The beautiful elf clasped her hands together, making the silver radiance surrounding the half-elf intensify. William clashed with Surtur a second time, and this time he wasn't blown away completely, but only pushed back dozens of meters. The 7 tablets of creation hovered around him and shot magical projectiles at the fire giant. Stormcaller and Soleil weren't being idle either as they shot lightning bolts and fireballs at their master's opponent. Surtur didn't even bother to dodge the attacks, and simply took them head-on as he once again slashed his sword towards William, making the temperature in the surroundings rise rapidly due to the heat of the flames of destruction. William didn't bother to clash with the blade and simply evaded it, turning into a lightning bolt as he closed the gap between them. With one powerful thrust, the half-elf turned into a white comet, which flew towards the fire giant's chest. However, before he could even reach his target, Surtur's left palm swatted him away, making him crash towards the ground, skidding for hundreds of meters before coming to a complete stop. "I thought I had him for sure," the half-elf thought as he wiped the blood that flowed from the corner of his lips with the back of his left hand. "For someone so big, his movements are quite fast," Celeste stated as he looked at the god of destruction with a grim expression on her face. "He could even react even though you were as fast as a lightning bolt." "Yes, he is a cheat," William replied. "However, the biggest cheat of all is that as soon as he started to use his flaming sword in battle, his strength doubled. Out of the gods of destruction here, he is the most formidable of all." The corner of Surtur's lips rose as he made a gesture with his hand, taunting the half-elf to come closer to him. As someone who had fought against gods and won, Surtur's confidence was justified. William understood this as well, so he didn't respond to his taunt and simply observed his opponent and the battle that was happening around him with a critical eye. Originally, he thought that the giants that were protecting Surtur would attack him when he clashed with their leader. On the contrary, the moment he clashed with the fire giant, all the other giants distanced themselves because they didn't want to get involved in a battle where they could potentially die due to Surtur's powerful blows that would annihilate friend and foe alike. William took a deep breath as the 7 tablets of creation returned to his side. After repeated magical bombardments, the half-elf understood that Surtur's armor could withstand most attacks. The only one that could pierce through his defenses were attacks that were empowered by divinity. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being Gyuro, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. The half-elf chanted as the tablets surrounding him glowed brightly. With his strength alone, he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat the fire giant, so he decided to call upon the divine wills within the tablets of creation to aid him in battle. "Mother of creation, ruler of every creature in the world, I call upon your mercy," William said softly. Come to my aid, so my enemies will get a taste of your overwhelming might. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. The tablets flew towards the sky to create a 7-pointed star that encompassed the red mists, turning the entire battlefield crimson colors. Let the world tremble at your greatness, William roared. Bathe the world with your divine will, Enuma Elish. A draconic roar thundered from the 7-pointed star at the sky as William called forth one of the most ancient goddesses in creation, who no longer existed in the current world. A 7-headed dragon made her appearance, making everyone look at the spectacle in the sky. Without a second thought, the 7-headed dragon unleashed 7 dragon breaths, with different colors, which all headed towards the flame giant who had taken a defensive stance. The flames hit the fire giant's body directly, pushing him thousands of meters away before an earth-shaking explosion ensued. The blast was so bright that everyone was forced to momentarily cover their eyes due to how blinding it was. Half a minute later, the half-elf stared at the burning mushroom cloud in the distance, as he gripped the silver spear in his hand. Tiamat, who was hovering above the heavens, gave another thunderous roar before flying in the direction of the giant blaze. Seeing the turn of events, the half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and flew alongside the 7-headed dragon. William knew that Tiamat's attack wouldn't be enough to kill the fire giant. At the very least, he hoped that the attack injured him, allowing him to gain a bit of advantage in their battle. As they neared the place where the raging inferno raged, a mocking laughter reached the half-elf's ears. Tiamat, it has been thousands of years since I last saw you. Searcher's voice was firm and steady, making the half-elf's expression turn solemn. Back then, I didn't have the opportunity to kill you personally, so this is good as well. From within the flames, Searcher emerged, his entire body blazing, making him look like a human torch, who was holding a flaming sword in his hand. Even if you're just a piece of divinity, let me add your name to the list of gods that have fallen into my hands. Searcher roared as he ran towards the 7-headed dragon, who didn't back down and charged at him as well. William continued his charge alongside Tiamat as he activated his god-slaying power to the fullest. All he needed was one opportunity, and as long as an opening appeared, he would unleash an all-out attack, containing all the divinity he could muster. Searcher and Tiamat clashed, which resulted with one of her 7 heads being sliced off her body. However, in exchange, the other dragon heads buried their razor-sharp teeth in the fire giant's body, holding him in place. Even his right hand, which was holding his flaming sword, had been bitten, preventing the fire giant from making any further moves. The half-elf who was waiting for this opportunity appeared behind Searcher's head and prepared to stab him from behind. However, before he could even initiate his attack, the fire giant did something unexpected. Searcher smacked the half-elf's body using the back of his head, which forced the latter to defend at the last second. Just like a tennis ball being hit by a racket, the half-elf's body smashed into the ground, creating a crater, making blood spurt from his mouth. The fire giant then kneed the dragon, pushing its body a little, allowing his right hand to break free. A second later, another one of the dragon's heads was cut off from her body, turning into particles of light. With one mighty roar, the 5 remaining heads unleashed a dragon breath at point-blank range, blasting the giant in front of her. Surtur was blown away by the attack, which made his body fall over the half-elf, who was still struggling to prop himself up from the ground, due to the latest injury he received. Seeing that he no longer had the leeway to waste any time, William gritted his teeth as he turned into a lightning bolt, skidding on the ground in order to evade the body of the fire giant that was about to fall on top of him. Flaming rocks and molten lava rose in the air as the fire giant fell on his back. The 7-headed dragon gave another deafening roar, as it prepared to unleash another dragon breath to annihilate the god before it. Without any warning, Surtur threw his flaming sword at one of the dragon's 7 heads, slicing it off from her body. A pained cry emerged from the 4 remaining heads before unleashing 4 dragon breaths at the same time. The fire giant didn't have time to retrieve his weapon, so what he did was to roll on the ground, evading the breath attack, which left large patches of burning magma on the ground, making it look like a scene from hell. In fact, the entire section of the battlefield where William, Tiamat, and Searcher were fighting had already been set ablaze, which reminded the half-elf of the river of hell in the underworld. Even so, as a fire giant, Searcher had a very high resistance against fire, but Tiamat's divine flames still did a good number on him. Parts of Searcher's armor were destroyed when he received Tiamat's full-powered attacks earlier. However, despite having minor injuries, the fire giant wasn't too bothered because his flames could regenerate his body, allowing it to recover gradually. William, who was watching this scene from a distance, raised his left hand to summon the 7 tablets of creation, whose lights were already dim. He had already used up most of its divinity, so he could no longer summon any of the wills residing in it. But William thought of a plan to overcome this hurdle as he gathered the divinity in his body. A moment later, the sound of a bell reverberated in the battlefield. The 7 tablets hovering around William glowed in a silver light, as the half-elf channeled his god-slaying powers into them. Not long after, the tablets emitted a light similar to a newly born star, making Searcher glance in William's direction. "Take it," William ordered. "Take everything." The 7 tablets answered his call as they drained every last bit of divine energy from William's body, which he planned to use to slay Searcher. But, after exchanging several blows with the fire giant, the half-elf understood that his power alone was not enough to deal the killing blow. Searcher may not be a primordial god, but after vanquishing many worlds and absorbing the divine essences of his slain foes, his power now equaled the first few protogenoids who were born at the very start of creation, which put him on par with the primordial goddesses of darkness and light. Knowing this fact, William decided to merge the rest of his divinity with the remaining divinity of the wills of the gods that resided inside the tablets of creation for one final attack. Searcher, who didn't treat William as a true threat earlier, now felt that the divinity that gathered around the half-elf was capable of dealing a fatal blow to his divine body. Tiamat, who sensed what William was planning to do, gave the half-elf a sidelong glance before shifting her attention back to the fire giant, whom she had marked as her enemy. The 4 remaining dragon heads on her body prepared to attack Searcher, at the same time that the half-elf unleashed his attack. This was the only chance they had to deal the killing blow to the god of destruction, ending his tyranny once and for all. "Celestial God, ruler of the skies that has long been forgotten, may you hear my desperate prayer?" William said softly as he felt his entire body becoming heavy due to the loss of the divinities that he had accumulated over the years. "Grant me your strength, so I may slay the enemies that bring chaos upon the world. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor." The tablets shone brightly, imitating the rays of the sun with William at its center. "Marduk, let your eternal light pierce through the darkness, and slay my foes with your divine might," William roared. "Obliterate all who stand before me." Behind William, the image of a handsome man, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, appeared. The god, who was once the head of a powerful pantheon that had been lost through time, pulled back the string of the bow until he could pull no longer. The tip of his arrow shone like a star as it gathered all the wills of the gods inside the tablets of creation. Seeing this, Tiamat roared and lunged at Searcher. Its 4 remaining dragon heads bit his body, preventing the fire giant from moving. Marduk narrowed his eyes as he opened his lips to say the 2 words that would mark the end of his era. The 2 words that contained his world's legacy, that he now shared with William in his direst moment. "Enuma Elish," Marduk said in a word that was almost akin to a whisper as he let loose the arrow in his hand. At the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through Searcher's flesh, and the world was bathed with Marduk's divine might. On the other side of the battlefield, several minutes before William summoned Tiamat, Ahriman's body smashed against one of the giants that were fighting on the front lines of the battle, pushing it back alongside the giants that were right behind him. "Impossible," Ahriman said through gritted teeth as he slowly propped himself up from the pile of bodies under him. His gaze locked on the old man who was mounted on top of an 8-legged horse who was looking down at him as if he was a piece of shit. The moment William charged towards Searcher, Ahriman tried to follow, but was blocked by the old man whom he'd belittled. However, After being trashed around one-sidedly, the former god of chaos and darkness couldn't understand how James was doing it. How? Ahriman asked. You lost your divinity when you died. How can you be so strong? James sneered after hearing Ahriman's words before throwing his spear behind his back, piercing the forehead of the giant who tried to sneak attack him from behind. I lost my divinity, true, James replied. But I didn't lose the most important thing in the world, and that is... The old bandit of Lant pointed his thumb to his chest, making Ahriman's face turn grim. Nonsense! Ahriman shouted. You spout nonsense. You are just a pitiful old man that has been forgotten for thousands of years. Forgotten, yes. James nodded. As for pitiful? Tell me, when was the last time you looked in the mirror? With an angry roar, Ahriman lunged at James as black wings sprouted from his back. He couldn't believe that someone who had already lost his godhood was able to make him feel as if he was nothing more than a baby trying to fight against an adult in a fist fight. James yawned as Ahriman approached him, allowing the latter to punch the hand that covered the old man's lips. A wicked smile graced Ahriman's lips as he looked at James, but his smile instantly disappeared when he noticed that James was completely unhurt by his full-powered punch. The bandit of Lant casually moved his hand away from his lips, as he gazed at his opponent whose face was full of utter disbelief. Is that your best punch? James asked as he pulled his right arm back and formed a fist with his hand. Then, let me show you what a real punch is. Without another word, James smashed his fist into Ahriman's face, sending the latter flying backwards for hundreds of meters until he collided with the goddess of immorality, Kakia, making the latter cry out in shock. Just like the others' gods of destruction, they didn't think much of James when he made his appearance. For them, adding one more old man to their list of enemies wasn't a big deal, but they quickly changed their mind after the one-sided beating that Ahriman was receiving from James' hand. Need some help, James? Vlad, the demigod who had become good friends with James and protected Lant for a time, asked as he appeared beside him. Just like all the other demigods that William had gathered for the war, Vlad's rank was now upgraded to that of a pseudo-god, making him more powerful than his past self. His son, Jekyll, had managed to break through to the demigod realm not too long ago, and was lucky enough to be part of the blessing that allowed him to step into the initial stage of the pseudo-god rank. You deal with the giants that get in my way, James replied. I'll beat up the rest. Ha ha ha. Very well. Vlad smirked as he gave James a knowing smile. The two of them had fought against each other in the past, and that was also when Vlad came to know about James' true strength, that the latter had been hiding since the time they had met. However, Vlad also understood that James couldn't casually call upon his power anytime he wanted. Just like a water barrel with a small hole at its bottom, James' strength would gradually disappear if he used it often. Because of this, the old bandit had placed a seal upon himself, reducing his strength by leaps and bounds. Let's go, James said as Sleipnir sprinted towards the Ahriman and the goddess of immorality. Vlad followed behind him and repelled the giants who tried to attack James and block him from his advance. In another part of the battlefield, several chains materialized in the air as a demi-human goat with wings, which was similar to the image of Baphomet, slaughtered giant bats and demogorgons without paws. He was none other than Takum, the god that resided in the Kirintar Mountains, and the only demigod that had helped William during the war in the southern continent. Takum, who also became a pseudo-god after receiving Leviathan's and Tarask blessing, hovered between the hellish monsters and the human armies, protecting the latter from the denizens of hell, who had climbed up to the surface to lay destruction upon the world. I'll kill you! The one-eyed giant, Balor, shouted as he unleashed a red beam of light from his eye towards the guardian of the Kirintar Mountains. Takum calmly raised his hand, and several chains merged together forming a giant ice snake, which he unleashed towards the red beam of light that was targeted at him. The two powers collided, making crackling sounds, and sent sparks flying in every direction. When the two powers canceled each other, Balor flew towards Takum and lashed his flame whip against the goat-like pseudo-god, which the latter repelled using a whip made of chains. Since Takam was currently fighting against one of the most powerful forces working for the Army of Destruction, the giant bats, and the Demogorgons rushed towards the allied armies, killing them and being killed in return. The only problem was that after a few minutes, other denizens from hell emerged from the split in the ground, joining the ranks of the giant bats and Demogorgons as they continued to slaughter all those who stood against their way. With a loud shout, a young man with dark brown hair smashed his wooden staff against one of the Demogorgons that had managed to break past the first line of defense of the Hellon Kingdom's army. He was none other than William's best friend, Theo, who was also a shepherd. Just like all able-bodied men and women in the world, Theo also trained very hard in order to fight against the army of destruction. Fighting beside him was Matthew, William's cousin, who was also Leah's husband. Unlike his father, who could turn into a dragon, Matthew could only transform himself into a demi-human dragon, which covered his entire body in dragon scale, and allowed him to use his sharp claws to rend his opponents apart. "Hold the line, Theo," Matthew shouted. "We can't let them get past us." "I know," Theo replied as he swung his staff left and right, sending the monsters he hit flying. "Damn, there's no end to them." Aside from the giant bats and Demogorgons, hellish imps and hellhounds joined the fray, putting great pressure on the mortal armies, who were now slowly being pushed back due to the seemingly endless reinforcements coming from hell. Suddenly, two hellhounds lunged at Theo from behind, with the intention of biting off the shepherd's head, while he was busy dealing with the Demogorgons in front of him. "Theo!" Matthew cried out as he tried to help his friend, but was blocked by 4 imps carrying forked spears in their hands. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 hellhounds descended upon the shepherd with a vengeance. Hearing Matthew's shout, Theo turned his head to look behind him. In that instance, the world seemed to move in slow motion as the hellhound's jaws slowly descended towards Theo's body, who was unable to react in time. Suddenly, 2 giant hands grabbed the head of the 2 hellhounds and smashed them against each other. However, the giant ox revenant sensed that the hellhounds were still alive, so he smashed both of their heads on the ground, crushing them to a pulp. "Two," Urketus said as he glared at the opponents in front of him. Without even looking back at the shepherd he saved, Urketus summoned his adamantine axe and split the bodies of the Demogorgons who tried to attack him using their numbers. 10. Urketus shouted as he continued to slaughter the monsters around him. "My turn." A demonic dog materialized behind Urketus' shadow and unleashed several dark whips which wrapped around the giant bats that were harassing the Hellon soldiers, burning them with dark flames. 6. Soglav then set his eyes on the giant flying bats and imps in the sky as 2 bat-like wings appeared behind his back. He then flew into the air and fired several dark fireballs at the imps and giant bats that were busy targeting the warriors on the ground, who were engaged in battle with the other monsters. 20. Soglav chuckled as he continued his aerial barrage on his opponents. Not far from them, a 2-meter-tall goblin paladin slashed at his enemies with a silver sword. However, after seeing the number of monsters that his friends were slaying, Jareth raised his left arm and pointed it at his enemies. After gathering enough hell credits, Jareth decided to modify his left arm, so he could turn it into a robotic arm that could transform into a magical cannon that could deal long-range magical damage. "Plasma cannon, fire!" Jareth roared, and all the monsters in front of him exploded into fleshy bits, killing hundreds of them with one blow. 320, Jareth said calmly, making Urketu and Soglav curse him internally. Shit. I knew I should have also chosen to have one of those high-spec add-ons. Soglav cursed. I thought having wings was cool, so I chose these instead. Damn it. Urketu glanced at his goblin friend before charging head-on towards the cluster of Demogorgons that were still climbing out of the split ground. The 3 of them had a bet that the one with the least number of monsters killed would obey the command of the other 2 for a day. Because of this, none of them wanted to lose, so they rampaged across the battlefield, killing monsters left and right. Amidst the shouts, curses, war cries, in the battlefield, the faint sound of a guitar was playing. A long, long time ago, I can still remember, when the humans were under an attack, a rainbow-colored anteater sang while having a pained look on his face. And I knew if I had my chance, I can make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. When the monsters from hell rose to the surface world, Kasaganaga was currently having his concert in the underworld. Seeing that the perfect opportunity had arrived, the rainbow-colored anteater along with his friends all used the path that the forces of hell used to rise up to the surface. They had received their original bodies from William and had modified them in the underworld, making them stronger. In fact, if they wished, they could leave the underworld at any time, but they knew that they would not be able to help William that way. Instead, they all collected hell credits so that they could recruit allies to join their fight. Naturally, Kasaganaga's fans, who were also briefed on the current situation, decided to come along with him and go to the surface world to join the fight. Over the past 2 years, his band had collected enough merit points to arm their tens of thousands of fans with weapons that they could use to fight in the surface world. Usually, undead spirits like them weren't allowed to leave the underworld because that was one of the rules that Thanatos had made. However, as if getting the god of death's silent permission, no one stopped the tens of thousands of undead from going to the surface, ready to fight alongside their idol. It was at this time when a hellhound lunged towards Kasaganaga, who was singing while holding a mic in his hands. The anteater was so immersed in his song that he didn't notice that a hellhound had targeted him. Suddenly, a pained cry resonated in the battlefield as one of the lady anteaters, who belonged to the I Love Kazo fans club, whacked the hellhound with a spiked baseball bat. A moment later, the pitiful hellhound was mobbed by Kasaganaga's angry fans, getting torn to pieces. Unaware of the bloodshed going on around him, Kasaganaga continued to sing. But the gods of destruction's response didn't thrill us. They summoned their army and tried to kill us. We won't escape from those fags. We will show them who's badass. I can't remember if I cried when I was sealed in a block of ice. But something touched me deep inside, the day I met this boy. Kasaganaga then opened his eyes and raised one of its paws towards his sky. "That's our cue," a lady anteater said as she tapped her friend who was holding a spotlight in her hands. The two of them were currently riding on top of winged ants that belonged to William's King's Legion. The spotlight then shone down upon the rainbow-colored anteater, making his fans cheer, while they massacred the monsters that tried to get near their idol as he sang the chorus of his song. "I am rolling. My, this red-headed guy. Maybe Dark Prince someday later, now he's just a small fry. He died in his world, and said to his beloved goodbye. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky. Wishing he and her would be under the same sky." Suddenly, a loud screech spread in the surroundings, making the rainbow-colored anteater look up. His friend, Skadrez, the blood eagle, dove down from the sky and flew towards his old friend, whom he missed dearly. As if they had practiced this move several times in the past, Kasaganaga jumped into the air, and the blood eagle caught him perfectly on its back. Skadrez circled the battlefield and flew above the tens of thousands of souls that had followed Kasaganaga from the underworld. "Everyone, let's go!" Kasaganaga shouted as it pointed its little paw towards the god of evil, Erlich, who was also responsible for summoning the monsters from hell to the surface world. "For the Horde!" Kasaganaga roared with its adorable voice as the warriors of the underworld followed behind him. The hundreds of lady anteaters, who were riding on tops of winged ants, were not far behind the blood eagle, Skadrez, serving as their idol's bodyguards. They weren't afraid even if they were going to fight against gods. The only thing they were afraid of was to not be able to shine on the same stage as their idol. The army of destruction had seen many things during their campaigns, but never had they seen the souls of the dead rise up from the underworld to fight against them in a battle of epic proportions. The tide of the souls of the dead swept over the monsters and started a one-sided massacre, with Kasaganaga at the lead. They were relentless. Since they were souls, physical attacks didn't work on them, so the monsters which excelled in physical combat could only be hopelessly massacred by them. When the blood eagle was only a few hundreds of meters away from the god of evil, Erlich, Kasaganaga shouted once again, making the lady anteaters prepare to accompany their lord to battle. "Everyone, let's go!" Kasaganaga shouted as it jumped off the blood eagle's back and curled up into a ball, transforming into a 10-meter-tall spiked wrecking ball. The lady anteaters also jumped off the winged ants they were riding on and also curled up in the air, turning into spiked wrecking balls as well. With one mighty shout that reverberated in the battlefield, the deity of the sky made his appearance one more time, fighting alongside humanity during its darkest moments. "I'm rolling!" Kasaganaga fearlessly descended towards the god of evil, with the newly modified body he had acquired, that could withstand the attacks of gods. The lady anteaters also rolled towards the god Erlich, as they too shouted their war cry to imitate the rainbow-colored anteater, who was shining brightly, serving as a banner of hope for everyone on the battlefield. "We're rolling!" Yaldabaoth was one of the most evil gods in existence, and he had many titles. He was often referred to as the malevolent demiurge, or false creator god. Just like his title suggested, he was a powerful god that could create anything in existence, even a universe filled with living creatures. In truth, the true mastermind behind the army of destruction was none other than Yaldabaoth. He was the god that decided which world was meant to be destroyed, but he didn't just randomly choose which worlds to destroy. No. Even though he was evil, there was a certain law that he followed, and that was the lifespan of the world. Just like how a mortal child would be born, grow, and die, the malevolent demiurge would only send his army when the time was ripe. Naturally, those who lived on that world would do their best to resist their demise, which was only a natural thing to do. No one wanted to die. Even gods who lived for thousands of years would like to live longer, but Yaldabaoth didn't care whether they wanted to live or die. Regardless of how powerful they were, their deaths would come as soon as his army descended upon their home worlds, and destroyed its core, making all their believers vanish from existence, and thereby make them die as well. Now, as the battle started to become even due to the various reinforcements that came from the Asgardians, as well as Kasaganaga's underworld forces, Yaldabaoth knew that the destruction of the world would be stopped if he didn't do something. The false creator god was a lion-headed serpent that was over 100 meters long, and he observed the battlefield with a critical eye, while he flicked his tongue, determining who was getting the upper hand. "The resistance this time is just as troublesome as the one we had with Asgard," Yaldabaoth mused. "Even Odin reincarnated into this world, and is giving us a staunch opposition. Also, that boy spells trouble." The lion-headed serpent eyed William in the distance, and he could feel the power of a god-slayer within his body. An existence that could fight against divine beings who lorded the mortal worlds. Fortunately, it seems that he can only muster a fraction of his power, Yaldabaoth thought. Searcher will be enough to key. The malevolent demiurge's eyes widened in shock when he saw William summon Tiamat. As one of the oldest goddesses in existence, he knew what Tiamat was capable of, so he thought that Searcher was going to have a problem with her. Fortunately, the one that the half-elf summoned was just a fragment of her will, which was unable to unleash her true powers. Seeing how Searcher easily cut one of the heads of the seven-headed dragon put Yaldabaoth at ease. However, just before the false creator god could shift his attention elsewhere, he felt a surge of power that made his heart tremble. "Marduk!" Yaldabaoth hissed when he saw one of the most powerful gods that existed thousands of years ago. Among gods, there were those who specialized in killing other gods, and Marduk was one of them. "Enuma Elish?" Marduk said in a word that was almost akin to a whisper as he let loose the arrow in his hand. Yaldabaoth screeched as he used his divine powers to prevent Searcher from dying. A blinding explosion erupted somewhere in the battlefield as Marduk's god-slaying arrow pierced the fire giant's flesh. William gritted his teeth as he held on to Stormcaller and Soleil to keep himself from being blown away by the aftermath of his strongest attack that he had squeezed every bit of his divinity into in order to put an end to the god before him. When the light receded, a dense dust cloud appeared in his vision, preventing him from seeing anything. Suddenly, he saw a faint spark at the center of the dust cloud, which made William's face turn ashen. A moment later, a giant fire serpent charged at the half-elf, turning the ground where it passed into molten magma. Stormcaller and Soleil flew in front of William and unleashed lightning bolts and radiant flames, which merged together forming a fiery lightning tornado that collided against the flame serpent. However, it only took less than a second for Stormcaller's and Soleil's attack to disperse, forcing the half-elf to jump to the side, barely evading the attack that came from the fire serpent within the dust cloud. The fire serpent continued its trajectory, leaving a trail of flames that rose high in the air, creating a hellish scene. William gritted his teeth as he turned and looked at the fire giant whose left arm, and a good portion of his body, had been obliterated by Marduk's and his combined attack. However, that wasn't enough to kill Searcher, making the half-elf clench his fist so hard that blood started to ooze from his palms. At the last second, Searcher overpowered Tiamat and used the dragon's body as a shield to mitigate the attack. However, since Marduk's attack was so devastating, it passed through the seven-headed dragon's body, completely obliterating a quarter of Searcher's body in the process. "Congratulations, boy," Surtur said as he looked at the half-elf whose helpless expression made him sneer. "You almost killed me. Now playtime's over." Using the surplus divinity that came from Yaldabaoth, the destroyed part of Surtur's body burst into flames. A few seconds later, his arm and chest area regenerated, making those who were paying close attention to William's battle despair. "Good." Surtur smiled when he saw the horror in everyone's face after seeing his body regenerate. "Now, time for all of you to feel true despair." The fire giant raised his flaming sword towards the heavens, and the flames of his sword rose upwards, turning the entire sky into a blazing inferno. "Meteor storm," Surtur roared. Then it happened. Giant flaming fireballs started to descend from the fiery sky, falling towards the bulk of the combined armies that were trying to resist their invasion. "New!" William shouted as thousands of these giant fireballs started to fall en masse. The half-elf gathered his strength and turned into a lightning bolt, heading straight towards Searcher, while the latter roared in laughter as his attack decimated the armies that tried to oppose him. Somewhere in the battlefield, "Arenis, evade!" Shannon shouted as the halfling maneuvered her flying ship to dodge one of the fireballs that appeared directly above their ship. The flagship of the Holy Order of Light fared a bit better because the one controlling it was Shauna. With her powers, she was able to predict where the fireballs would fall, so she hurriedly navigated it away from danger, as everything around them started to burst in flames. In the location of the elven army, the Ent King, Merender, raised his head before emitting a defiant roar against the giant fireball which contained the divinity of a god. If this attack had come from a pseudo-god, Merender was confident that he could block it. However, an attack of this magnitude was something that he wasn't prepared to face head-on. Even so, he planted his roots deep in the ground as he transformed into a giant tree, using his entire body to block the fireball falling over the elven armies. Princess Ayla, and On, who was busy helping the injured soldiers, looked up in the sky in despair as the giant fireball fell in their direction. "I won't let you," Loxo screamed as she guided the attacks of Opus and Hecurge to destroy the fireball that was about to fall to the ladies, whom she now treated as her sisters. However, even with the combined powers of three pseudo-gods, the only thing they managed to do was to form cracks on the fireball that was about to kill the people that were important to her husband. At that moment, several vines rose up from the ground, forming a drill, which pierced through the giant fireball, splitting it in half. Even though it was split in the middle, the two have still continued to fall, forcing Titania to summon walls of vines, while using her body to shield Princess Ayla, and On from the imminent disaster that was going to fall on their heads. A mile away from them, Malachi pressed his hands together, moving Avalon to block one of the giant fireballs that were about to fall in their location. The arcane spectral lich urged his bone dragon to fly upwards, using all of his powers to block the attack that was about to fall upon the Hellon army. As its founder, he would not allow the armies that symbolized his kingdom to perish. The headmaster of Hestia Academy, Byron, did the same. Without batting an eye, he flew towards a fireball that was headed towards the students of Hestia Academy, in an attempt to stop it with his full-powered attack. Similar scenes were happening everywhere, as pseudo-gods, demigods, and even mortals alike did their best to save the people around them from complete annihilation. However, no matter how hard they tried, these fireballs descended to the ground and instantly vaporized anything within a mile radius around it. More than half of the brave defenders of Hestia, the Asgardians, as well as the underworld warriors that Kasaganaga had brought with him, died without leaving anything behind. DRM, I live the rest to you. Merender, the Ent King, and the strongest pseudo-god of the Silver Moon continent breathed his last as the embers of destruction burned his entire body. Merender! Drowum roared in anger as he rushed to the Ent King who had sacrificed his life to protect the elven armies from complete annihilation. Upon seeing the death of their guardians, the elves dropped the weapons in their hands as they fell into despair. It's impossible. We can't win. All of us are going to die. I don't want to die. Someone, anyone, wake me up from this nightmare. No, I don't want to die. Help! Someone save us. Hundreds of elves fell on their knees as they cried and wailed for someone to save them. They had done their best to fight, despite the great disparity between their opponents. But Surtur's hellish attack broke them completely. In that instant, they all knew that there was no chance of winning, making them feel that everything they did was useless. Kill them, one of the giants shouted, as they hacked apart the defenders who had lost their will to fight. Everywhere in the battlefield, the same scene was happening. Several demigods and pseudogods died, as they did their best to block Surtur's attack. Although they succeeded, those they had saved no longer had the courage to continue fighting as they allowed themselves to be killed, so that their suffering would end. Ugh! Loxos slowly propped herself up from the ground and looked at her surroundings. Her sisters, Opus and Hecurge, lay on the ground several meters away from her, with various injuries on their bodies. The worst part was that they were unconscious, and Loxos didn't know how severe their injuries were. Even though she was injured, and every part of her body was aching, she knew that she couldn't remain on the ground, or their enemies would kill them without the power to resist. Loxos tried to stand, but she felt so weak that her body wasn't responding to her. The young nymph then glanced in the direction where Titania was at. What she saw almost made her soul leave her body because the beautiful fairy queen, who used her body to protect Princess Ayla and On, dangled from the hands of one of the giants. Blood dripped down from the injuries of her body, while her dress was in tatters. Princess Ayla, and on the other hand, was lying on the ground, right beside the giant's foot, who had its attention on the unconscious fairy queen in his hand. As if sensing Loxos' gaze, the giant looked in her direction before giving her a devilish smile. A moment later, the giant opened his mouth as he moved Titania over it. "Stoop!" Loxos screamed. "Please stop!" The giant ignored her and bit the fairy queen's legs, tearing them off from her body. "No!" Loxos screamed as tears streamed down her eyes. She knew that there was a possibility of them dying in this war, but to actually see one of her sisters being eaten right in front of her made her feel true despair. The pain that followed after having her legs eaten woke Titania up, making her open her eyes. The beautiful fairy queen looked at the giant who was chewing her legs, and the latter looked back at her with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Clearly, the giant planned to make the beautiful fairy despair by eating her bit by bit until she screamed and begged for her life. However, Titania didn't scream. Despite the great pain she was feeling, she glanced in Loxos' direction with a smile. "Take care of Will for me," Titania said as a single teardrop streamed down the side of her face. "Tell him I love him." "Tiana!" Loxos shouted as she tried to muster her power to attack the giant. Titania only allowed a select few to call her Tiana. It was part of her true name, and those who could call her that way were the people she trusted with all of her heart. Seeing that his food didn't plan to beg for her life, the giant decided to just eat her up whole and torture the two girls beside his feet. Perhaps, the two mortal ladies would beg for their lives, which would make him enjoy their desperate cries of mercy as he ate them slowly. Titania gave Loxos one last smile as her body fell inside the giant's mouth. "No!" Loxos screamed with every fiber of her being as she watched one of the most important people in her life get eaten by the hateful giant who didn't show any mercy. However, Before the giant could even close his mouth to crush Titania's body with his teeth, his entire body turned into ice. A moment later, the giant ice statue shattered. Loxos, whose vision was already blurry due to the tears covering her eyes, saw the faint image of someone with light blue hair fluttering in the breeze. After rubbing her eyes, the young nymph was able to see an otherworldly beauty with 2 crimson horns protruding out of her head. In her arms was the fairy queen, who was still alive, but seriously injured. Princess Ayla and On, who were lying on the ground, stirred as they looked around in their surroundings. The first thing they saw was the blue-haired young lady, carrying Titania in her arms. Tiana! Princess Ayla hurriedly stood up despite her injuries after seeing the fairy queen's current state. The first thing she did was to immediately use her life magic in order to stabilize the fairy queen's condition. Although she couldn't do anything to restore Titania's legs for the moment, saving the fairy queen's life was her priority. On rummaged through her storage ring and took out several high-quality healing potions that William had given her before the war started. The one-horned demon gently poured it on the fairy queen's injuries, speeding up the process of her recovery. "I'll leave her to you," the young lady with light blue hair said, while gently laying the fairy queen on the ground. "I need to help others." Without waiting for their reply, the young lady disappeared, and soon, all of the giants that were near William's wives turned into ice statues, which all shattered into hundreds of pieces. Gah! William's body smashed on the ground, creating a small crater. It only took 2 exchanges before Searcher sent him flying. The silver radiance around him disappeared, as his hair returned to its red color, proving that he could no longer keep his Einherjar form. William tried to prop himself up, but his body no longer listened to him. Every time he inhaled, he could feel stinging pain in his chest, as blood spilled from the corner of his lips. One of his legs was also bent in an unnatural angle, making him unable to move it. The only thing he could move right now was his fingers, and his bloodshot eyes that were looking at the approaching giant who was looking at him with amusement. "I have to thank you, half-elf," Surtur said as he walked towards the fallen half-elf with a sinister smile on his face. "It has been a while since I've been able to get serious. In order to honor your effort to entertain me, I will give you a swift death. This will be my mercy to you. So, go to the afterlife knowing that everyone you cared for will soon follow you to hell." Surtur raised his flaming sword to deliver the finishing blow to the half-elf when suddenly, the fire giant took a defensive stance. A second later, Scherer smashed against the flaming blade, making Surtur take a step back. "Get away from him!" Chiffon shouted as she swung her mace a second time. "Get away from Will!" "It's you again," Surtur commented. "Traitor of the giant race. You still haven't learned your lesson after thousands of years." Surtur swung his sword, which forced Chiffon to block it. However, the attack of a god was too strong for her to handle, making her skid dozens of meters on the ground. "Shatter the firmament!" Gleipnir! A golden dragon attacked Surtur from behind, but the fire giant simply swung his blade and dispersed the golden dragon as if it was made of air. A second later, black and purple fireballs pummeled Surtur's body as Selene and Princess Sydney unleashed their divinities in an attempt to kill the god of destruction who had seriously injured their beloved. However, their attacks only managed to leave faint scratches on Surtur's body, which healed after a few seconds. "Die!" Shannon yelled as she summoned the giant monsters which she had drawn before the battle started. However, these monsters were all split in half as Surtur swung his sword with ease. "Gee, get away from him!" William shouted as blood dripped from his lips. "All of you get away from here!" Surtur gave the half-elf a sidelong glance before looking at the flying ship where several beautiful ladies were attacking him without pause. "Are all of them your women?" Surtur asked as a plan formed inside his head. He wanted to make the half-elf suffer, and the best way to do that was to kill the people that were important to him, right in front of his face. As if understanding what the giant was thinking, William once again shouted for his wives to leave. However, none of them listened to him. They knew that if they left him, the half-elf would die, which was something they didn't want to happen. All of you go, William shouted. Leave me. You're too noisy, Searcher said before snapping his finger. An explosion took place and the half-elf's body was blown away, making his wives cry out in alarm. Everyone, attack! Celine roared as she once again bombarded Searcher with her wrathful flames that had grown in intensity due to her rage. William, whose injuries became more severe after Searcher's attack, could only look on helplessly as his wives fought with everything they had. Not again. William bit his lip until it drew blood. I said that this time it would be different. I promised. Move! William shouted in his heart. Move! 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 The half-elf's fingers dug on the ground as he tried to prop himself up, but he could not muster any strength in his body. He could only watch helplessly as Chiffon was kicked by Searcher, sending the body of the pink-haired giantess skidding across the ground for several meters. He watched as Searcher always gave him sidelong glances, as if making sure that the half-elf was seeing the suffering that his wives were experiencing at the moment. Although the distance was quite far, he could see the amusement in Searcher's expression as he destroyed Irene's flying ship, causing all the women riding on it to fall from the sky. Fortunately, a few of them could fly, so none of them fell to their deaths. However, instead of escaping, they stood between William and Searcher. They had no intention of letting the fire giant pass through them and kill the person they loved. Tears started to form in William's eyes as he looked at his injured wives, who were fighting for his sake. Someone, anyone, I am willing to pay any price. Just give me the strength to kill these gods who toy with our mortal lives. William screamed in his heart. I will do anything. Just give me the power to protect those important to me, to protect those I love. A sob escaped William's lips as the seconds passed by without hearing any answers. He had already closed his eyes, and his tears fell like rain. The half-elf didn't care where the help was coming from, or what kind of price he had to pay. As long as he was able to wipe the sneer off Searcher's face, he was even willing to even sell his soul to the devil. It was at this moment, when William was feeling as if all hope was lost, he heard two voices, which made him open his tear-stained eyes. My goodness! We just took a nap and you're already at your wit's end? This is very unbecoming of you, Will. Kakik. Maybe he didn't drink enough vitamins? Having that many wives requires a lot of energy. Through his blurry vision, the images of an angelic and devilish familiar appeared in front of him. Elliot was licking a lollipop, while Conan held a king chess piece in his two hands. The two familiars were looking down on the half-elf with smiles on their faces. Elliot, William muttered. Conan? Good afternoon, Will, Elliot replied. Did you miss us? Kakik, you look like you've been run over by Truckcoin, Conan commented as he momentarily released the king chess piece in his hands, making it hover in the air. How many fingers do you see? Conan showed William two of his fingers, making Elliot chuckle. He's not drunk, Conan, Elliot chuckled. He's just half dead. William's tears continued to fall as he looked at his two familiars who had appeared in front of him. He didn't know if he was just hallucinating, or he had already died and had gone to the afterlife, because those were the only two ways that he could see his two familiars, who had sacrificed their lives for his sake. Deep inside William's sea of consciousness, Optimus gave a soft sigh as several rows of text appeared in front of it. Requirements have been met. Startup initiated. Startup completed. Optimus pressed his hands together as if in prayer. He then opened his lips and said the words that he had been dying to say for the longest time, ever since he had been created to assist William. By my authority, begin the process of unlocking the strongest system. Sydney. Retreat and use a healing potion to cure your injury, Lilith shouted as she used Gleipnir to attack Searcher, while the succubus princess backed away to treat her injuries. Searcher had unleashed a firestorm which completely destroyed Irene's flying ship, forcing them all to abandon it. Irene's could fly, so she caught Superbia, while Celine took care of Invidia. Shannon was able to survive because of the flying monster that she had drawn before the battle. allowing her to summon more to protect her sisters from the searing flames, keeping them at bay. Princess Sydney was the one who caught Lilith, but the fire giant's attack managed to leave a deep gash in her left arm. Even so, she held onto the Amazon princess as if her life depended on it, and took her safely to the ground. Still resisting? Searcher asked in a mocking tone. All of you should just accept your fate. Today, everyone in this world will die, and even your patron goddesses won't be able to save you from destruction. The members of the 8 deadly sins ignored Searcher's mocking words, and worked together to attack him after they had treated their injuries. Not far away, the members of the heavenly virtues were busy helping the army of the Alliance, who had lost their will to fight. It's no use, Melody said as the power of faith in her body weakened. They have lost faith and hope. If this continues, everyone will. Do not falter, Lyra said as she sliced apart all of the giant bats that encircled their flagship. Just endure and keep on fighting. She's right, Ephemera said as she unleashed a powerful slash that cleaved the head of a giant just below their flying ship. If we give up now, then they will truly lose hope. We are their beacon, so we shouldn't let our light die out just yet. Audrey, who was boosting everyone's morale, continued to pray. However, even with the power of her divinity, the god of destruction's attack had crippled everyone's fighting spirit, and some of them didn't even resist the giants as they were killed. Perhaps they had truly reached their limits and they only wanted their suffering to end. Puny mortals! One of the pseudo-god-ranked giants roared as he stomped on the ground, turning several elves into meat paste. Today is the day of reckoning. All of you can go to the afterlife together and die a dog's death. The giant then killed dozens more before turning his head to look at the saintess of the world tree, who was busy healing the injured people in the distance. As someone who had fought many battles, he knew what the high-profile targets were like. Those who emit strong magical powers, especially those that were capable of healing people, were the targets that they must kill at all costs. Arwen, who was trying to encourage the elves to take up arms and fight for their world, was unaware that she had been targeted by one of the pseudo-god-ranked giants, who had finally broken through their defenses. Seeking to gain great merits in the war, the giant ran towards Arwen with the intention of grinding her under his feet. However, when he was only dozens of meters away from the saintess of the world tree, a beam of light pierced through the back of the head of the giant, making it stop in its tracks, before falling face down on the ground. Fortunately, the elves had finally broken out of their daze and dodged to the side, evading the falling body of the pseudo-god giant that died without knowing how he died. A second later, a dark beam of light pierced through the head a demigod-ranked giant, instantly killing it. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the survivors of the Alliance heard voices that made them look up to the sky. Searcher, who felt something odd, shifted his attention to where the half-elf was located a few minutes ago, and didn't find him there. At that moment, he also heard words coming from the sky. The fire giant then turned his head to the part of the battle where the army of destruction was currently fighting the Alliance. There, he saw a half-elf who seemed to be in a trance as he floated over the battlefield, with 2 little familiars by his side. The 2 familiars were busy killing giants, left and right, without caring for their rank. Seeing that the morale of the army had waned, Elliot smiled as he looked at the survivors on the ground who had lost their courage in the face of adversity. Right now, only the Einherjars and Casaganaga's troops were still fighting actively on the battlefield, giving the army of the Alliance time to recover from their shock. The Einherjars had already experienced what it was like to fight against the army of destruction, so they weren't too affected by the deaths of their comrades. They knew that it was inevitable, so the only thing they could do for their slain friends was to slay as many giants as possible in their honor. Casaganaga's troops from the underworld had nothing to fear either. All of them were already dead, so the concept of death didn't scare them at all. The Alliance had only fought against human armies and monsters in the past, but now they were fighting against gods. They had always doubted their chances of winning, but after Surtur's one-sided genocide, they felt that there was no point to continue fighting, making them fall into despair. It was at this time, when Elliot's and Conan's voice reached them, while they waited for the half-elf to complete the transformation that was happening inside his spiritual world. "Did you tackle that trouble that came your way with a resolute heart and cheerful?" Elliot asked the people on the ground while pointing a pink lollipop at them, which he held firmly in his hand. "Or hide your face from the light of day with a craven soul and fearful?" Surprisingly, his voice spread through the entire battlefield, causing everyone to hear him and shift their attention to him. "Oh, a trouble's a ton, or a trouble's an ounce, or a trouble is what you make it," Conan said with a smile, as he pointed the king chess piece at the armies that had lost their will to fight. "And it isn't the fact that you're hurt that counts, but only how did you take it? You are beaten to earth? Well, what's that?" Elliot asked again. "Come up with a smiling face." "It's nothing against you to fall down flat," Conan commented. "But to lie there, that's disgrace. The harder you're thrown, the higher you bounce. Be proud of your blackened eye. It isn't the fact that you're licked that counts. It's how did you fight, and why?" The two familiars glanced at each other and spoke together, waking the armies of the world from the despair that they were suffering from. "If you battled the best you could, if you played your part in the world of men, why, the critic will call it good. Death comes with a crawl or comes with a pounce, and whether he's slow or spry, it isn't the fact that you're dead that counts, but only, how did you die?" The last question, "But only how did you die?" resonated inside everyone's heads. The giant said earlier that all of them would die a dog's death, but none of them wanted that kind of death. The Alliance then gazed at the Einherjars and Valkyries who were still waging war against their enemies, and watched some of them die in the process. But even so, none of them retreated and pushed on, fighting with everything they had, till they could not fight any longer. All of them were soldiers, and they had already prepared themselves to die when they decided to fight for their families, their friends, their loved ones, and their world. This was something that they had momentarily forgotten due to their despair, but after hearing Elliot's and Conan's words, and seeing that there were people who were still fighting and not giving up, those who were kneeling and crying on the ground picked up their weapons and slowly stood up. Eldon looked at his men, and they all, too, looked back at him with fear in their eyes. And yet, the same fear that they felt inside could not be seen in the Dwarven King's eyes. "Dwarves are shorter than most races," Eldon said as he picked up his warhammer from the ground. "But we have the biggest hearts in the world. And now, it is time to show everyone who the bravest race is." Eldon forcefully raised his weapon with his right arm until it was above his head. "I am Eldon, the son of Felton, and the 38th king of the kingdom of Beldril," Eldon roared. "I stand before you just as my father, and my ancestors did before me, fighting on the front lines of the battlefield, not for myself, but for the future of the Dwarven race." The warhammer in Eldon's hand hummed, as it released an aura, which started to spread into the entire dwarf army, increasing the strength of the dwarf fighters, and making their exhaustion disappear. "For the Earth Goddess," Eldon shouted. "For the Earth Goddess." The dwarf warriors all shouted, making their war cry reverberate across the entire battlefield. Eldon then mounted his mountain war goat whose wool was already red with blood, due to its injuries. Even so, the war mount's eyes were filled with burning determination to ride into battle with the king on its back. As Eldon sat on the back of his mount, he could feel that his old companion's life wasn't going to last long. However, he could also tell that his companion had enough will inside of him to see this battle through until its end. "Fight, warriors of the Dwarf Kingdom," Eldon shouted. "Fight, for hearth and home. Fight for family and brotherhood. Fight for our futures." All the dwarves cried out, making the humans, elves, demons, beastkins, and other races all look at them with awe and admiration. Just like a small spark that rekindled the flickering flames in everyone's hearts, Eldon's battered and injured form made everyone look at him as if he was the tallest person on the battlefield. All of them were kneeling, collapsed, or lying on the ground, and yet, a single injured dwarf stood tall and, in their eyes, he was bigger than life itself. "Ride, warriors of Beldril," Eldon roared. "For the Alliance! For the Alliance!" The dwarven army charged forth like a roaring tide, leaving everyone behind. Seeing his injured form, Swiper gritted his teeth and shouted, "You damn motherfuckers! What are you all waiting for?" Swiper shouted, "Are you going to let the bastard dwarf take all the glory? Are you demons or are you dicks? Stand up and fight. Stand up for the demon tribes." Swiper then raised his bastard sword in the air before charging alone towards one of the giants that were headed their way. "For the Alliance!" Swiper roared. "For the Alliance!" Linder shouted as he ran beside Swiper. The two of them were people who didn't like to fight. Both of them were scared of dying. But now they were the ones leading the charge without waiting for anyone to fight alongside them. Soon the ground shook. Thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people once again took up their arms and charged towards their enemies, not caring if they died the next second or not. They would rather die fighting than die like dogs. Elliot and Conan, who was high above the skies, both raised their right fists in the air as they, too, shouted the war cry that shook the entire battlefield. For the Alliance! During their world's darkest moment, the champions of the world regained the courage that they had lost. Although it was not enough to overturn their current situation, it was enough for them to tell those that had died before them that they didn't die on their knees. They died fighting so that they could rest in peace, knowing that they had done everything within their power to give their world and their people a chance to see the next sunrise, which most of them wouldn't be able to see once they finally closed their eyes and took their last breath on the battlefield. Fools! Ahriman sneered at the mortals that were charging towards their doom, as he pressed his right hand over the bloody hole on his chest, which was given to him by James a moment ago. The former god of chaos and destruction had retreated a safe distance, as James fought against Yaldabaoth and Kakia, preventing them from slaughtering the armies of Hestia that had regained their courage. Earlier, when the Alliance, the Einherjars, as well as the Underworld fighters were fighting side by side, they were barely able to resist the onslaught of the army of destruction. Now that their numbers had decreased to less than half of their original numbers, there was simply no chance for them to win the war anymore. And yet, no matter how tired and battered they were, all of them charged like madmen towards the army of destruction, bringing as many of the giants and their allies with them to the afterlife. During this time, the tolling sound of a bell reverberated throughout the battlefield. This time, the sound traveled far and wide, similar to the announcement that happened when the Tower of Babylon announced William's conquest of the 51st floor. The tolling of the bell sounded 13 times before coming to a complete stop. It was also at that moment when the army of destruction felt a strong pressure descending upon them. Ahriman looked in disbelief at the small sun that suddenly appeared where the half-elf was floating not long ago. Searcher, who was currently stepping on Chiffon's head with his foot, shifted his gaze at the miniature sun in the distance with a frown on his face. A moment later, his entire body was blown away by an invisible force, freeing the giantess from under his foot. The fire giant crashed against a mountain, which collapsed under his weight. As the god of destruction propped himself up, his eyes landed on the red-headed half-elf, who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. William's clothes were stained with blood, but all of his injuries had been healed. Behind him, 2 wings could be seen. One of the wings was blazing like a fire, while the other had lightning crawling all over it. After he felt a strong surge of power bursting within his spiritual world, the half-elf fell into a daze as his entire body was enclosed in radiant flames. Truth be told, William's entire body was burned up by the flames, giving him a second rebirth, just like a phoenix after its death. When the half-elf regained his consciousness, he felt completely different. It was as if he was seeing the world with eyes that could see the truth of everything. His vision was so perfect that even the details of the small specks of dust in the battlefield didn't escape his eyes. When he saw Searcher's foot pressing on Chiffon's head, he felt an incredible rage surge up from his chest, which prompted him to unleash an attack that blasted the giant away and freed his giantess wife. This sudden change in strength surprised William, so he immediately opened his status page to better understand what happened to him after he was bathed by radiant flames. Name: William von Ainsworth. Race: Forgotten God. Temporary. Health points: slash mana slash job class Godslayer. Subclass Shepherd of the Lost Flock. Second subclass Familiomancer. Strength agility vitality intelligence dexterity unique skill 10,000 heroes. It was at that moment when William felt a sudden jolt run through his body. It was as if he reached enlightenment, understanding the true reason why he was born in the world. Somewhere in the battlefield, a young lady with light blue hair smiled as her hair fluttered in the breeze. "You finally awakened, Will." Ella smiled as she looked at the half-elf that she had raised since he was a baby. Although she was happy that William finally awakened his power, she also felt sad because there was no longer anything that she could do for him. "Go, Will," Ella said softly. "Let them know the strength of the child I raised with all of my heart." William summoned the wooden staff that David had given him before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, and raised it towards the sky. He now knew what he should do, and that was to call upon those who would help him overturn this hopeless situation around. 10,000 heroes, William shouted. Immediately, thousands of beams of light descended from the sky. They fell upon the battlefield, making the army of destruction, as well as the Alliance, pause for a brief moment to better understand what was happening around them. Finally, "I am here," Lily, the lowly goddess, laughed as she summoned a candy cane in her hand. "Time for you uglies to disappear." Lovely merry-go-round. Several white horses, teddy bears, and toy soldiers spun around Lily, hitting the giants, trolls, orcs, as well as the Fomorians who had gathered around her. Cries of pain and shock emerged from their lips as their bones broke, each time one of Lily's summons smashed against their bodies. "Do you think I'll let you bastards bully my little bro?" Issei, the harem god, summoned a red gauntlet and immediately smashed the face of the giant closest to him. "I've rested enough, I'm not going to slack now." David, the god of shepherds, smiled as he summoned Eve to his side. "I know you've been watching the battle since it started, and there have been times when you wanted to join. Now, I'm giving you the opportunity to fight alongside your family members. Do you want to do it?" "Yes," Eve resolutely nodded her head. "Understood." David smiled before opening both of his hands to give his blessings to the white goose, as well as the ducks that had accompanied Eve on her journey. "Go. Make sure they come to know the power of the flock." The white goose and the ducks all flapped their wings and rose into the air. A moment later, all of them glowed brightly and merged together. Eve's mouth hung open as a 12-headed hydra goose that stood over 100 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. The giants momentarily froze in shock when they saw the abomination that had appeared out of nowhere. However, before they could even react, the hydra goose released a loud honk, paralyzing their bodies. Seeing that their enemies were now immobilized, the hydra goose went on the offensive and started to peck the giants' heads, making them explode like watermelons. The six-eared macaque who had been guarding Eve also jumped into action. Since David was protecting the little girl, he no longer needed to stay by her side. Just like Eve, he had also wanted to fight. So now that an opportunity had arrived, he summoned his pipe and smashed the back of Owo's head, making the latter cry out in pain. "I didn't expect there to be an opportunity that we would be fighting side by side." "Six?" Sun Wukong said to the six-eared macaque whom Eve had started to call Six. "There's a first time for everything," the six-eared macaque said as the pipe in his hand grew in size. "Let's go nuts." Sun Wukong smirked as he and the six-eared macaque jumped into the sky, increasing the size of their weapons before smashing them down towards the destroyer god, who was momentarily dazed by the six-eared macaque's sneak attack from behind. "Reject humanity." Sun Wukong shouted. Return to monkey! The six-eared macaque bellowed as he and the Monkey King both smashed their gigantic weapons against the one-eyed god, whose main purpose was to destroy every living thing around him. Thousands of gods answered William's summons, but they didn't descend into Hestia using their divine bodies. The moment they descended to the half-elf's world, their ranks were degraded to the demigod rank, which were much weaker than pseudo-gods. Even so, this didn't matter to the gods because no matter what rank they were more than enough to deal with the army of destruction, ignoring Searcher, Owo, Nurgle, Erlich, Yaldabaoth, and Kakia. They were not their responsibilities, so they did only what they could do, and that was to massacre the army of destruction and help William turn the tide of the battle. However, it was not only the gods the half-elf had summoned. No. William had summoned other heroes. He called for those who had been watching him from the very start of his journey. Those that supported him through dark and difficult times. They were the people who had laughed with him, cried with him, and raged with him as he grew up from a baby into an adult. They were the real heroes that allowed William to reach the end of his journey. Now, when his world was about to meet its end, he called upon them, asking them to give him their help one last time. And all of them answered his call. I am Speed Demon 266, the Monster Girl Harem King, and I have come here to help and look for monster girls. I am Red Panda, this novel's editor, the mistaken orator. I am Yuko, the song knight you better remember. I, just Sporksvin, lewd for fun, have come for fun. I am Eldit, the arcane archer. The name is Shadow, the killer of death. Black Flamer, the eternal flames watcher is here. Lord Kismet the bane from beyond the grave. I am Soviet the red. Simon, the moonlight necromancer. Stark Ventra, the lightning bandit. Matt the golden sin is finally here. The name is Brycebjm, just Bryce for short. I am Rhiannes, your little ancestor. I am Dark Elven 6, and I came here for pats and hugs. King Camper 125 has come to light the fire. I am Social Hippo. I'm single and ready to mingle. I am Crocs Correction. I am not dead. Ixen is the name. Gigachad is my game. I am Entril_G and I am the Pirate King. The name is Alexi, and Entrail is cheating on me. King Rig, Darthstorm, Mayan, Taoist Golden Sin, one variation. Sach11_R3Ader, Sonic Suffer, Charred Wolf, DJ_Johnson, Carjex, Drockers41, Darkblade 875, Knight_Walker 001, M_Lubda, Knight 9R, Zechariah, Taoist Aektvar, Alex_Couture, Trevor_Capine, Jonathan_Craig, Osh96, Laughing Dog, White Flash, Jack_Baron, Brandon_Meyerhoff, Chance_Bramlett, Paolo_Gully, Jetty_S, Nicholas_Calello, Thawk7678, Kevin_Q, Kamacarp16, Tyler_Baker, Ferthaunawist, Tyrell_Incel, Taoist 265567, Guy Sloth, Lion Fong, Adam_Higgin, Mike_Klimwix, Blackout 15, Ludiator, Elray Du KIE, Mad Mike 667, Reed_Beckham, Deldwath, Tim_Liberatory, Gabriel_Croker, Christopher_Pape, Chandler_Dincy, Crazy_96, Rubel, Luis_Pinoygi 17, Asmodeus KOD, Soulkeeper 1987, Pork Hatchet 2234, Davy 491, Tsukuyumi 84, Asof Wolf, Dylan_Callan_9209, Michael_Moan, June M, Tony_Palarchio, Cardunkos, Ashizamaki, Efren_Sanchez, Specific Wolf, Charming Dictator, Jack 2, Joshua_Brown, Awfulvile Dynast, Kiritsuke, Douglas_Barton, S97_Reaver, Amasimak, Alpha_AI, Christopher_Self, Joe_192, Knight 9R, Joshid, Imdala, Arkweed, Joseph_Harriet, Swedish Storm, Colby_Wells, Darth Crow 13, Dylan_Deathridge, Iki, Joseph Parker, Morgan Golden 66, Corey_Evans, Zyzarar, Eric_Enshaw, Jacob_Margison, Matt551, Peter Martinez, Late Night Reader, Devin_Greer, Ryan_Ruff, Gigantononsense, Jav1997, Benjamin_Green, Not Happening, Jeffrey_White, Stark_Ventura, Vengeance 2, Gil Galad, Mike_Devil Villano, Falling_Cliffs, Mutsarini 21, Terry_Ross, 22 Taoist, Idle Trust, Mario_Grigorich, Drake_Stark 1 Lur, In_Wooden, Games, Asing69, Nilish_Divacare, Malex_999, Dylan_Callan, Banana_King, Matt_Hardesty, Wuxia Freak, Rookie_Draconian, Red Ghost_Fireflame, Lord_Cobra, Dragon Son, Drew_Simpson. Together they numbered in the tens of thousands, making it impossible for him to name them all. But they were the heroes who had become the pillars that allowed William to grow as an individual. As soon as these heroes joined the battle, the army of destruction suddenly felt great pressure because those who answered William's summons were all demigods. Using their unique skills and abilities, they started to slaughter the giants and fought alongside the men, women, gods, and goddesses who wished to see a happy ending. You were finally able to unlock the true power that sleeps within your soul, Will, Gavin said as he gathered the power of the elements in the palm of his hands. World-End Tempest. The god of all trades instantly annihilated a demigod-ranked Fomorian who was about to step on the king of dwarves, Eldon, as the latter led his army to battle, enduring the pain from his broken left arm. Thank you, Eldon stated as he glanced in Gavin's direction. The king of dwarves didn't know that the one who saved him was William's patron god. All he knew was that they were heroes that William had summoned from somewhere, and they had come to help them. You're welcome, Gavin replied. In a way, we're part of the same family, so helping you is helping me as well. Excuse me? You'll understand in time. Gavin smiled before turning to kill some more giants in order to thin out the numbers of the army of destruction. Dim dim. A basketball-sized dumpling was throwing dumplings at the giants, as it fought beside the lowly goddess, Lily. Dim dim. Don't wander too far from me. Okay? Lily said as she summoned a 10-meter-tall pink teddy bear to fight for her. Dim! The dumpling god nodded obediently. The dumpling god was one of the new generation gods that had been born recently, and it was still considered a baby in their eyes. Lily was the one who always accompanied Dim Dim, so the latter was very close to her. Unfortunately, the dumpling god wasn't really a fighter, and the most it could do was to throw dumplings at their enemies, which dealt no damage at all. In fact, Dim Dim's rank was only of the centennial rank, making it the weakest of the gods that had descended to Hestia. Even so, it still accompanied Lily because they were close to each other. Also fighting beside Lily was the god of love, Cupid, who was busy shooting his arrows at the giants, making them fall into a charmed state. These charmed giants followed Cupid's command and attacked the other giants without mercy. Just like Cupid, there was a goddess who had the same ability, and it was none other than Eros, the goddess of lust. The goddess giggled as she charmed one giant after another, making them obey her command. Unfortunately, she was only a demigod at the moment, so she could only control up to 100 giants at most. Luff, the sun god, brandished his spear left and right, killing every giant he saw. Although he didn't like William, he hated the gods of destruction more because they were responsible for killing some of his friends hundreds of years ago. However, since there was an unwritten rule that they couldn't directly fight against the gods of destruction, that didn't mean that they couldn't fight their minions. This was why Luff tore through the giants' formation with a vengeance. Even though his rank was that of a demigod, a pseudo-god-ranked giant would not be able to beat him easily because he was one of the gods that specialized in war. James, who saw this scene, couldn't help but chuckle because he knew some of the gods that had come to aid him, including the goddess, Freya, that had descended into Belle's body, using it as a vessel, allowing the black-haired beauty to fight with the power of her divinity. This ability was called God's Descent. It only worked for a brief period of time, allowing a mortal to gain tremendous strength that almost matched the power of a true god. Currently, Belle was fighting against Yaldabaoth with the help of Wendy and Estelle. The silver-haired lady had also used God's Descent, allowing the goddess Astrid to lend her the strength to fight the fake creator god, whose strength couldn't be underestimated. Although there was a rule that they couldn't fight against the gods of destruction directly, they used indirect means to bypass this rule. Do you really think that any of you can turn the tide of battle by siding with the mortals? Yaldabaoth asked in a teasing tone as he lashed his tail against the three ladies, who were working hand in hand to fight him. Have all you grown bored staying at the Temple of the Gods? Belle and Estelle didn't reply as they continued to attack the true mastermind behind the army of destruction. Seeing that no gods intended to answer his question, the god of destruction laughed as his demonic eyes scanned the battlefield. Fools! Do you really think I haven't prepared for this possibility? Yaldabaoth sneered. From the very start, I knew that there was a possibility that several gods were going to oppose us. Because of this, I have prepared a very special surprise for all of you. Accept it gratefully. The god of destruction roared, and countless red portals appeared in the sky. A moment later, several individuals emerged from the portals. Ha! So this is our time to shine? A handsome teenager laughed as he summoned a great sword in his hand. Everyone, attack! The new arrivals all had excited looks on their faces as they joined the battle. The moment the gods clashed against these individuals, they were immediately pushed back, making them fight defensively. Shit, that Yaldabaoth is serious. One of the gods that had joined the battle to fight against the army of destruction hissed. He planned this well. The bastard really knew our weakness, another god commented. In just a matter of minutes, the advantage that the gods had instantly disappeared, and this time they were the ones that were taking a beating. Coo! Lily glared hatefully at the handsome young man in front of her that had kicked her away. Dim dim! The dumpling god started to throw dumplings at the one that hurt Lily, but the latter simply brushed its attack away before vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, the handsome young man reappeared behind the dumpling god and slashed Dim Dim in half. A metallic sound spread in the surroundings as the young man's sword was blocked by a red gauntlet, preventing it from killing the god of dumplings. Come here, Dim Dim! Lily shouted, and the god of dumplings hurried to her side. Issei appeared just in time to save his friends from getting killed by the young man in front of him. Of course, killed wasn't the right term because they wouldn't really die. They would simply turn into particles of light and return to the temple of the 10,000 gods. Right now, all of the gods were only using temporary vessels, so dying in Hestia wasn't a permanent death for them. Aren't you guys supposed to be gods? The young man sneered. How come all of you are weak? Unleashing his true strength, the young man was able to overpower Issei and delivered a kick to his chest, sending the harem god skidding across the ground. All around the battlefield, similar things were happening. The gods who earlier had the upper hand were already being beaten up one-sidedly. Some of them had even died in the hands of the teenagers. Unlike the gods that appeared, who were all at the demigod rank, some of the people that Yaldabaoth summoned were truly powerful, reaching the peak of the pseudo-god rank. Stupid. The only reason why you are able to push us back is because we aren't fighting you idiots seriously. Lily shouted as she held the dumpling god in her arms, preventing the latter from attacking the young man in front of them. Not fighting seriously? The young man looked at the lowly goddess in contempt. Then why don't you fight us seriously? Don't tell us that you gods can't even kill us puny mortals. A goddess descended behind Lily and offered the lowly goddess one of the apples that were growing on the hat on her head. You sure know how to talk, Lulu, the apple goddess said as she offered a golden apple to Issei, whose body had several cuts and bruises after trying to defend against the attack of one of the people that Yaldabaoth summoned. Transmigrators like you guys, who cheated your way through the cycle of reincarnation, are not people that we can fight head-on because of the simple reason that we are not allowed to attack mortals directly. Only evil gods can do that. If we attack and manage to kill any of you, we will receive a backlash that will make us lose part of our divinity. Cupid glared at the young man. It's not worth it. Killing you small fries makes us weak for hundreds, even thousands of years. By the time we regained our divinity, many fun things in the world have passed. The young man chuckled because he knew this very well. He was one of the transmigrators that the gods of destruction had raised, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of strength in their home worlds. They were also the so-called traitors that conspired with the gods of destruction in order to bring destruction to the worlds they were born in. Naturally, they were greatly rewarded for their contribution, allowing them to visit other worlds with their powers intact and enjoy a comfortable lifestyle surrounded by riches and beautiful men and women who remained at their beck and call. "Are you done talking, old hag?" the young man asked before he spat on the ground. "If you're done, let's resume the battle. It has been a while since I killed gods. I will be sure to add your names to my collection of the gods I killed." Lulu was about to say something, but the words she was about to say were caught in her throat when she heard the sound of a loud horn. Immediately after that, a devilish smile appeared on Issei's, Lily's, Cupid's, and Lulu's faces. Only Dim Dim wasn't aware of what was happening, making the latter tilt its head in confusion. "Did you hear that?" Lily sneered. "It's time for you guys to meet your match." "Meet my match?" the young man sneered back. "I'd like to see how anyone in this world can be my match." Cupid laughed and held his belly because he found this situation too funny. Just like transmigrators were the bane of gods, the one that they were referring to was the bane of all transmigrators in the multiverse. Suddenly, a giant golden portal appeared above the heavens. Another loud horn reverberated in the battlefield, telling all the gods that their reinforcements had arrived. "Sorry guys, I'm late." A 10-meter truck passed through the golden portal, which made the fake creator god Yaldabaoth flinch. He knew that the possibility of gods opposing him was high, so he created an army of transmigrators to deal with them when the time came. However, he didn't expect that the gods had also thought of this possibility and prepared a trump card for his trump card. The young man who saw the truck snorted before flying towards the sky with his sword raised high. "No one can beat me!" the young man roared as he unleashed an attack that could instantly obliterate an entire mountain range. A loud explosion followed as his attack hit the incoming truck, creating a dense cloud of smoke in the sky, blocking his view. The corner of the young man's lips rose because that was his most powerful attack, and nothing could survive it. Not even the gods that had descended from the heavens. However, just as he was feeling smug about his recent achievements, he saw a pair of lights emerging from the dust cloud. The smile on his face vanished when the 10-meter truck that he had attacked just moments ago sped up in his direction. "Brat, I've been sending people to Ice-Sky worlds before you were even born," Truckkuin roared. "You and your buddies managed to escape us in the past, but this is our redemption arc. I'm going to send you back to the cycle of reincarnation where you belong." "Fuck you!" the young man shouted as he charged towards the incoming truck with the intention of splitting it in half. The two clashed mid-air, and the result was that the young man turned into particles of light. The transmigrators who saw this scene shuddered because this was not what the god of destruction promised them. They thought that they would be invincible in any world that they appeared in, which made them all conceited. However, after seeing one of their most powerful fighters get instantly killed, as if he was nothing, an instinctive fear rose in their hearts, making them retreat from the battlefield. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. "Boys, don't let any of them escape," Truckkuin ordered. "Let's roll out." Countless golden portals appeared all over the battlefield. Trucks, buses, cars, ambulances, fire trucks, motorcycles, and even bump cars emerged from these portals, and all of them locked onto the transmigrators, who had all started screaming like little kids running for their lives. "You're not going to escape this time, bud?" A fire truck laughed as it went after a man dressed in cultivator clothes. "You managed to escape me back in the 1990s. Now I'm going to collect my interest." The fire truck collided with the cultivator and sent the latter to the cycle of reincarnation. "No, please don't kill me!" Another cultivator screamed as he tried to outrun the ambulance who was chasing him like mad. "Ho ho ho, what do we have here?" The ambulance increased its speed as it closed the gap between it and the cultivator it targeted. "You managed to reach the immortal emperor grade, but in my eyes, you're nothing." Just like that, the immortal emperor died just like an ant being crushed by the wheels of a truck. "Stop! I have attained the rank of martial god." a handsome cultivator shouted as he faced a bump car that could be found in amusement parks. I refuse to die in this humiliating manner. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Martial God, the bump car replied. But no matter what your rank is, you are doomed to be cannon fodder. So bye-bye. The transmigrators who were dominating the battlefield earlier all ran for their lives as the countless harbingers of death that specialized in sending people to ice-sky worlds chased them with a vengeance. It didn't matter if their ranks had reached the Divine King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, and Divine Master Realm. Transmigrators who didn't get Truck Kuin's and his comrades' seal of approval were considered as illegal immigrants in the multiverse and needed to be purged. Unfortunately, some of the worlds they transmigrated to didn't have proper roads, so Truck Kuin couldn't go to those worlds to purge them. As the screaming transmigrators tried to escape the trucks that were after their lives, the surviving gods once again banded together to fight against the army of destruction. After seeing that the tide of battle had once again tilted in their favor, the half-elf shifted his gaze to the fire giant and summoned his wooden staff. Now that he finally had the power to fight Searcher on equal grounds, the half-elf no longer hesitated and unleashed the power that had been with him for thousands of years. All of you stand back for now, William said as he used life magic to heal the injuries of his wives, as well as Superbia and Invidia, who had fought bravely in order to protect him a while ago. Can you beat him, Will? Lilith asked in a worried tone. I don't know if I can beat him, William replied, but I will not be beaten. Although he suddenly had an explosive boost in strength, he was not conceited enough to say that he could beat the god of destruction in front of him. Understood, Lilith nodded. We will go help the others fight the army of destruction by regrouping with the virtues on their flagship. Good, William stated before standing between his wives and the fire giant, whose entire body was covered in hellish flames. Be careful, Will. All of you should take care as well. Leave this guy to me. The 8 deadly sins knew that if they stayed, the half-elf wouldn't be able to fight with all of his strength because he had to constantly worry about their safety. In order to not hold him down, they hastily retreated to join the alliance in fending off the army of destruction, whose aggressiveness had risen to the next level after Yaldabaoth empowered them with his divinity. Searcher didn't even spare a glance at the departure of the beautiful ladies whom he had been bullying. His whole attention was now focused on the half-elf, whose presence had changed completely. Elliot and Conan were by his side, ready to fight alongside William, for the revenge match that he had waited thousands of years for. Wait for us. We will also join you. 2 loud shouts came from the sky, as 2 more familiars joined them in battle. Chloe and Claire, in their familiar forms, descended from the sky. I called for them, Celeste said as her image appeared behind William. Since I am fighting with you, it is best to fight using my full power as well. William nodded his head in understanding. He was about to tell them his plan to fight against Searcher when Elliot whispered something in his ears, making the corner of the half-elf's lips twitch. Is that really needed? William asked. Elliot smirked. Of course. It is about the mood, and since we are at the endgame, we should spice things up a bit. William chuckled because, even in this situation, his angelic familiar still had the audacity to make a scene. Very well, let's go. William agreed to Elliot's proposal, so he simply stood straight while holding the wooden staff in his right hand. Elliot glanced at Conan, Chloe, and Claire, and the 3 of them nodded their heads in understanding. Said West, only my perfection. Elliot shouted as he made a fighting pose on William's left shoulder. Said East, defender is my profession. Conan declared as he struck a similar fighting pose to Elliot's. From the north, I am the fighter who destroys everyone's opposition, Chloe announced as she took a fighting position above the half-elf's head. From the south, I am here, so pay attention, Claire said with a flushed face as she pressed her hands together, floating beside her sister, Chloe. At the center, I am embraced with my wife's love and affection, William stated as he took a fighting stance as well. We are the legendary Baka warriors. Elliot then pointed at Searcher with an arrogant look on his face. "Are you one of us?" An explosion of different colors erupted behind them, completing the scene, putting the Power Rangers to shame. Searcher gave his opponents the "what the fuck are you people doing?" gaze, which made the flush on Claire's face even redder. Celeste covered her face with both hands in embarrassment before disappearing completely. She clearly didn't want to be seen as part of William's and the four familiars' antics during this very important fight. The virtuous lady didn't know that this was the formation that William, Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire had practiced for fun when they were still in Hestia Academy, when all of them were together. Elliot knew that an opportunity like this wouldn't come again, since their fairy tale was about to end. What William, Chloe, and Claire didn't know was that after this battle, he and Conan would disappear once again. So he wanted to make some lasting memories of the limited time they had together. "Okay, let's get him," Elliot shouted. Familiar fusion. The angelic familiar turned into particles of light and merged with the gem in William's chest. Familiar fusion. Conan, Chloe, and Claire also declared their intention to become William's strength, allowing the half-elf to use the full power of the Familiomancer job class. The three familiars also turned into particles of light and merged with William. A moment later, two more angelic wings emerged from William's back, and these two wings were coated with black and green flames, indicating that Chloe's and Claire's powers had fused with William. Since Celeste had fused with the half-elf, he also gained the ability to make Chloe's and Claire's powers as his own. For the first time since he descended to the world of Hestia, Searcher's expression became solemn as he looked at the half-elf whose body was releasing a silver aura. William knew that it was all or nothing, so he held the shield with everything he had, channeling the powers inside his body that were being provided to him by those who had fused with him. Even though the weapon William was holding in his hands was a wooden staff, the god of destruction could tell that it wasn't just a simple wooden staff that shepherds carried when they went to the fields to tend to their herd. The two combatants each took a step forward and disappeared from where they stood. The next second, an earth-shaking explosion, which caused the land to split apart and rubble to fly in every direction, blasted everyone within a 2-mile radius away from where William and Searcher clashed. This was a true clash between two powerful beings, which made the Einherjars, the armies of the Alliance, as well as the army of destruction, momentarily stop their battle as they tried to prevent themselves from falling over due to the powerful earthquake that shook the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire. James, who was carefully watching the battle from a distance, could tell that William had drastically become stronger than his former self. However, he knew that it still wasn't enough to change the outcome of the battle, because the half-elf was still unable to break past Searcher's defenses. If William could fill that gap between them, then the old bandit of Lant was sure that they would be able to overcome this hurdle. While the half-elf and the fire giant was busy fighting against each other, the other gods of destruction was also giving their best to get rid of the pests that were hovering around them like flies. William and Searcher exchanged blows non-stop, causing everything around them to be obliterated. Perhaps knowing that his size wouldn't be a great advantage in his battle against the half-elf, Searcher decreased his size until he was only 10 meters tall. Although he was still considered a giant with his size, it was far smaller than his original height, preventing William from taking advantage of his blind spots. "You've grown stronger," Searcher said after he and William distanced themselves from each other. "Not strong enough," William replied. After exchanging blows with Searcher, he clearly felt that the god of destruction was still stronger than him. If they were to make a comparison, William's rank was that of a millennial beast, while Searcher's rank was at the peak of the myriad rank. Although the myriad beast was stronger, William was able to effectively fight the fire giant due to the abilities he currently possessed. Also, his wooden staff was indestructible, so no matter how sharp and deadly Searcher's flaming sword was, he was able to withstand it just fine. "Are you sure you want to continue to fight here?" Searcher asked in a teasing tone as he made a gesture to show the half-elf their surroundings that had been destroyed completely. "Why don't we take it up there?" The fire giant pointed towards the sky, and the half-elf nodded. During their clash, thousands of giants and tens of thousands of members of the Alliance died. Even though they were quite a distance away from the main battlefield, the aftermath of their fight had reached the warring armies, and killed friends and foes alike. The two flew high up in the air until they were more than 7,000 meters above sea level. They also distanced themselves away from the main battlefield, preventing any of their attacks from affecting the two warring sides. The only thing that the people from the battlefield could see were the flashes of flame and lighting in the sky. They also heard thunderous explosions, which came as a result of the two combatants duking it out against each other, with the intention of ending their opponent's life. No words were shared between the two as they fought tooth and nail, trying to bait, feint, and parry each other with every opportunity they had. Searcher's sword had ended countless worlds, but the wooden staff in William's hands didn't snap in half even after their countless exchanges, which made Searcher confirm his suspicion that it was some type of indestructible weapon that the half-elf had prepared for him. No one knew the name of the sword that Searcher wielded in battle. All they knew was that the one who made the sword was Searcher himself, and he forged it in the deepest and hottest place in Muspelheim for the sake of destroying the land of Asgard, the place that the mighty Asgardians called their home. Since no one knew the name of the sword, they simply named it Ruin. Searcher didn't bother to correct them, so the name stayed. The Sword of Ruin, that had caused the downfall of countless worlds, was said to shine brighter than the sun the moment its full power was unleashed. Searcher only drew the sword whenever he was facing stout opposition, and, the moment his opponents saw his blade, they didn't live long enough to tell its tale. Seeing that their fight was becoming a stalemate, the god of destruction decided to try something different. Instead of attacking William, he raised his sword high up in the air and conjured mighty flames that soared hundreds of meters into the air. "Destroy all that is living," Searcher shouted. "Eradicate Interitus." Searcher unleashed a fiery blast that was aimed not at the half-elf, but at the very land itself, which forced William to block it with everything he had. It was at this moment when the shield that Chiffon had taken from the Tower of Babylon, Svalin, appeared in front of the half-elf, blocking Searcher's attack. The half-elf instinctively equipped the shield on his right arm and braced himself for the incoming attack that contained half of Searcher's full power. Svalin was said to be a shield that could withstand the heat of the sun and keep it at bay. Originally, it had a bluish color, but after Chiffon became its new master, the shield had changed its color to light pink. The golden snowflake embedded in the center of the shield glowed brightly as it endured Searcher's attack. The half-elf was slowly being pushed back due to the power behind the flames, which could potentially start the destruction of his home world, if it ever reached the planet's core. With a loud shout, Searcher increased the power behind his attack, pushing the half-elf all the way to the ground. William knew that it was all or nothing, so he held the shield with everything he had, channeling the powers inside his body that were being provided to him by those who had fused with him. Elliot's firepower, Conan's defense, Chloe's superhuman strength, Claire's magical prowess, and Celeste's ability to double his strength. Merging all of these powers with his own, the half-elf roared in defiance as the land under his feet shattered, creating a crater that was getting wider with each passing second. Finally, Searcher's deadly attack ended, making the shield in William's hands emit smoke. Its surface had partially melted, and the golden snowflake embedded in its center had lost a lot of its luster. Clearly, it would not be able to withstand the same level or stronger attack that it blocked a moment ago, making the half-elf's face turn grim. "You bastard!" William shouted. Searcher laughed before giving the half-elf a sneer. "My objective in coming to this world is to destroy it," Searcher stated. "Your role is to stop me. We're just doing both of our roles. Didn't you hear me earlier? I said, playtime's over." The fire giant laughed as his sword gathered hellish flames once again. William roared as he turned into a lightning bolt and clashed with the god of destruction, preventing the fire giant from unleashing the same attack again. The two clashed repeatedly and, this time, the half-elf didn't hold back as he pressed on the offensive. With each passing second, the flames in Searcher's sword grew stronger, and the smile on the fire giant's lips grew wider. "Destroy all that is living," Searcher said in a teasing tone before unleashing a strength that blew the half-elf dozens of meters away. "Eradicate Interitus." The fire giant unleashed his attack not towards William, nor towards the land, but towards the army of destruction, the Einherjars, as well as the members of the Alliance. The half-elf couldn't believe that Searcher would not hesitate to even attack his own allies in order to force him to block it. With a growl that came from every fiber of his being, the half-elf traveled at the speed of light for a brief moment, and appeared between Searcher's devastating attack and the armies that were still fighting against each other. William held Svalin in his hands as he tried to block the attack that could instantly vaporize all the lives behind him, including the lives of the people he loved. Searcher didn't understand what just happened. Half a minute ago, he was preparing to unleash another devastating attack to finish off the half-elf, so that he could destroy Hestia once and for all. However, as he was about to gather the flames of destruction in his sword, something hard hit his chin, which sent him flying upwards, almost making him drop his sword in the process. But, before he could fully understand what was happening, he felt a stinging pain on his right cheek, as William's foot found its mark, sending the fire giant spiraling towards one of the red portals that led to the void. Searcher roared as he forcefully righted himself before his body entered the portal. He then brandished his sword downwards, in order to attack the half-elf who was preparing to strike him from below. A metallic ring reverberated in the sky as Searcher's sword and William's wooden staff clashed against each other, sending a powerful shockwave that spread far and wide. After that clash, a piece of wood peeled off of the wooden staff in the half-elf's hands, making Searcher sneer. "Finally, your weapon has reached its limit and is going to break," Searcher thought as he unleashed a barrage of full-powered slashes towards the half-elf, who shifted to a defensive position. Each time Searcher's sword made contact with the wooden staff, bright sparks emerged, and pieces of the wood were chipped off its surface. It was at that moment when the entire world heard a voice that was filled with divinity and confidence, accompanied by the tolling of a bell. "I am a marvel to see and know, for no one has ever been able to see and grip me, and never will, no matter how large his hand, except one man alone. And this man will surpass in skill all those who have come before him, and all who will follow afterward." William parried, blocked, and deflected Searcher's merciless attack as more pieces of wood scattered in the air. As the two fought, the voice filled with divinity and power continued to speak, as if it wasn't bothered by the two combatants, whose deadly exchanges were splitting the very sky apart. "The man who will carry me must be more valiant and confident than any other if he is to carry me as purely as he should. I cannot be taken to any vile or sinful place. He who would put me in such a place will be the first to regret it, but if he takes proper care of me, he can go everywhere safely." The two exchanged several more blows before Searcher backed away and raised his sword high before slashing it downwards. "Die Einherjar!" Searcher roared as he unleashed the flames of destruction that he had gathered towards the fighting armies on the ground, for he knew that William would not allow his attack to kill any of his comrades. Just as he expected, William did reappear in front of the flames he let loose to the world. But this time, the half-elf faced his attack fearlessly. "The man who has me at his side cannot be vanquished as long as he is girded with the belt from which I hang. Let no one be so bold as to remove this belt. No man is authorized to do so now or in the future. It can be removed only by the hands of a woman, daughter of a king and queen." Behind his back, the images of the 8 deadly sins, heavenly virtues, his wives and lovers appeared. Estelle and Princess Sydney rested their hands over William's right hand, as the half-elf held the wooden staff, and made an unsheathing motion as if he was removing a sword from its scabbard. When the sword appeared, Estelle and Princess Sydney let go of the sword's handle, and that role was taken over by Celeste, whose hands overlapped with William's, allowing the half-elf to wield the sword in his hands. William used the sword in his hands to block Searcher's attack, moving backwards ever so slowly as he held the fire giant's blow at bay. The voice filled with divinity continued to speak, but this time, his tone was no longer solemn, and was replaced by a teasing tone, which made Celeste's image flinch for a brief moment. She will replace it with another belt made from the thing on her person that she values the most. And it is important that the young woman be a virgin for life, both in desire and in deed. If she loses her virginity, let her be assured that she will die the most vile death that a woman can suffer. The young woman will call the sword by its rightful name and me by mine, something no one will be able to do until that time. But I will make an exception this time, so we can skip the dying part. If not for the seriousness of the current situation, William might have slapped the sword in his hand silly for saying such ominous things. However, since he was busy fending off the fire giant's attack, he just let it slide for the time being. The sword glowed faintly, and Searcher's attack was nullified, making the god of destruction look at the half-elf in disbelief. He who will praise me the most will blame me more in my time of need than he might imagine. And I will be the most cruel to him, to whom I should be most helpful. This will only happen once, for that is as it should be. Finally, the sword in William's hand took its true form, shining in a silver radiance, bathing the half-elf with the power it possessed. William slashed his sword towards the fire giant, creating a crescent blade that flew towards Searcher, who blocked it with his sword. However, William's attack was so strong that he was pushed upwards and passed through the red portal that led to the void. The half-elf also flew towards the red portal and followed his enemy into the void, for it is the only place where he could unleash the full power of his sword, without fearing his homeworld getting destroyed. What you're doing is a sin, Searcher stated as he faced the half-elf in the vastness of space. Death and rebirth are two sides of the same coin. What you're doing is breaking the natural cycle of the universe. The world behind you has reached its end, and therefore must be destroyed to give birth to new worlds. William hovered in the sky, with the world of Hestia behind him serving as a backdrop. It was a beautiful blue world, and if someone were to look at it from space, they wouldn't think that it was a world that was about to meet its end. What I'm doing is a sin. I'm fine with that, William replied with a devilish smile on his face. Just like you said earlier, both of us are playing a role. My role is to kill you and the gods of destruction. Your role, on the other hand, is to try and stop me. Very simple, right? Searcher growled after hearing the half-elf's snarky reply to his statement. Earlier, he had the upper hand in battle, but now William's power matched his own. No, they were no longer evenly matched. The half-elf had already surpassed him. Yes, my husband is a very sinful man. Princess Sydney's image appeared behind William and caressed the side of his face lovingly before glancing at the fire giant in the distance. Do you know why? Because he carries the sins of the world on his shoulders. William then held the handle of the majestic sword with both hands as he took a fighting stance to finally settle the scores with the god of destruction, who had killed him, his wives, and destroyed Asgard thousands of years ago. Now, Searcher, time for you to feel the sin of pride, Superbia said as she rested her hand on the blade of the sword, imbuing the power of her divinity in it. Feel the power of greed as well, Lilith stated as she, too, placed her hand on the blade. The other sinful ladies also rested their hand on the blade, channeling the power of their divinity inside it. Lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth. Shannon, who was the last of the 8 deadly sins, also rested her hand on the blade and shouted her sin for everyone to hear. Despond. Half of the blade blazed in dark flames, representing the 8 deadly sins of the world. Now it's our turn, Shauna shouted as she rested her hand on the sword in William's hand. By the power of prudence, justice, Ephemera declared, as she followed her sister's action. Temperance, Lyra announced. Fortitude, faith, charity, chastity. The one who placed her hand last on the blade was none other than Kathy, who gave her sisters a playful wink before saying her virtue. Hope. The other half of William's sword now burned in white flames, representing the power of the heavenly virtues. Suddenly, the black and white flames merged together, making the sword in William's hand shine brighter than the sun. Searcher knew that the moment of truth had come, so he also gathered all of his divinity and channeled it to his sword, which went by the name Interitus. The two exchanged a glance for a few seconds before taking that step to clash against each other and end their 1,000-year history once and for all. From within the void, A world-shaking explosion erupted, as the two combatants fought tooth and nail. "We will not be stopped," Searcher roared as he and the half-elf locked blades with each other. "We cannot be stopped." It was at that moment when Elliot's playful voice reached William's and Searcher's ears. "Oh, but you will." A small angelic familiar appeared on William's left shoulder and gave the god of destruction the middle finger. A second later, 3 more familiars appeared, with Conan standing on William's right shoulder, and Chloe and Claire hovering above the half-elf's head. "Kakik, Will, let's finish this once and for all," Conan said. "I'm getting a bit hungry. Let's murder this giant, Will." Chloe raised her little fist high up in the air, as if pumping herself to fight against Searcher by herself. "Yes, we must end his tyranny once and for all," Claire stated. William smiled as he moved at the same time as Searcher, in order to put an end to their 1,000-year battle. "Your world will be destroyed, alongside your hopes and dreams," Searcher declared as all the powers he had gathered earlier made his entire sword blaze with the flames of destruction. "None will remain, including all of you who dared to get in the way of the cycle of life." William also prepared to unleash the power he had gathered in his blade, carrying the burden of the entire world on his shoulders. "We will not be defeated," Elliot shouted as William flew towards Searcher, holding the sword whose radiance shone like the biggest star in the sky. "We fight for honor," Conan shouted. "For friendship," Claire stated. "And for love," Chloe announced. "Our names will go down in history," Elliot declared. "This will be our eternal glory." Searcher brandished his sword with the intention of destroying William, as well as the world of Hestia from the void. He put every ounce of his strength behind this attack because he knew that this was the only way he could put an end to the battle. Understanding that William would not dodge his strongest blow because the world of Hestia was behind him, the god of destruction put everything in the line, including his pride and name, for one final gambit. "Raise the world into oblivion," Searcher roared. "Vanquish all who stand before me with the flames of destruction. Ad finem interitus." William also didn't hold back as he raised his sword, calling out its true name. "Strike with all the power of the sins and virtues of the world," William declared as he charged towards Searcher, facing the giant head-on. "Cut through time and space. Sword of the strange hangings." The moment the hellish sword and the radiant sword collided, all sounds disappeared from the universe. In that one moment in time, everyone that was fighting in Hestia, including all the gods, looked up in the sky and saw a radiance that illuminated the entire world. Everything became peaceful, as if everyone had lost the ability to speak, and only used their eyes to look at the radiance that would decide the outcome of the war. When the light receded, they saw 2 things falling from the sky. Searcher's sword, Interitus, was cut in half. Half of the blade embedded itself in the land, while the other half fell not far from it, creating a crater. While this happened, the world was still void of sound. This silence was broken by a soft sigh that escaped James' lips, as dark red mists in the sky disappeared, and the world of Hestia slowly regained its colors. "Pass me the banner, Helen," James said softly. "This war is won." Helen, who was the Valkyrie that served directly under Odin's command, passed the All-Father's flag to James with tears streaming down her beautiful face. She had waited for those words for thousands of years. Now, seeing James raise the banner high up in the air, the feelings of sadness, happiness, and bitterness all rose to the surface, making the proud and courageous Valkyrie cover her lips as she wept tears, not of sadness, but tears of pride, knowing that their 1,000-year crusade had finally ended. "For Asgard and the 9 realms," James shouted as he raised his banner high up in the air, showing everyone his triumphant face, which was crumpled a bit due to the manly tears that fell from his eyes. "For Asgard," Owen shouted as he raised his staff into the air. "For Asgard! For Asgard! For Asgard! For Asgard! For Asgard! For Asgard!" Eldon, who saw this scene, can't help but smile, as he too tried to raise the warhammer in his hand. However, he had sprained his hand in the battle earlier, so he could not raise it anymore. We won't lose to them, old man, Swiper said as he held Eldon's right hand, which was carrying his warhammer, and raised it high up in the air. Eldon chuckled because he understood what Swiper was trying to say. The dwarf then took a deep breath before shouting loud and proud. "For the Alliance!" Eldon roared. "For the Alliance! For the Alliance! For the Alliance! For the Alliance! For the Alliance!" Kasaganaga looked at the old bandit before shifting his gaze to the old dwarf in the distance. He then jumped on top of Urkuta's head and used the microphone in his hand to make his declaration. "For the Horde!" The denizens of the underworld also raised their hands high up in the air as they too chanted their Lord Kazo's words of triumph. "For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde!" Gavin, Lily, Issei, and David looked at this scene with smiles on their faces. They then shifted their attention to Yaldabaoth, who was the true leader of the gods of destruction. The lion-headed serpent was still looking up in the sky, as if making sure that Searcher was truly gone for good. A minute later, a sigh escaped his lips before shifting his gaze towards the mortals who fought him, and his army, with everything they had. However, before he could give out an order, an 8-winged half-elf appeared in front of his face, holding the radiant sword in his hand. "Still here?" William asked in a challenging tone. Yaldabaoth narrowed his eyes as he looked at the half-elf, who had transformed from an ordinary mortal to a god within the span of time that they had descended into the world of Hestia to destroy it. "Searcher?" Yaldabaoth asked back. "Dead," William replied. Yaldabaoth closed his eyes because losing Searcher was a great blow to his army. "We will take our leave," Yaldabaoth stated before opening his eyes to look at the half-elf in front of him. "However, we will return. It may not be tomorrow or the next day, or perhaps not in the next million years. But rest assured we will return." William nodded. "That's fine. 1,000,000 years from now, and it will no longer be my problem." "And whose problem will it be then?" "The problem of the future generation, of course." Yaldabaoth chuckled after hearing the half-elf's reply. "How irresponsible. Aren't you worried that they will be defeated and this world will finally meet its doom?" "Like I said, that's their problem," William insisted. "By then, I'd probably be somewhere over there." William pointed at the sky, earning another chuckle from Yaldabaoth's lips. "I hope we never meet again, William," Yaldabaoth stated as its giant body floated in the air. "You're the type that doesn't die even if you are killed." The surviving giants also started to fly towards the sky as the god of destruction recalled each and every one of them. There was no longer any point in continuing to fight because, if they did, they would just gain more losses in a battle that was already over. The other gods of destruction, namely Erlik, Nurgle, Owo, and Kekia, also rose up towards the sky and entered the red portal that Yaldabaoth had created. Ahriman glared at William one last glare before flying towards the portal in the sky. However, when he was only halfway there, a golden lasso wrapped itself around his foot. "Just where do you think you're going?" William asked with a devilish smile on his face before pulling the former god of chaos and darkness out of the sky, making the latter crash towards the ground, creating a small crater. "Why you? The fight is already over," Ahriman shouted. "I know," William said. "My grudge with the army of destruction is over, but our grudge with you has not been settled yet." The half-elf sneered as he pierced Ahriman's chest with his clawed hands and pulled his soul out from his body. "Release me," Ahriman shouted as his soul struggled from William's grasp. "I am Ahriman, the primordial god of chaos and darkness. You cannot treat me in this manner." "Shut up." William's voice that was filled with killing intent made Ahriman's soul flinch and stopped all of his movements. "I wanted to torture your soul for over 1,000 years, but I made a promise with someone to hand you over to them." Who? Who are you planning to give me to?" Ahriman suddenly felt anxious because he knew how much William hated him. If the half-elf was going to give him away, it meant that there was someone whose hatred far surpassed the half-elf's, and that didn't sit well with him. It was at this moment when a black obsidian throne descended from the sky. Seated on it was an otherworldly beauty, whose face could only be seen by the gods, as well as the half-elf who was holding a struggling soul in his hand. "Nix!" Ahriman hissed. "It's you." "Shut up," Nix said in a cold and deadly voice, as she lightly patted the back of the baby she was holding in her arm. "If you wake up this child, I'll torture your soul for 1,000,000 years." Ahriman immediately shut up as he looked at the primordial goddess of darkness, whom he had contended against since time immemorial. William's son, as well as Celine's firstborn child, Seal, slept peacefully in the primordial goddess' embrace. Since everyone was going to war, they wanted to leave Seal in a safe place where no one would be able to harm him. Because of this, William decided to ask Celine's patron goddess, Lissa, to take Seal to the primordial goddess, so that the latter could keep him safe. If things ended up in the worst-case scenario, then at least his child would survive and be able to continue to live. The primordial goddess was more than happy to take care of William's baby and promised to keep him safe. Now that the battle was over, it was now time for her to return Seal to his parents. Seeing her child, Celine returned to the real world and appeared beside William. She then bowed respectfully to the primordial goddess in order to take her baby back, and the latter nodded her head. Although the goddess was reluctant to part with the adorable child, there was still some business that she needed to attend to that required her undivided attention. Nix grabbed the soul in William's hand and gave Ahriman a disdainful smirk. "Come, Ahriman," Nix said as she lightly squeezed the soul in her hands, making the god of chaos and darkness scream. "We have a lot of catching up to do." Without another word, the obsidian throne disappeared, leaving no traces of the otherworldly behind. Now that he had kept his promise to Nix, the half-elf raised his head to look at the red portal that the last members of the army of destruction were passing through. Yaldabaoth still hadn't entered the portal because he was making sure that the survivors of his army would not be attacked by the half-elf. As for Ahriman, he wasn't originally part of his army, so he didn't care much for him. When the last giant had entered the portal, Yaldabaoth gave the mortal armies of Hestia one last glance, as he took the scene into his memory. This was his first ever defeat since he had founded the army of destruction, and it left a bitter taste in his mouth. However, there was nothing he could do but to lick his wounds and allow his army to recover. At that moment, a beautiful goddess appeared in front of the god of destruction, and the latter acknowledged her with a light nod. "Goodbye, Hestia. Yaldabaoth. See you again in 1,000,000 years. Can you make it 1,000,000,000 years?" Hestia asked back with a smile on her face. Yaldabaoth snorted. "You wish." Without waiting for Hestia's reply, the god of destruction returned to the void, leaving the world of Hestia behind. William looked at this scene before breathing a sigh of relief. He could have also tried to kill Yaldabaoth, but he didn't want to do that. Just like the natural cycle of life and death, destruction and rebirth also went hand in hand. Without destruction, there would be no rebirth, and the multiverse would become stagnant. This was why he didn't go after the survivors of the army of destruction, and allowed them to leave, for they also had their roles to play in the world. Since the battle was now officially over, the 8 deadly sins, the 8 heavenly virtues, and William's other wives and lovers, all left his spiritual world and appeared before him. The last ones to appear were Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire. "Congratulations, Will," Elliot said with a smile. "You managed to win our revenge match against Surtur." "Kakik, that oversized baboon had it coming," Conan chuckled. "But that also means that our roles are finally over." Elliot's and Conan's body faintly glowed, as particles of light slowly rose from their bodies, which alarmed the half-elf. However, before William could even say anything, Elliot raised his hand to stop him. "Will, isn't this world beautiful?" Elliot asked as he made a gesture towards the setting sun in the distance. "It is," William replied before biting his lip as he looked at the angelic familiar that had a peaceful expression on his face. "It is a world worth fighting for," Conan comments as he crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the sunset together with Elliot. "I have seen many beautiful sunsets, but this sunset is the most beautiful of them all." Chloe looked at the two familiars and lowered her head. Claire, who understood what her twin was feeling, wrapped her arms around her to give her a hug, making Chloe bury her face in her shoulder, as her body shook, trying to hold back the tears that were dangerously close to falling. I don't have any regrets in this life. Maybe I do have one, Elliot said as he glanced at William, giving the latter a playful smirk. And that is to die a virgin. Does it ring a bell? Ha 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 ha. Conan laughed at the side, while holding his tummy. What are you laughing at? Elliot asked. You are also a virgin. Eh? Now that I think about it, you are right. Conan stopped laughing as he scratched his head. However, his smile never left his face. That was one of the things that William liked about Conan. You could see his true feelings on his face. Unlike Elliot, who hid everything, including his sadness and pain behind an angelic smile. Will, please, take care of everyone, Elliot said as the glowing particles that were flying towards the sky continued to rise, making his body become more transparent. Wherever we may be, we will always be supporting you with everything we have. That's right, Will, Conan commented as he looked at the half-elf's face that was covered in tears. We will always be watching over you, and always remember this. You are the beginning of a letter, Elliot said softly. The contents of a poem, Conan smirked as he gave a peace sign to William. Elliot then pressed his palms together as if in prayer. And the ending of a fairy tale, Conan chuckled. And what a good ending it is. The best ending ever. Elliot and Conan held hands with each other as the final embers of their life burned brightly. See you later, Will. Elliot waved his hand as the angelic smile on his face crumpled a bit, not masking the single tear that slid down the side of his face. Conan chuckled as he gave the angelic familiar a hug before winking at Will. Don't worry about Elliot. He's just weak when it comes to saying goodbyes, Conan said. Goodbye, Will. May you live happily ever after. After saying these parting words, the two familiars who supported William till the bitter end took their place amongst the stars, watching over him until he no longer had tears to shed. The end. 3 years had passed since the great battle between the army of destruction and the defenders of Hestia. On a bench inside the beautiful gardens of the Ainsworth Royal Palace, 3 pink-haired girls sat by side, as they spent the afternoon talking about random things. She kicked, Maple said with an excited look on her face as she pressed her left ear against the bulge of Chiffon's abdomen. There's another one. Cinnamon heard it too, Cinnamon commented while her right ear was pressed over Chiffon's tummy. The pink-haired mommy smiled sweetly, as she lightly caressed the head of the 2 little girls who had suddenly come to visit her, while she was admiring the flowers that were in full bloom inside the royal garden. When will they be born? Maple asked as she raised. Will they be born soon? Cinnamon also raised her head to ask a question. Chiffon smiled as she lightly pinched the 2 adorable girls' cheeks, making the 2 giggle at her. Perhaps after 3 to 4 months, Chiffon replied. The gestation period for dwarves usually lasted up to 12 months, but since William was a half-elf and Chiffon was a half-dwarf, they believed that Chiffon would give birth between 9 to 12 months. Right now, Chiffon was 6 months pregnant, and she was carrying twins, just as everyone expected. 3 to 4 months? Maple said softly as she gently caressed the bulge on Chiffon's tummy. Yes, Chiffon commented. I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see them too. Cinnamon also wants to see them. Chiffon giggled as she looked at the 2 pink-haired girls, who made her heart melt with so much love that sometimes she wondered if she was dreaming. I have an idea, Maple said. How about we become their godmothers when they are born? We will give them lots and lots to eat. Cinnamon thinks that this is a good idea. Cinnamon nodded her head. I want to become a godmother as well. Chiffon looked at the 2 adorable girls who were looking at her with sparkling eyes, making her unsure of how to reply to them. Fortunately, William chose that time to appear because he had decided to look for Chiffon, if she was still in the garden. The half-elf was not alone because he was walking with his firstborn son, Seal, who was already 2 years old. For some reason, Seal was born as a full-blooded elf with red hair. With that said, he was the only elf in the world of Hestia with red hair, and had become a popular topic among the elves in the Silver Moon continent. Seal was a very adorable boy with chubby cheeks. He also had a peculiar trait, and that was that his eyes changed colors from purple to green and back to purple, depending on his mood. When he was happy or in a good mood, his eyes would be purple. However, when his favorite toy was taken from him, or when he was crying, his eyes would become green. He could also say a few words and was very intelligent for his age. Because he was William's firstborn, the half-elf's other wives would often kidnap him, so that they could kiss, hug, and squeeze him to oblivion. Seeing that her beloved was approaching, Chiffon decided to ask for his help and let him handle the request of the two little girls, who were adamant about becoming her children's godmothers. I want to be the godmother of Chiffon's babies. Cinnamon also wants to be a godmother. William blinked once then twice after hearing the two pink-haired girls' demands. Becoming the godmother of their younger selves? Just what kind of situation was this? If this was what it meant to love oneself, wasn't this taken to the next level? The half-elf looked at his wife for her opinion. But Chiffon simply pressed her hands together as if pleading for William to handle this matter himself. After pondering for some time, William decided to agree to their request, but on one condition. The two of you can become godmothers, but it will not be to Chiffon's babies. We want to be the godmother of Chiffon's babies. Maple pouted and her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel that had packed their cheeks with nuts and berries to eat at a later time. Cinnamon wants to be godmother. Chiffon also pouted and looked at William as if he was a big bully. William chuckled as he crouched down to present Seal to the two adorable girls, who were looking at him with a face filled with injustice. His name is Seal, William said. How about you become his godmothers instead? Seal, Maple blinked. He looks just like Big Brother when he was young. What do you think, Cinnamon? Cinnamon thinks that he looks like Big Brother too, Cinnamon replied. Just smaller and cuter. Seal, who was now being stared at by two girls older than him, just looked at Maple and Cinnamon with innocent eyes. Big sis, Seal said as he gazed at the two pink-haired girls whose faces were just a foot away from his face. He called me Big Sis, Maple exclaimed. No, he called Cinnamon Big Sis. Cinnamon denied Maple's claim. Big Sis, Seal repeated as he reached out towards the two pink-haired girls who each grabbed one of his hands. Do you want me to be your godmother? Maple asked. Do you want Cinnamon to be your godmother, too? Cinnamon inquired. Seal nodded his head, making the two girls' eyes sparkle. I am Big Brother's godmother, Maple said. Cinnamon is Big Brother's godmother too, Cinnamon commented as she patted Seal's head. Good boy. Oh, me too. Maple also patted Seal's head, ruffling the elf boy's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. William and Chiffon chuckled when they saw this scene. Although they didn't know what would happen in the future, the two pink-haired girls becoming Seal's godmothers was still better than becoming the godmothers of their world's Maple and Cinnamon, who would be born in a few months' time. A young man with short black hair and red eyes looked peacefully at the lake's waters while holding a fishing pole in his hands. The young ladies who happened to pass by him couldn't help but give him a second glance because although the young man didn't go out of his way to wear fashionable clothes or style his hair, he still looked devilishly handsome. He was just like one of those lone vagabonds who traveled the world, meeting new people and seeing different places, as they looked for a place that they could call their home. As for his eyes, they thought that he was just using colored contacts which they thought matched his overall appearance. Some of the bolder and more courageous young ladies even approached the young man in order to initiate a conversation. To their surprise, the devilishly handsome young man replied to them in a polite and friendly manner, making their faces turn beet red. His words were not refined like a gentleman, but his easygoing attitude and his childlike laughter, that was like the pealing of bells, made them want to take him back to their homes and keep him there forever. Why don't we go to that cafe over there? The girl pointed at the cafe located at the opposite side of the lake. We will treat you to some food or drinks. Right, girls? Of course. We'd love to. Please join us for an afternoon snack. I would love to hear your stories. The young man looked at the young ladies with an apologetic look in his face and told them that he was waiting for 2 people to come and pick him up. However, the young ladies had no intention of leaving because, after talking to him, they found him very endearing and pleasing to their hearts and eyes. Soon, more young ladies decided to approach the young man, and before he knew it, he was surrounded by pretty young ladies who were asking about his hobbies, the types of food he liked to eat, as well as what kind of qualities he was looking for in a girl. The young man answered their questions, and for the questions he didn't know the answer, he just scratched his head and gave an innocent chuckle, melting the hearts of the single ladies who had marked him as their target. "I knew this would happen." A voice filled with exasperation was heard by the young man, as well as the ladies that were surrounding him. "Well, he's not doing it on purpose. He just doesn't know better." A young lady's voice filled with helplessness said, "Conan doesn't understand these things. He is just being polite and friendly like he is with everyone. That's the problem. He doesn't know that he can make any girl fall for him because of his carefree ways. All right, calm down. We're taking him home." Conan, as well as the young ladies who were surrounding him, turned their heads to the side and saw 2 drop-dead gorgeous ladies, who were looking at the devilishly handsome young man with a helpless expression on their beautiful faces. "Aisha, Claire, these kind ladies are inviting me to have an afternoon snack with them," Conan said. "Can I go?" "No," Aisha replied bluntly. "You're coming with us before you leave these young ladies heartbroken." "Everyone, I'm sorry, but he is already married," Claire said. "We're his wives, and we've come to pick him up." "We're married." Conan blinked innocently as he looked at the 2 beautiful women, who gave him the "just nod your head like the obedient boy you are" gaze, making Conan scratch his head. "Are you married, Sir Conan?" one of the ladies beside Conan asked. Not yet, but they are my fiancés. We are planning to marry after a year," Conan replied. "They are also the people that I am waiting for." The young ladies looked heartbroken as they looked at the 2 beautiful ladies who surpassed them in looks and at least 3 sizes. They could only watch helplessly as Conan took Claire's hand and walked away, hand in hand, with her and the other beauty who had come to pick him up. "We should have chosen a place with less people," Aisha said with a sigh. "Conan is simply too defenseless. He just doesn't know how to say no." "I know, right?" Claire replied. "What a troublesome fiancé." Aisha looked exactly like Ash. The only difference between them was that Ash had light blue hair, while Aisha had light brown hair. She was none other than Isaac, who was Ian's twin, when they were still trapped in the bodies of young boys before William lifted the curse on their bodies. Claire, who was Chloe's twin, intertwined her fingers with Conan's, making sure that the latter wouldn't wander off anywhere and make girls fawn over him needlessly. Actually, the night when William made love with Celeste and took her chastity, her divinity entered William's spiritual world and made the hearts of his 2 dead familiars beat once again. However, they were still too weak to do anything and were in a comatose state. When the war started, the 2 divinities that had been given to William by the lowly goddess Lily and by the harem king Issei merged with Elliot and Conan, becoming the spark that rekindled their consciousness and the powers that were sleeping inside them. In short, the lollipop and the king chess piece became Elliot's and Conan's secondary hearts, similar to the gem in William's chest that was given to him by Ash in order to save his life. During the battle, they had used 100% of their full powers, making them also use up the power of the 2 divinities. The 2 of them returned to the graveyard of the familiars, but to the surprise of the god of familiars, Elliot's and Conan's hearts were still beating inside their chests. The 2 of them were in a half-dead, half-alive state within their soul crystals. However, just to be sure, the god of familiars didn't tell this news to William right away. He waited a year to see if there was any further development because he didn't want to give the half-elf any false hope. Finally, after a year, the god of familiars summoned William back to the topmost floor of the Tower of Babylon and had him take a look at Elliot's and Conan's soul crystals, making him become ecstatic. He returned them to his spiritual world once again, and a month later the soul crystals broke apart, allowing Elliot and Conan to once again open their eyes. However, this time both of them were different. They could now freely transform into their teenage version of themselves, and even if they used their full powers, they would only return to a comatose-like state for a month before reviving again. The god of familiars also shared this ability with Chloe and Claire, allowing Claire to transform into her teenage form, similar to Chloe when she became the half-elf's lover. Elliot, Conan, Chloe, and Claire looked like they were only in their late teens, and their youthful appearance could easily make anyone's heads turn to look in their direction. As for how Aisha and Claire became Conan's fiancées, Claire already looked at Conan favorably and, since Chloe had already married William, she felt that it was also time for her to have a partner as well. Because of this, she took the initiative to tell Conan her feelings, but was surprised when someone beat her to the confession. Aisha had somehow fallen in love at first sight when she saw Conan's adult form, and perhaps due to her sister marrying William, Aisha also felt that there was nothing wrong to marrying the devilishly handsome young man, whose innocent laughter and carefree attitude made her feel like he was the one for her. Claire wasn't fazed about having someone confess to Conan first. Since Conan was William's familiar, and the half-elf had over 30 wives, and was on the brink of surpassing 40, Claire didn't mind sharing the devilish familiar with another woman. However, she insisted that Conan make a promise to her that he wouldn't follow his master's ways of having many women as his wives. Not wanting to make Claire and Aisha sad, Conan promised that he would not have a harem like William. With the half-elves, Celestes, and everyone's blessings, Aisha and Claire became Conan's fiancées. The three of them had decided to start their relationship as friends, and now, they had reached a stage when they were confident to say that they truly loved and cared for each other. The next day, Conan opened his eyes, and found himself locked in the embrace of two naked ladies on his left and right side. Perhaps, due to what happened in the lake, Aisha and Claire became jealous, and decided to make love to the devilishly handsome young man, who allowed the two girls to take the lead. Conan looked at the faces of his two beautiful fiancées, and softly planted a kiss on their foreheads before pulling them closer to his chest. "I love you, Aisha." "Claire," Conan said softly before closing his eyes to enjoy the softness and the warmth that his two fiancées brought to his life. Aisha and Claire didn't open their eyes, but their hands moved to hold Conan firmly in their embrace, locking him in place. He was their man, and they had no intention of sharing him with any other lady. It would only be the two of them who would love him just as much as he loved them. Medusa and Cherry walked side by side while carrying 6-month-old babies in their arms. These adorable babies didn't belong to them because they were the children of Titania and Loxos. The two girls would often take care of William's children, while their mothers were busy. The half-elf had a very big family, and the two of them were more than happy to watch over the little ones because all of them were so cute. Titania's firstborn was a girl, while Loxos' firstborn was a boy. Titania's baby girl, Aurora, had hair as red as a rose and green eyes, while Loxos' baby boy, Leon, also had red hair and golden eyes. Truth be told, they were Medusa's and Cherry's favorites among all of William's kids, and they would often take a stroll while carrying the two well-behaved children in their arms. As the two strolled the picturesque flower field of Asgard, they found a half-elf and a halfling sleeping in the green grass. Arenice rested her head on William's left arm, while the half-elf's right hand rested on the small bulge of her abdomen. The halfling was currently 4 months pregnant, and she was the third to become pregnant with William's child, among the 7 ladies who represented the virtue of hope. The first one to get pregnant was Haleth, and the second one was Pearl. Currently, the beautiful half-elf was 7 months pregnant, while Pearl was 6 months pregnant. As for the remaining 4, they said that they wanted to wait until Haleth, Pearl, and Arenice gave birth before they considered having children of their own. In truth, if William wanted all of them to get pregnant, he would just make love with Kathy with the intention of getting her pregnant. However, he didn't do this because Kathy said that all of their babies were her babies as well, so there was no need for her to hurry up and give birth to William's child. The half-elf also understood that Kathy's circumstance was a bit complicated. If she really wanted to give birth to William's child, the 7 ladies would have to be merged together for a year, in order to allow her to give birth on her own. Since this was not possible at this time, Kathy decided to wait and let the other ladies go first. "Must be nice," Cherry said softly. "I want to have a baby too." "That's right," Medusa nodded. "I'm sure that my baby will be cute as well." The two girls then looked at the two sleeping people in front of them. William and Arenice were sound asleep, and the two of them looked so peaceful that Medusa and Cherry wondered if sleeping on the grass really felt that good. However, since both of them were holding babies in their arms, they decided to just sit on the grass and take a short break. The gentle and refreshing breeze blew past them, making the babies in their hands sleepy. Cherry hummed a lullaby, which made the two babies yawn. A minute later, Aurora and Leon fell asleep, and the two girls looked at them with tenderness and affection. A while later, they noticed that William had woken up and was looking at them with a smile. "Both of you will make great mothers someday," William said to the two who had discovered that he was observing them. In truth, William had woken up soon after Cherry had started humming a lullaby for his kids. Because he didn't want to disturb her, he simply watched over them. The half-elf was about to say more, but the words he planned to say became stuck in his throat after hearing Cherry's sudden outburst. "Will, give me a baby," Cherry said as she looked at the half-elf who almost choked on the words he was about to say. "I want one with red hair and golden eyes like Leon." The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at the young girl who just turned 15 a month ago. "We have had this discussion many times already," William replied. "You're still too young. Just wait 3 to 5 more years." "You're so unfair," Cherry pouted. 5 months from now you are going to marry big sis Aelin, Superbia, Ingrid, Invidia, Audrey, Princess Owen and Rebecca. Why didn't you add mine and Medusa's names to the list?" William chuckled after hearing Cherry's complaint. Unlike her current looks, Medusa was actually older than the half-elf by a few years. However, since she was treated like a little sister by her big sister Gorgons, she always had the mindset of a child. Although this mindset had started to change over the years, being with Chiffon, Cherry, and Irene still made Medusa think that she was of the same age as them. As for Aelin and Ingrid, since there was no man better than William, they decided to choose him as their husband. Audrey had this same train of thought as well. Aside from Cherry and her, all of their sisters were now married to the half-elf. Truth be told, Audrey was surprised that William was able to take such good care of the many women that surrounded him at any given time. She also saw how passionate William was with his wives, and knew that if any of them were to get hurt, he would ensure that whoever was responsible would suffer his wrath. Because of this, she felt that marrying him wasn't so bad after all, especially after she witnessed how hard William tried to protect everyone when searchers started targeting them. Audrey knew that William would love her just as much as her sisters, and she would be safe with him. As for Princess Eowyn, her marriage with him was more of a political one. Although William had already married, Aestia, Selene, and Celeste, the Elven royal family, as well as the newly formed Elven Council, still felt that they needed to have a member of the royal family marry the half-elf, so that they would be joined at the hips for life. William felt a bit sorry for the princess, so he decided to agree to the marriage. However, he also promised that he would put great effort in nurturing their feelings for each other and make her happy. As for Rebecca, she and the half-elf had a long talk in Launt before the war started. They both agreed that they would wait until the war was over before they tackled this question again. But right after the war ended, Lawrence, Rebecca's grandfather, dragged James to a drinking party and pestered the old bandit about honoring the agreement they had made in the past. The old fox insisted that since it was James and him who had settled on the marriage agreement, that other parties didn't have the right to break his granddaughter's engagement. James also felt a bit guilty because he was the one who had come up with the idea in the past, so he promised Lawrence that he would talk to William about it, on the condition that it would be the half-elf who had the last word. What the two of them didn't know was that William and Rebecca had already talked after the war ended and decided to start their relationship as friends. In the past 3 years, their relationship had progressed from being friends to lovers. Now, this childhood fiancé had truly become his fiancé and would be married to him in 6 months' time. "I can marry Master any time I want," Medusa said. "But I want the two of us to marry him together, Cherry. Since Master said that you're still too young, I decided to wait until you're old enough to marry. That way, you won't be lonely when you go to the altar." "Medusa, you're the only one who understands me," Cherry said as she looked at the little Gorgon with a teary face. Arenice opened her eyes and giggled after hearing the exchange between her two best friends. Truth be told, she also looked forward to the day where she would share her beloved with the two people whom she also loved dearly. "Let's go back," William proposed as he helped Arenice stand up. "It seems that Tiana and Loxos have returned." Medusa and Cherry looked in the direction William was looking, and they saw two ladies flying towards them. The little Gorgon and the virtuous young lady of Charity returned their adorable babies to their rightful mothers, who gave them kisses and thanks for taking good care of their children while they were away. Cherry then moved to hold William's arms and pestered him to set a date for their marriage. After nearly 10 minutes of negotiations, both agreed that William would marry Medusa and Cherry when the latter turned 18. What they all didn't know was that a few years in the future, Cherry would give birth to triplets, making her the only one among William's wives who had more than 2 children. But this is a story to be told at another time. Call me Big Sis. Sis. Aw, you're so cute. Belle's best friend, Paula, squealed as she hugged Belle's daughter, Stella, who was only a year and a half old. The black-haired beauty's other best friend, Hannah, wasn't able to stop herself and also hugged Stella, who still had a calm expression on her face, despite the fact that 2 pretty ladies were fawning over her. "Can I take her home?" Paula asked. "Of course not," Belle replied. "Just find a good man to marry and raise your own baby." Paula snorted as she looked at her best friend while hugging the adorable Stella in her arms. "Easy for you to say." Paula glared at Belle, who was looking at her with a mischievous smile. "All the good-looking men are taken. I wouldn't be able to find one even if I looked. Can you introduce us to some nice guys from Hestia?" Hannah asked. "It doesn't matter if they are not that rich. As long as their character is good, I'll be fine with it." "Yes, introduce us," Paula commented. "Make sure they are good-looking as well. I'll see what I can do, but no promises." Belle relented after being pestered repeatedly by her best friends who dreamed of marrying a charming prince who came from another world. The 3 girls were currently inside a cafe and taking a short break from their shopping. As for how the black-haired beauty managed to go to Earth, it was all thanks to the Bifrost Bridge. Belle could travel to Earth using the Bifrost Bridge anytime she wanted now, because the foundation that was placed by Kathy several years ago was now stable. She would often visit her parents and allow them to spend some time with their granddaughter, which made Raymond and his wife, Adele, extremely happy. Even though she already had a daughter, Belle still looked like a fashion model in her early teens, making her best friends very jealous of her. "By the way, why isn't William with you?" Hannah asked. "How can he allow you and Stella to travel here on your own? He is a celebrity here, and as his wife you are a celebrity as well. Isn't he afraid that some bad guys might take this opportunity and kidnap the 2 of you?" "That's right." Paula nodded. "Stella is so cute. What will happen if some random thug kidnaps her?" Belle could only giggle after hearing her 2 best friends' worries. If there was someone who was stupid enough to mess with a pseudogod like her, they would definitely be kicking a steel plate and that would be their end. "If I see him, I'll give him a piece of my mind," Paula stated. "He should at least assign some bodyguards to you. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him." Belle wasn't able to finish his words because several armed men entered the cafe and pointed guns at the staff, ordering them to crouch down on the floor with their hands on the back of their heads. While this was happening, 5 people walked towards Belle's table and pointed their guns at the black-haired beauty, and her 2 best friends, Paula and Hannah, took a defensive stance to protect Stella that was currently in Paula's hands. "Who are you? And what do you want?" Hannah asked as she stood in front of Paula and Stella, shielding the 2 of them from the armed men who were wearing masks to cover their faces. "Don't you know who she is?" Hannah pointed at Belle, who was still casually taking a sip of her lemon tea, as if what was happening around her was nothing to be concerned about. "I know who she is," the leader of the masked men replied. "She is Belle von Ainsworth, wife of William von Ainsworth, who is currently treated as a VIP in this country." "Since you know, then why are you doing this?" Hannah asked. "Do you really want to anger someone who can summon lightning bolts at will?" The leader of the masked men laughed as he pointed the barrel of his gun at the back of Belle's head. "What can he do?" the masked man asked. "As long as we use his wife and daughter as hostages, he can't do shit." Belle calmly placed the glass of lemon tea on the table and was about to show the masked man what she can do, when suddenly, the sound of door chimes spread inside the cafe. Everyone looked at the direction of the door and found an angelic young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing fashionable clothes that brought out his good looks, and the silver cross that dangled from his right ear made him look like one of those famous idols who were part of a boy group. Immediately, one of the masked men pointed his gun at the handsome teenager and shouted, "Crouch down on the ground with your hands behind your back," the masked man ordered. "As long as you are obedient, none of us will beat you up and destroy your good looks." The young man looked around the cafe in a casual manner, as if he didn't hear what the masked man was saying to him. When his gaze landed on Belle, the young man smiled and walked towards her. "Will said that he reserved a family dinner at that fancy restaurant that just opened up at 6 in the evening," Elliot said. "He asked me to tell you to invite your family as well. Right now, he is in a meeting with the Prime Minister of Country C and will be here as soon as their talks have ended." Belle nodded. "Thank you, Elliot. I'll go to my parents' house after this." The masked men glanced at each other before one of them walked towards Elliot with the intention to smack the back of the handsome teenager's head with his gun. However, before the masked man could even do what he intended, his body shook crazily before falling down on the ground face first. "He's one of those revengers," the leader of the masked men shouted. "Kill him." Immediately, all the masked men pointed at Elliot and prepared to shoot. But, before they could even pull the triggers of their guns, all of them were electrocuted. Their bodies shook crazily until their eyes rolled up in their sockets. One by one, they fell on the ground, twitching like dying insects. After making sure that all the masked men were unconscious, Elliot took out his cell phone and called for the police, telling them of what happened inside the cafe. Half an hour later, all the members of the criminal group were arrested, and the owner of the shop profusely thanked Elliot for not destroying his shop when he subjugated the masked men who intended to kidnap Belle and her daughter, Stella. "Elliot, I'll take Stella and go to my parents' house," Belle whispered. "Can you escort my friends back to their homes? I think they're still suffering from trauma." "Okay," Elliot nodded. "Don't worry, I'll make sure that they get home safe." After bidding goodbye to her friends, Belle flew into the sky carrying Stella in her arms. The little girl waved at Paula and Hannah, who both had dumbfounded looks on their faces. They didn't know that Belle could fly, and it made them feel as if many things had happened to their best friend since the last time they saw her. However, they were broken out of their daze when Elliot approached them and told them that he would escort both of them back to their houses. "You know, you look just like William," Paula said as she gazed at Elliot with a blush on her face. "The only differences are your hairstyles and the color of your hair and eyes, but everything else looks exactly the same." "That's right," Hannah commented. "Are you perhaps his cousin?" Elliot chuckled. "I'm not his cousin. I'm his family. I am part of his family." Paula and Hannah then exchanged a glance before the two of them grabbed Elliot's left and right hand and looked at him as if their lives depended on it. Then, "Are you single?" Paula asked. "I'm single," Elliot replied. "My parents are on a business trip," Hannah said as her face slowly turned beet red. "Do you want to have some tea at our place?" "Tea?" Elliot smirked as he looked at the two pretty girls who were looking at him with an expression that they might die if he declined their offer. "Sure. I have time to have some tea." "Great," Hannah said happily. "Let's go. My house is not far from here." Paula and Hannah exchanged a knowing glance with each other. Since the hunk that both of them were holding hands with was single, they would definitely not allow him to escape their grasp. What the two pretty ladies didn't know was that Elliot was also smiling in his heart. He knew that the two ladies were planning to eat him once they arrived at Hannah's home. What the two girls didn't know was that the angelic young man, who looked as if he was the coolest and nicest guy in the world, was in fact a wolf in sheep's clothing. An hour later, the two ladies were lying on the bed naked with satisfied looks on their faces, as they hugged the angelic young man in their arms. Their bodies were covered with kiss marks, showing every place that Elliot had kissed and bitten them. Although they already planned to eat him, they didn't expect that their roles would be reversed, and they would be the ones that were eaten instead. A week after that incident, Paula and Hannah became Elliot's girlfriends, which surprised not only Belle, but also William and Conan. The most surprising part was that Elliot didn't look for any other girls aside from them, and treated the two pretty women with love and respect, until he was finally able to make their parents agree to allow the two girls to marry him in Hestia. Paula had 3 children with Elliot, while Hannah had 2. They lived happily within the Ainsworth Empire, and settled in a villa in the countryside, surrounded by their adorable children, which made Elliot feel as if his life was finally complete. "It's finally done," William said with a smile, as he looked at the monument that he had built at the center of the Ainsworth Empire's capital city, which had been demolished by the giants during the war. On an elevated marble platform, the words "the patron gods of the Ainsworth Empire" were written in bold letters, informing everyone of the identities of the marble statues that stood above it. In the center of the platform, 5 marble statues with different posts could be seen, towering above everyone who walked past this landmark. William's patron god, Gavin, stood in the middle of the marble statues with his arms crossed over his chest, looking straight ahead, as if he was looking at a bright future. On his right was an adorable girl who was doing a double peace sign with a sweet smile on her face. Naturally, this little girl was none other than Lily, the lowly goddess, who had done many things for William behind the scenes. On Gavin's left was the harem god, and William's sworn brother, Issei. The handsome god had a confident smile on his face, and his hands were making a gesture of the finger heart that was now becoming popular on Earth. Beside him was none other than the god of shepherds, David. The old man had a friendly smile on his face as he held a staff in one of his hands, as if using it as a support in order to stand. Finally, behind these 4 statues was a 5-meter-tall marble robot, with his arms spread wide, encompassing the 4 smaller figures. He was none other than Truckkuin. Originally, he didn't plan to add the Ice Guy specialist to his masterpiece. But, after thinking about it a lot, he finally decided to add Truckkuin as one of the patron gods of the Ainsworth Empire. The reason for this was quite simple. If Truckkuin hadn't appeared back then and sent his soul spiraling towards the red portal, which was the world of Hestia, William might have reincarnated in a different world, and wouldn't be able to reunite with his lovers from his past lives. He would have missed the chance to keep the 1,000-year promises that he had broken in the past, and probably would have lived a life quite different from the one he had lived so far. Perhaps it was fate, William muttered as he stared at the 5 statues with his arms crossed over his chest. Fate? A playful voice sounded behind William. Do you really think so? The half-elf turned around and his eyes widened in shock when he saw 3 beautiful ladies smiling back at him. One of them had long golden hair and eyes as blue as the sky. The other had long light brown hair and eyes as green as emeralds. The third, and the youngest of the 3, had long silver hair and gray eyes that seemed to see the depths of a person's soul. William had seen all 3 of them in a distant past, and his eyes teared up because he never thought he would see them again. We meet again, Pendragon, the lady with long golden hair said with a smile. Congratulations on saving this world, as well as having many beautiful wives. Ord, it's nice to see you again, William replied before he looked at the 3 ladies that he shared a special bond with. Will the 3 of you erase my memories like you did last time? The youngest of them all, Skuld, giggled after hearing William's words. Well, it depends on our mood, Skuld stated. So, make sure to say the right things and we'll let you keep your memories this time. You're as cute as ever, Skuld. HMP. Flattery won't get you anywhere, but I won't deduct any points for telling the truth. The 3 ladies were none other than the Norns who weaved the fates of all the people in the world. Sometimes they helped people in their trials. Other times they gave counsel so they wouldn't lose their way. Ord represented the past, Verdandi the present, and Skuld represented the future. The 3 ladies who were said to control the fate of people's lives appeared in front of William to talk to him one last time. Will, Right now, are you happy? Verdandi asked. She who lived at the present already knew the answer to this question. And yet, she still asked it because she wanted to hear it from William's own lips. Yes, William replied. I am very happy right now. Skuld grabbed hold of William's hand and swung it side to side, acting like a spoiled child. You know, I can no longer see what the future holds for you, as well as the people around you, Skuld said with a pout. It's unfair, you know? I want to see spoilers, but I can't. There was a time that I even tried to bribe the spoiler god, but he just told me no spoilers. Isn't he mean? William chuckled after hearing the little girl's complaints. Elliot once told him that the ability to see the future was both a curse and a blessing. The angelic familiar added that sometimes, he didn't wish to see the things he saw, and yet, he didn't regret seeing them because it allowed William to overcome the obstacles that were presented to him during his dire moments. Elliot complained a lot to William when he, Conan, and Elliot had a drinking party with just the three of them, about the hardships he had in the past. Also, the angelic familiar also asked for relationship advice, which surprised the half-elf and Conan back then. This was during the time when Hannah and Paula had made their move on Elliot. Although the angelic familiar could just walk away and treat the incident as a one-time thing, he didn't do that, and decided to give the two pretty girls a chance to have a proper relationship with him. The half-elf then looked at the eldest among the three, who seemed to want to tell him something. Even though I am someone who dwells in the past, I also look forward to seeing what kind of future you will create. Will, Gord said with a smile. I'm sure that I, as well as those who will be able to read the story of your life in the days to come, will say that it has truly been a roller coaster ride. William smiled bitterly. If possible, I just want to live a calm and peaceful life from now on. I've fought enough battles to last me a lifetime. Well, I can't refute that, Verdandi chuckled. But, since we are in the present, I guess it is safe to say that no world-ending calamities will happen in this world in the next 1,000,000 years. This is why we need spoilers. Skuld continued to pout. William patted the energetic little girl's head. I never think of the future. It will come soon enough. Boo! Killjoy! You're just too spoiled, Skuld. Ord sighed as she rested her hand on Verdandi's shoulder. Time's up, Ord said. Verdandi nodded, and Skuld reluctantly let go of William's hand before walking towards her sisters. The time had come for them to say their goodbyes, and even though the time they spent together was short, this fleeting moment was memorable in its own way. William had already noticed that the moment the three goddesses appeared, time came to a complete standstill. The people around him, the birds flying in the sky, as well as the other minute things in the world were frozen in time. The Norns were powerful goddesses, and those who saw them often forget their faces. Goodbye, Will, Ord said. And remember, when the past no longer illuminates the future, the spirit walks in darkness. However, you don't have to worry about this, Verdandi added. At the present, your wives, family, and friends will keep that light burning for a very long time. Even though I can't see your future, I am certain that it will be a good one, Skuld said as she patted her chest with confidence. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Verdandi clasped her hands together and gave William a smile filled with a promise. Live every moment, Verdandi said softly. Laugh every day, and love beyond words. The three Norns exchanged a glance with each other before their bodies slowly rose up towards the sky, waving at the half-elf, who also waved back at them. We will always be with you, whether it is the past, present, and future. Goodbye, Will. As soon as those last words were spoken, the world around the half-elf started to move once again. Time had stopped for everyone but him, allowing him to talk to the three ladies, who rarely interacted with mortals. The half-elf looked around him and saw many pointing at the statues that William had erected in the plaza, and were amazed at how realistic they looked. William looked at the heavens and smiled. This time, the fates allowed him to keep his memories of them, making him feel incredibly blessed. As if waiting for that moment, a rainbow suddenly appeared above the Ainsworth Empire, telling the half-elf that even though they might not meet each other again in this lifetime, they would always be watching him from the halls of Udder and wishing that he, and those who supported and witnessed his journey from start to end would be blessed with all the happiness this world had to offer. Everything is so peaceful. A lady, whose age couldn't be discerned, sipped her tea as she gazed at the scenery from her temple grounds. The Ainsworth Empire had recovered after the war and was now thriving more than ever. William had built several teleportation gates a mile outside the city, which allowed the nations from all over the world to visit his empire directly from wherever they were, making the Ainsworth Empire the hub of the entire world. A place where people of different cultures could interact with each other and trade, allowing everyone to prosper. Holith, Pearl, and Arenice are going to give birth soon, the lady said with a smile. After them, the others will follow, and soon, all of them will give birth to cute and adorable babies. The lady sighed as she thought of holding the children of the ladies that were part of her persona. When all of them had given birth, I guess it will be about time to give Will another surprise. The lady chuckled at the thought of surprising the handsome half-elf, who had embraced her just a night ago. Just as the lady was thinking of how to break the news to the half-elf, a beautiful teenage girl with red hair appeared at the corner of her vision. In 2 or 3 years, Eve will start to bloom like a rose, the lady thought as she looked at the high priestess of the Ainsworth Empire, who was walking in her direction. I pity the boys who will try to court her. If James doesn't manage to kill them, William definitely will. The lady chuckled internally as she looked at her disciple, who had grown from a little girl into a young lady who was revered within the Ainsworth Empire and the Demon Continent. Master, I'm done with my studies, Eve said as she gave her master, Ariadne, a respectful bow before sitting on the chair next to her. Good, Ariadne replied as she patted Eve's head. Master, please stop treating me like a child. Eve pouted. I'm all grown up now. Ariadne giggled before she stopped patting the head of her disciple, who had already caught the attention of all the princes of the different kingdoms of the world. In fact, there had been several suitors and matchmakers who tried to ask for Eve's hand in marriage already, but James and William declined all of their offers, telling them that Eve was still too young to start a romantic relationship. Naturally, there were princes who were quite bold and tried to form a connection with the treasure of the Ainsworth family personally. Eve treated these people warmly, which made them bolder, thinking that she was a naive girl who didn't know what love was. Unfortunately, after she was forced to become Ahriman's high priestess, as well as participate in the war in the central continent, the young lady was similar to a veteran warrior who had seen countless battles. Although she treated others warmly and respectfully, as how a high priestess of a god should do, she was far from naive, and fully understood the intentions of the people who tried to ask her hand for marriage. The persistent and annoying ones among her suitors were dealt with by the ducklings and the white goose, who didn't hesitate to bite their family jewels, making these princes and high-ranking nobles shriek in pain. Naturally, they tried to guilt-trip Eve, but the six-eared macaque was always there to put a stop to their delusions. After the pseudo-god, whose strength was similar to Sun Wukong's, turned them into monkeys for an entire day, they no longer pestered Eve, and looked for other beauties to prey on. Are the preparations for William's third marriage finished? Ariadne asked in a teasing tone. Eve nodded. Invitations have already been sent to the various nations. It seems that the Silvermoon continent is preparing a grand feast as tribute since their princess is marrying into our family. Ha! It's all politics. Well, I'm sure that William will treat Princess Owen with love and respect after they are married. I agree. It's too bad that Big Brother is family, or else I would have married him as well. Ariadne giggled because she knew that Eve was just joking. Unfortunately, your future lover needs to survive your grandpa's and William's extensive screening before you and him will be able to walk hand in hand under the sun, Ariadne stated. It's not easy being the only girl in the family. Eve smiled after hearing Ariadne's words. She wasn't really in a hurry to have a relationship with anyone. For the time being, she was fine with her current role as the high priestess of the god of shepherds and the god of all trades, who were 2 of the 5 patron gods that watched over their empire. For the time being, William decided to not make Eve the high priestess of the lowly goddess, the harem god, and the ice sky specialist because these 3 religions might make a mess of the world of Hestia if they were to become official. Master, somehow, you feel different today? Eve tilted her head as she looked at Ariadne. Although her master was strict, she was very kind and truly cared for her. However, the feeling she was getting from Ariadne right now was so casual. It was as if she was just talking to Medusa, Cherry, and Arenice, who had become her best friends. "I'm just in a good mood today," Ariadne replied. "Don't worry. I will return to being your strict master in a few short hours, so you'd better be prepared when that happens." "Master, I actually like the current you right now," Eve said honestly as she smiled at Ariadne. "I hope that you are always in a good mood." Ariadne giggled at the young beauty's reply, which made her pinch Eve's cheeks. Suddenly, Eve's master raised her head towards the sky and saw a half-elf flying in their direction. A playful thought appeared inside her head as she looked at William, who was about to land beside them. "Good afternoon, ladies," William said as he patted Eve's head before sitting on the chair next to her. "Can I join you girls for an afternoon snack?" Eve glanced at her master, and Ariadne simply shrugged as if saying that she didn't mind having more company. "Are you perhaps running away from one of your lovers?" Ariadne asked in a teasing tone. "It must be nice being popular." "I'm not running away," William replied with a smile. "I am simply doing my best to ensure that I am looking after all the ladies who love me." "Oh? Then what are you doing here?" "It's because one of my girls is here." Ariadne arched an eyebrow after hearing William's words. "What do you mean?" Ariadne asked. "Are you telling me that you are making moves on my disciple?" William smirked and looked at Ariadne. "You know, I've always wondered why your face changed every time I saw you, and would forget about it as soon as I took my eyes off you. Now, I understand the reason why." Ariadne picked up her teacup and took a sip as she looked at William with an amused expression on her face. "What did you understand?" Ariadne asked. "You're similar to Nisha," William replied as he gave the oracle a knowing smile. Ariadne's body froze after hearing William's words. A few seconds later, she placed her cup on top of the table and was about to refute the half-elf's words. But before she could do that, William had already sealed her lips with his own, making Eve's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected scene. Half a minute later, the half-elf pulled back and returned to his seat, leaving a dazed Ariadne and a dumbfounded Eve frozen where they were. "Eve, can you leave the two of us for now?" William said. "I'd like to talk to your master in private." Eve nodded and hurriedly left the scene. What she saw caught her completely by surprise, and for some reason, she didn't want to be there when William talked to her master. "You know, what you did back then was mean," William said when he was sure that Eve was already a good distance away from them. "You were the one who first offered me blood, after I became a half-vampire. Naturally, I shouldn't have forgotten what your blood tasted like, but since I was weaker than you back then, you erased this memory from my head. Now that I am stronger than you, this memory came back, and I realized that your blood, and the blood of my carefree wife was similar." Ariadne pretended that she didn't hear William's words, as she continued to sip her tea. "Kathy, don't you think it's time for you to come clean?" William asked. "Nisha is Nyx's avatar, while Ariadne is your avatar, right?" A sigh escaped the oracle's lips as she placed her tea cup back on the table. "How did you know?" Kathy asked. "You only drank my blood once, and I make sure to only descend into Ariadne's body when you're not around. My senses encompassed the entirety of the Ainsworth Empire," William replied. "I was with Arenice just a few minutes ago when I felt your aura. Since she was with me, it was impossible for you to appear, which was the piece I needed to connect the dots together. I knew I should have left when I had the chance." Kathy rubbed her face with both of her hands. "Just so you know, I can only descend into this body once a week. I can't always use Ariadne as my vessel because, just like Nisha, she also has her own thoughts and way of life. I'm just borrowing this body for a while." William nodded. "I understand, but I wish you would have told me this beforehand." I was planning to tell you when everyone had given birth," Kathy replied. "But you ruined my surprise." Kathy glared at the half-elf, but the latter only chuckled at her displeased expression. Clearly, he was finding joy in ruining his ninth wife's plans. "Last night, we weren't able to spend a lot of time together because you can't stay in that merged state for a long time due to Holith, Pearl, And Irene's being pregnant, William stated. Next time you descend into Ariadne's body, make sure to give me a heads up so we can spend some time together. You will need to ask for Ariadne's permission first, Kathy replied. After all, this is her body. I know. I'll ask her later. Good. Kathy stood up from her seat and hugged William from behind. I look forward to the day when I can give birth to your baby as well, Kathy whispered in William's ears. When that time comes, make sure to love me a lot. Okay, Papa? Okay? William replied before turning his head to the side to kiss Kathy's lips. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, the half-elf was happy to know that his wife, who could not always be with him due to her current circumstances, was always watching over him, and continued to help him in more ways than one. Arwen looked at the setting sun as she rested her head on her husband's shoulder. Maxwell was able to create an avatar now, similar to the homunculus that Arwen had made for Aestia when she went to the southern continent to enroll at the Helon Royal Academy. This avatar was something that he had nourished inside the World Tree for the past decade, recreating the body that he had lost long ago. William is going to get married again in a few months, Maxwell said. He's going to marry Princess Eowyn this time around. It seems that the royal family is serious in forming bonds with our family. Arwen nodded against his shoulder. How many wives does he have now? I stopped counting after it went past 20, Arwen replied. Also, I'm sure that this won't be the last time he is going to marry. Maxwell chuckled. Ha, my son is living the life. He has so many beautiful wives. I'm so envy-o-heek. The handsome man wasn't able to finish his words because Arwen had delivered a strong punch to his gut, making him keel over. Dear, what did you say again? Arwen said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I think I misheard it. Why you misheard it? Maxwell replied with a pained expression as he rubbed his stomach. I said I'm so envious because you went to his wedding and I didn't. This time, I will go and meet my daughter-in-laws. Arwen nodded her head and caressed the side of Maxwell's face. If you flirt with anyone at the wedding, I'll cut it off. Okay? Maxwell subconsciously shuddered after hearing Arwen's subtle threat. He had painstakingly created the body he had now over the last 10 years, and one mistake would make him an eunuch for life. Hey Arwen, what do you think Will's reaction will be after we tell him the good news? Maxwell asked in order to change the topic. His wife was the saintess, and was beautiful beyond words. However, when she got angry, even he, as the former dungeon conqueror, felt as if his million-beast army would not be able to save him from her wrath. Arwen's expression softened after hearing Maxwell's words. She then lightly touched her abdomen with a smile as she imagined William's reaction after he found out that he would be a big brother in a year's time. I'm sure that he will be surprised, Arwen replied. But, since both of us agreed that we will not check its gender, I wonder if he will have a little brother or a little sister. I hope it's a boy, Maxwell said. And why do you want it to be a boy? Arwen asked in curiosity. Because I don't want to start killing people when she becomes a teenager. Just thinking about my future daughter getting courted by someone makes me want to start a genocide. You know, that is the problem with your niece, Eve. William and James seemed hellbent to feed any of her suitors to the fishes, making her unable to find someone to marry. The poor child. You Ainsworths sure are overprotective of your girls. Maxwell smirked. But of course, every lady in our family is precious. We won't just hand them over to some random guy without trying to kill them first. Arwen shook her head helplessly because William had said the exact same thing to her when she had gone to the Ainsworth Empire to visit her grandkids. When the image of her grandkids appeared inside her head, Arwen's heart melted because all of them were extremely adorable. I miss them, Arwen said. How about we visit the Ainsworth Empire tomorrow? Tomorrow? Maxwell rubbed his chin. Sounds like a good plan. This is my first time visiting my grandkids. Should I prepare gifts for them? Just some snacks will do. They're still too young for anything else. Snacks? Okay. I'll give them the sap of the world tree. They can add it to their cookies and bread to make it taste better. Arwen nodded in agreement with her husband's proposal. Truth be told, The sap of the world tree was very precious, and it was used by the elves to create an elixir that could cure almost every kind of disease. The saintess of the world tree collected the sap and gave it to the elven council, so that they could distribute it to the major elven clans. However, the quantity of the sap was always limited, allowing all families to only get a small bottle each. However, what they didn't know was that the world tree produced a lot of this extremely precious sap. Arwen just didn't want everyone to have more than what was needed, so she strictly regulated the distribution of the sap every year. "I'll give Will 100 bottles," Arwen commented. "Only 100? How about we give them 1,000? Maxwell stated. The sap is also good for pregnant mothers because it gives the child inside their body plenty of nutrients. It helps their body become stronger, and it also guarantees safe childbirth." "You're right. Let's give them 10,000 bottles." "Good." After making their plans, the two returned to the sacred grove and began filling up bottle after bottle of the honey-like sap of the world tree that almost all of the elven families craved. If they knew that the son of the saintess would get 10,000 bottles of the sap of the world tree, they would definitely choke in anger because of the one measly bottle they got once a year. The next day in the Ainsworth Empire, "Grandma, this is for you," Seal said as he handed a violet flower to a young lady with light blue hair. "Thank you, Seal," Ella replied with a smile as she took the flower from the 3-year-old boy's hand and placed it on her ear, making William's firstborn smile. "I'll go pick another flower for you, Grandma." "Okay, but don't go too far." Seal waded through the flower field in search of the most beautiful flower that he could give his grandma. While the red-headed little elf was busy, Ella also busied herself in creating a crown of flowers for the black-haired little girl that was sitting in front of her. "It's done, Stella," Ella said as she placed the wreath of flowers on top of the little girl's head. "Thank you, Grandma." Stella smiled sweetly before kissing Ella's cheek as payment for the flower crown on her head. "I want a flower crown too," a 2-year-old girl with sun-kissed skin and red hair said as she hugged Ella from behind. "Okay, Rizel," Ella replied. "I'll make you one as well." "Yay!" The little Amazon jumped up and down before running away to chase butterflies. Ella giggled as she looked at the very energetic little girl, who would always accompany her on her strolls. After making sure that Seal and Rizel weren't going too far from her, Ella glanced at the sleeping beauty that was a few meters away from her. Astia lay in the field of flowers, with her hair serving as a cushion to allow her baby girl, Rena, to sleep comfortably. Unlike the other red-headed children in William's family, Rena had golden hair just like her mother, and green eyes just like her father. Just like her mother, Rena liked to sleep, so she was always with Astia. Even when William was around, the little baby would just look at him for a few seconds before closing her eyes to sleep. Almost all the ladies that William had married were either pregnant or had given birth to children. Wendy and Estelle had conceived a bit late, but they were about to give birth in a few weeks, according to Titania's assumption. Princess Sydney had just given birth a month ago, and she named her beautiful daughter Callista, which translates to most beautiful. The succubus princess was currently visiting her family back in the southern continent, to allow her father and her brother to see her adorable baby. Princess Ayla had also successfully given birth, and her baby boy was now 4 months old. To everyone's surprise, her child was a purple-haired half-elf, whom she named Hyacinth. Ella was more than happy to take care of William's children. This reminded her of the time when she was raising the half-elf, who had somehow become the most influential man in the world of Hestia. She had always liked taking care of children, so for her, William's children were her children. Whenever their mothers were away, and the kids were hungry, she would often let them drink her milk, just as she had for their father many years ago. Right now, William's wives banned him from drinking Ella's milk, which made the half-elf scratch his head. Of course, he was already way past that stage where he would drink Ella's milk, but in order to make sure that he didn't do it, the other pregnant ladies, like Celeste, would allow William to drink their breast milk while their babies were still in their wombs. This misunderstanding left William helpless, but in order to give his wives some peace of mind, he just simply went with the flow and drank their milk on a nightly basis. Ella found this whole situation very funny. She knew that her adopted son's wives were still wondering if her relationship with William was more than that of a mother and her son. So she didn't do anything to cause any misunderstandings. William and Ella treated each other as family, so there was no romantic relationship between them. They only had familial love for each other. But since they would exchange kisses on the cheeks from time to time, the people around them always thought that Ella would one day become the half-elf's wife as well. Ella hummed as she made a crown of flowers for Rizel, while Stella laid her head on her grandma's lap. The heavenly goat who had sacrificed her divinity to allow William's soul to enter the cycle of reincarnation smiled as she looked at the heavens. High above the sky, several stars twinkled in reply. The constellation that had watched over William's many reincarnations glowed faintly, continuing its vigil to ensure that this time around, the soul that she had saved would live a happy and blessed life, surrounded by family and friends, and the people who held him dear in their hearts. Celeste lovingly held the back of William's head as the latter suckled her right breast, drinking her breast milk. She only needed to wait for a month or two before her baby was born, but she felt uncomfortable whenever her breast milk would leak out from her breast and stain her clothes, creating wet patches whenever she was taking a stroll around the castle. She was not the only one that had this problem, but William's other wives as well. Because of this, they had asked him to drink their milk to solve their problem. They also did this to ensure that the half-elf wouldn't go and look for Ella for the same reason. For them, the half-elf could not drink anyone else's milk aside from their own. "All of you really smell like milk," William commented after releasing Celeste's pink from his mouth. "It's your turn, Arenice." "Okay." Arenice nodded as William kissed the bulge of her abdomen before moving towards her chest that had grown a little bigger due to her pregnancy. This had become the half-elf's regular routine around bedtime, as well as any time his wives needed his help. One by one, he made sure that not a single drop was left, allowing them to feel more comfortable as the date of their childbirth neared. "Thanks for your hard work, Will," Pearl said as she lovingly kissed the half-elf's lips, which now tasted and smelled like milk. "You too, Pearl," William replied as he lightly caressed the bulge of the beautiful elf's abdomen. "Thanks for your hard work." Pearl blushed because she understood what he was trying to say. If she could go back in time and tell her past self that she would be marrying the half-elf whom she hated, she was certain that her past self wouldn't believe it. Even now, she couldn't believe that she actually married William and was about to give birth to his child now. "Life is full of surprises," Pearl said softly as William laid beside her. "I agree," William replied as he continued to caress Pearl's abdomen. "Do you regret it?" "I don't. I have grown to love you, Will. Please, love me for the rest of your life." "I will. I promise." The half-elf kissed his elf wife before closing his eyes to rest. In less than 2 months, he would be marrying again, further increasing the number of wives he currently had. Surprisingly, his wives didn't oppose his decision to marry, and when he asked Belle if she was really fine with him having more wives, the latter only gave him a helpless look and said, "Isn't it a bit late to be asking me this question?" Belle asked. "I stopped caring after you got married the second time. Adding a few more won't make a difference." His other wives also said similar answers when he asked them this question, and he knew that he was at fault for forgetting his promise with Belle. Even so, he didn't regret it. All of his wives and lovers were important to him, so he decided to take responsibility and marry all of them. Still, he never thought that he would have a harem as big as the one he had now. Back then, Wendy had confessed to him, and that was the beginning of it all. It was when his heart slowly opened up, allowing him to love again and break free from the shackles that bound him in the past. Issei even jokingly said that William was lucky to have Donger with him. If not, the chances of William reaching the age of 30, despite being a long-lived half-elf as well as a powerful pseudo-god, was very unlikely due to the nightly activities that he would have with his wives, sapping him of his strength and stamina. The half-elf couldn't agree more with the harem god's comment because he simply couldn't satisfy all of his wives without Donger's help. A few minutes later, the half-elf was sound asleep as he was embraced by his wives, who were pregnant with his children. Since their term was very near, the half-elf ceased all lovemaking activities in order to not endanger the children in their wombs. somewhere in the southern continent. Should we send our wedding invitation to Big Brother? Brianna asked her fiancé, who was currently the crown prince of the Hellon Kingdom, Ernest Louis Vi Hellon. The adorable girl that William had met in the Kirinter Mountain had now grown up to be a beautiful young lady, whose bright gray eyes made all the noblemen in the Hellon Kingdom, as well as the other 3 kingdoms in the southern continent, look at her fondly. If not for the fact that Ernest knew that Brianna was loyal and loved him very much, he would definitely not allow her to meet other guys, whose eyes always sought her out whenever he appeared in important gatherings. Of course we should invite him, Ernest replied. He is our benefactor. If not for him, you would have been forced to marry someone you didn't love, and this kingdom would have perished due to the elven invasion that happened several years ago. Brianna nodded her head as she allowed Ernest to hug her closer to him. I knew that Big Brother was special, but I never thought that he was that special, Brianna commented. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I didn't meet him back then. Ernest kissed his fiancée's forehead before hugging her tightly. It's no use thinking of what ifs and what might have beens, Ernest said. What we need to do right now is to think of what we should do from here. Oh, you want to talk about the future? Yes. Brianna smiled sweetly before resting her head on Ernest's shoulder. How many children should we have? Brianna asked, then watched as a deep blush crept up Ernest's cheeks. Unlike William, who was now a veteran in love, Ernest was still very innocent and didn't know much about the activities that lovers did. The most he did with Brianna was kiss, hug, and hold hands. 2 is fine, Ernest said after pondering for a time. I heard that childbirth puts a toll on a woman's body, so having 2 children is the ideal. Brianna giggled, but she too thought that having 2 children was good. Although she didn't mind giving birth to more, she decided to take things in stride and go with the flow. Your big sister gave birth to an adorable daughter, Brianna stated. I hope that my daughter will be just as cute as her. You don't have to worry about that? Ernest smiled as he lightly squeezed Brianna's left hand, which was intertwined with his right hand. Our children will be the most adorable in the world. Brianna squeezed Ernest's hand back because the latter had become very eloquent in using words as part of his statecraft. If he had developed the same skill in lovemaking, I'm sure that I would be pregnant by now, Brianna thought. Maybe I should write a letter to Big Brother, asking him to teach Ernest a thing or two. Since he has so many wives, he must be very proficient in doing it, right? A few minutes later, Brianna decided that she would not write William a letter, but visit him personally instead. Naturally, she would also drag her fiancé, the crown prince, along with her with the excuse that they needed to see William in order to form stronger connections between their 2 nations. A few days later, Ernest cried bitter tears after learning the real reason his fiancée brought him to see William in the Ainsworth Empire. However, after seeing how serious Brianna was, the crown prince decided to tough it out and ask the half-elf for help. Naturally, William had no problems giving Ernest some advice because he didn't want the crown prince to make Brianna, whom he treated as his little sister, to suffer due to Ernest's lack of understanding towards lovemaking. Of course, although William had many wives, he didn't think of himself as master of the arts. Because of this, he decided to ask the true expert, and took Ernest to the floor of Asgard, where Owen was currently staying. Naturally, Owen was more than happy to impart his knowledge to those who needed it, allowing Ernest to fully understand the hundreds of ways he could please the woman he loved. Several months later, Brianna and Ernest were officially married, which also heralded a new era of prosperity within the Hellon Kingdom, due to their wise king and benevolent queen making sure that the mistakes of the past didn't happen again. Several years later, Ernest's eldest son tried to court one of William's daughters and was almost fed to the fishes by the half-elf in James, whose overprotectiveness knew no bounds. Of course, this was a story of the future, and would be told another time. The faint sound of kissing was heard inside the room, as William tried to calm down Princess Owen, who was feeling nervous on their first night together. The half-elf had married her, Aelin, Superbia, Ingrid, Invidia, Audrey, and Rebecca a few hours ago, and it was time for them to consummate their marriage. The first one that William would make love with was Princess Owen because she, and the other ladies that the half-elf just married, drew lots the day before their wedding to determine the order on which they would make love to him. Unfortunately, Princess Owen got the short end of the stick, and now her husband was doing his best to make her feel less nervous as he showered her with gentle and soft kisses, which made the elven princess feel good. "Have you managed to calm down?" William asked after pulling back a bit to look at the flushed face of his wife. "Yes," Princess Owen replied, still in a daze after being kissed by the half-elf. "You're a very good kisser." "Really?" The corner of the half-elf's lip rose slightly as he caressed the side of Princess Eowyn's face. "Well, I'm glad that I satisfied you, Eowyn." The other ladies that were on the bed together with William and Princess Eowyn were observing the two with beet red faces. All of them had just taken a bath together and were wearing seductive nightgowns that the sinful lady of envy, Ingrid, had chosen for them. William kissed Princess Owen again on the lips as his hand moved to untie the strings that held her nightgown in place. Soon, the lacy lingerie dropped down on the elf princess' waist, baring her upper body that was as white as cream and tender with youth. Her body shuddered when she felt William's hands move to cup her breasts. He gently played with them until the pink tips at their center slowly hardened from his touch. The half-elf then slowly laid his wife down, as he kissed her neck, collarbone, and breasts before suckling her, making the elf princess gasp due to the sensations that she was feeling for the first time. William teased the hard pink tip inside his mouth with his tongue before lightly biting it. His right hand then moved downwards, caressing her body, until it reached her lower abdomen, making Princess Owen's body tremble from his touch. When William's finger caressed the entrance of her, the elf princess knew that it wouldn't be long before the innocence she had protected for the past few years of her life would be given to her husband, who was now the most influential person in the world. Although their marriage was a political one, William assured her that he would not treat her like a tool and a means to an end. Princess Eowyn believed him because she knew how much the half-elf cared about his women, and now she was one of them too, one of the women who belonged to the red-headed young man, whose tender kisses and gentle caress ignited the flames of passion that Princess Eowyn thought she'd never have. A few minutes later, William buried his face on Princess Eowyn's, as he used his expertise to make her unable to hold back her pleasure-filled moans, which now reverberated inside the room, making the ladies watching her, and their husband, blush even more. The elf princess' hands held the half-elf's head, as the latter licked and kissed the entrance of her, making her feel a pleasure that she had never experienced before. Several minutes later, Princess Owen's body shuddered as she climaxed for the first time, making her pant for breath. Her beautiful naked body, which all the elven nobles had dreamed of having was now ready to become one with her husband, who parted her legs in order to consummate their marriage. "Ready?" William asked. His voice was a little hoarse and tinged with masculinity, which made Princess Owen realize that she was able to make the half-elf, who was surrounded with beautiful women, yearn for her. This realization made her gain a little bit of confidence not only as his wife, but as a woman who thought that she would just be another member of his harem, decorating his bedroom. "Yes, Princess Eowyn. Make me yours, Will." Giving her consent, the half-elf plunged his manhood deep inside her, making Princess Eowyn clutch the bed sheets, as the painful yet sweet sensation of her deflowering washed over her senses. "It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would," Princess Eowyn thought after half a minute of their union. As William continued to move his hips, hitting her deepest parts, the elf princess' pleasure-filled voice echoed spread inside the room, as she lost herself to the feelings that made her unable to think properly. The half-elf's techniques were simply too good for her, who was discovering the carnal pleasures for the first time. A few minutes later, Princess Owen's body shuddered again, as William released his seed deep inside her, making her feel as if her womb was melting due to how hot and powerful his release was. William was a bit worried because his wife's body twitched from time to time, as the final throes of pleasure racked her body. After he had released everything inside of her, the half-elf kissed Princess Owen's forehead and applied some life magic on her. The elf princess had lost consciousness, so she wasn't able to see the seed that overflowed from her, soaking the bed sheets with faint traces of red, which signified that the half-elf had taken her chastity and made her his woman. When William pulled out his member from Princess Owen's, Ingrid took it in her soft and delicate hands before giving it a kiss. It was still wet and sticky, but the sinful lady of envy didn't care. She licked and kissed it before putting it inside her mouth to clean it properly. She and William had known each other for a long time, and she had even offered her blood to the half-elf countless times in order to gain some merit points that she used to sustain her hobby of buying fashionable clothes. Before their wedding had even taken place, Ingrid had already given her maidenhood to the half-elf in one of their sessions that had gotten out of hand due to the lust that overcame their senses. For some reason, it felt right to do that at that time because she and William had already done so much together that it felt natural for them to take that last step together and become one. Originally, Ingrid didn't plan on marrying William because she thought that it would be troublesome. She was fine with just being friends with him and occasionally dallying with each other in order to sustain her hobby. But William wasn't someone who treated women as a one-time thing, so he asked Ingrid to become one of his wives, and the latter said that she would think about it. Perhaps, due to the half-elf's constant pestering, the sinful lady of envy finally relented. Also, she found William the most ideal husband for her because he had money, power, and influence. After getting her answer, the half-elf went to Earth and struck a deal with the founder of Vicky's Secret, allowing Ingrid to open one of their branches under her name. The beautiful lady was touched by this gesture of love from William, and decided to stay with him forever. Since the handsome young man had done so much for her, she would gladly hold onto his thigh for life. After making sure that William's manhood was cleaned properly, Ingrid pushed the half-elf down and sat on his stomach. "Don't move," Ingrid said with a flushed face tinged with lust. "I'll be the one taking the lead this time." The half-elf nodded, and looked up at his green-haired wife, who now had a mischievous smile on her face. A moment later, Ingrid's appearance changed. As the sin of envy, she had the ability to change her appearance at will. There were times when she used this skill of hers to play pranks on William, as well as his other lovers, causing trouble from time to time. The half-elf's body shuddered when Ingrid guided his manhood inside of her, while having the face of a blue-haired lady that was very close to William's heart. A satisfied sigh escaped Ingrid's lips, as she looked down on the half-elf who had a conflicted look in his face as he stared at her current appearance. Ingrid was feeling mischievous, so she decided to play a prank on her husband as they made love on their wedding night. "Don't move," Ingrid said when William's hands went to hold her waist, in an attempt to break free from her. "It's still me inside, so you don't have to worry about anything. Does this look give you a sense of immorality?" "Yes," William replied. "Ingrid, I don't think this is a good idea." The half-elf gave his wife a pleading look, which made the latter smile sweetly. She then lowered her head to kiss William's lips, as they stayed connected with each other. When the kiss ended, Ingrid pulled back, and this time, she had returned to her original appearance. She had always wondered what the half-elf's reaction would be if she made love with him using Ella's face, but after seeing his pained expression, Ingrid felt that it wasn't worth it to make her husband suffer, so she decided to end her prank early and make love with him using her own appearance. As one of the sinful ladies of the world, her beauty was top tier, and didn't even need to be changed in order to make the men around her look at her with lustful gazes. "Love me, Will?" Ingrid said as she started to move her hips up and down, while her hands rested on William's chest as support. "Fill me up with your love." The half-elf replied to her words in kind, and did his best to satisfy her. Unknown to the other ladies around them, the half-elf came inside Ingrid twice as the latter straddled him. Even after he came the first time, Ingrid continued to move her hips until his second load filled her up to the brim. With a satisfied look on her face, Ingrid kissed the half-elf's lips, before moving away to give his other wives the chance to experience what it was like to be embraced by the man that had captured not only her body, but her heart as well. Aelin, Superbia, Audrey, and Rebecca glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. All three of them then worked together to clean Williams, in preparation for what was about to come. Just like Princess Owen, all of them were still chaste maidens who had never been touched by any other men in the past. Since they were now married to the half-elf, They were also looking forward to learning more about the pleasurable feeling that was evident on the faces of Princess Owen and Ingrid, who had just finished making love to the red-headed young man, whose libido was second to none. Never in her wildest dreams did Audrey think that she would be embraced by the person that she was ordered to kill several years ago. Together with Lyra and Ephemera, they went to hunt the half-elf under the Pope's orders. Unfortunately, this order backfired on them and Lyra and Ephemera were caught after facing off against William. They were not aware that when his two sisters returned, their wombs had already been tainted with William's seed, bearing his mark. After Lyra and Ephemera, Melody was the next one to fall. Her sister, who was one of the kindest people she had met in her life, fell in love with the half-elf, and was soon conquered by him as well. As for Shauna, the virtuous maiden of Prudence became William's collaborator and looked after her sisters, who had already sided with him. After thinking back, she realized that it was only her and Cherry that sided with the Pope until the latter betrayed their trust. After the war ended, she found herself without any life goals, and couldn't help feeling uncertain about what the future held. Because of this, her sisters worked together to get her and William to become good friends. Cherry was the one that suggested that she should just marry the half-elf because she planned on marrying him as well when she grew up. Cherry was just 14 years old when she told this to Audrey, and the latter thought that the youngest among her sisters was just following the trend of marrying William because her other sisters had become his lovers. Audrey didn't hate William, in fact she even admired him, but it wasn't strong enough for her to agree to become his wife. Perhaps, knowing that she was one tough cookie to break, Shauna, Ingrid as well as Lyra, decided to put an aphrodisiac in the wine Audrey liked to drink before she went to sleep at night. The three mischievous girls set it up, so that William would appear on the balcony of Audrey's room, with the excuse that the virtuous Lady of Fortitude wanted to have a talk with him in private. When William arrived, Audrey was already under the influence of the powerful aphrodisiac, and was already pleasuring herself. Without batting an eye, the half-elf used his life magic in addition to giving Audrey a potion to drink in order to counter the aphrodisia's effect, allowing the latter to regain her sanity. Audrey felt very ashamed because William had seen her in such a state, but the half-elf assured her that it wasn't her fault. An hour later, William rounded up the three troublemakers, tied them up, and hung them upside down in Audrey's room, as punishment for what they had done to her. To make matters worse, the half-elf tortured Lyra, Shauna, and Ingrid by tickling their feet, making the three girls laugh non-stop. Audrey found the whole thing very silly, but she also joined the half-elf in torturing the three girls as revenge for what they had done to her. It was at that moment when Audrey's relationship with William progressed to the next level, and a year later, the two of them became lovers. William didn't take Audrey's maidenhood because the latter was a staunch believer that only married couples could do the act that she believed was sacred. The half-elf had no problem with this, and was fine with going out on dates with Audrey, giving her hugs and kisses which made the latter feel loved. Now that they were finally married, nothing was stopping the two from taking that final step, to become one with each other. "If you like, we can do it when it's just the two of us," William said as he held his manhood and lightly parted the pink petals of Audrey's, which were already wet with desire. He knew that deep inside, Audrey was a shy maiden, and he didn't know if she was comfortable being seen by others as William took her chastity. "No need," Audrey said with a flushed face. "I've been waiting for this day for so long. Please, Will, I can't wait any longer." As if proving that she had no intention of running away, Audrey wrapped her legs over William's hind legs, holding him in place. Seeing that she had resolved herself for what was about to come, the half-elf no longer held back and lowered his hips to become one with her. Unlike the others, Audrey bit her lips, preventing any words from coming out as the half-elf broke through the last barrier that protected her chastity. When the deed was done, she was suddenly filled with an understanding that she had been born for this moment, making her wrap her arms around William's back, pulling him closer to her. The half-elf was surprised by this sudden act from Audrey, but he didn't resist it. Soon, her soft lips found his, and the two of them kissed, while their bodies were still connected. When the kiss ended, the half-elf wiped away the tears that fell from his wife's face before planting a kiss on her forehead. A moment later, he resumed moving his hips, with the intention of taking his beloved to the peak of pleasure, and dyeing her womb with his color. Just like Princess Owen, Audrey had forgotten to hold back her seductive voice, which leaked out of her lips due to the pleasure that she was feeling for the first time in her life. The pain had already subsided and was replaced by a euphoric sensation that was similar to the feeling she felt when William drank her blood. When William came inside of her, Audrey subconsciously bit onto his shoulder and scratched his back with her nails. The half-elf's release was so powerful and hot that she couldn't believe that it was already his fourth time doing it. The two panted for breath before sharing another kiss as proof of their love. Rebecca, who was right beside them, placed her hands on William's back and used a bit of healing magic to cure the wounds that Audrey had subconsciously given him when they reached the peak of pleasure together. Aelin, Superbia, on the other hand, licked the bloodstains off William's back because for her, anything that belonged to the half-elf was precious, including his blood. Superbia was the sinful lady of pride. For her, only the strong had the right to become her mate. She would not take anything less, and, right now, William was the strongest man in the world that was close to her age. She was even the one that took the initiative to ask the half-elf to marry her. After coming to know the reason why she wanted to marry him, William only laughed and teased Aelin for using strength as the standard for marriage. However, after finding out how serious the sinful lady was, he decided to take her seriously as well. A few years later, they were finally married, and were about to consummate their marriage for the first time. "I know I've already said this in the past, but you sure like breasts," Aelin said as William suckled her right breast like a baby, while taking a short rest to recover. Rebecca giggled on the side because she also found this fact quite funny. Unlike the others, her breasts weren't that big, so she was worried that William wouldn't find pleasure in making love to her. However, the half-elf assured her that it wasn't the breast size that mattered to him, but who they belonged to. Rebecca's breast size was modest, but it was still bigger than Chiffon's, Medusa's, and Irene's, which gave her a bit of confidence since Chiffon and Irene's were William's wives, while the little Gorgon had become his fiancée. Medusa was only waiting for Cherry to grow up so that they could marry the half-elf together. However, William had a feeling that when Irene's turned 18 years old, she would be a lot taller than the little Gorgon, whose height seemed to remain the same even after several years had passed. "What are you giggling at?" William asked as his naughty right hand began to tease Rebecca's, which was already quite slick and wet after watching him make love to the ladies whom she now referred to as his sisters. "Dee-daunt." Rebecca tried to pry away William's hand, but since the latter was stronger than her, she was unable to push him away. Also, his touch felt so good that she didn't move away from her spot, making it so she was unable to escape his grasp. Aelin chuckled after seeing that Rebecca was under William's mercy, so she decided to help her out by pinning William on the bed and sitting on top of him, just like Ingrid had done before her. "I'll also take the lead this time, so just lay there and enjoy yourself," Aelin said with a confident smile. "But this is your first time," William frowned. "Are you sure? I always like being on top. At least, tonight, I'll be taking the lead. Okay? Understood." William knew better than to argue with his purple-haired wife, who bore the sin of pride. Her eyes, which were the same color of her hair, looked down at him with a hunger that was similar to a beast in heat, who had found the perfect mate for her. Aelin then guided the half-elves to her entrance, which was now more than ready to accept him, before lowering her hips. Inch by painful inch, the half-elf felt a tightness that clamped around his manhood as it went deeper inside of his proud wife, who didn't show a painful expression on her face. Aelin only stopped moving when the entirety of William's shaft was firmly embedded inside of her. She didn't move right away, but simply stayed in that position for a full minute. Clearly, she was enduring the pain of her first time, but didn't want to show any sign of weakness to the man whom she had chosen as her mate. "You did well, Aelin," William said as he held Superbia's hands, intertwining them with his own, and locking them in place. "You're lucky, Will," Aelin replied as soon as the pain she felt subsided. "I chose you among the countless men in this world. This is an honor that only belongs to you. Yes, I'm lucky to have you as my wife, Aelin." I love you. What a cheesy line. But, just this once, I'll play along. Aelin then lowered her head to kiss William's lips. When the kiss ended, she whispered something in the half-elf's ears, which only he could hear. I love you too, Will, Aelin whispered before starting to move her hips to pleasure the man she had chosen. Although her movements were clumsy, the half-elf didn't mind and enjoyed Aelin's attempt to make him feel good. However, since it was Superbia's first time, she got tired midway, prompting the half-elf to take over. Now, it's my turn to make you feel good, William said with a devilish smile on his face. Bring it on, Aen replied in a challenging tone. Her purple eyes stared at her husband, as if daring him to make her have a debauched expression, similar to what Princess Owen and Ingrid had after he had made love to them. William chuckled internally after hearing Superbia's challenge. It had been a while since someone dared to challenge him in bed, so he decided to teach her a lesson that within the bedroom, he alone reigned supreme. Half an hour later, Aelin lost consciousness with a debauched, yet satisfied look on her face, as William came inside of her many times, staining the bedsheets with the overflow from her. Rebecca, who saw this scene from start to end, subconsciously gulped when William's predatory eyes landed on her smooth and youthful body, which would soon bear his mark, just like the other ladies around her, who had now had their fill of his love. Be gentle, okay? Rebecca said with a flushed face as William gently laid her down on the bed. I will, William replied before kissing her lips. Among the ladies who had become William's wife in his current lifetime, Rebecca was the very first one he had met after he reincarnated. He wasn't even a year old when James decided to play matchmaker and arranged a wife for him when he grew up. Their first meeting was similar to the novels that William had read back on Earth, with his fiancée visiting him to break their engagement because his and her standings were worlds apart. The half-elf could still remember that scene as if it had just happened yesterday. Rebecca was quite an adorable girl back then, and William even thought that being engaged to her wasn't a loss on his part. Unfortunately, she thought that it was a loss on her part, so after her master, Lady Eleanor, intervened to break their engagement, the half-elf decided that the drama wasn't worth it and agreed to it. However, Rebecca's father, the old fox, Lawrence, didn't want their relationship to end, so he tried to save it by letting William and Rebecca meet after 7 years at the peak of the Misty Sect, where they would once again face each other, and the winner got to decide how their relationship was going to end. William won that battle, and he set Rebecca free to love whoever she wanted to love. Many years had passed since then, and this time, fate was the one that played matchmaker, tying the knot between them after the two slowly built their relationship from friends to lovers. The half-elf's touch made Rebecca's body heat up. This was a very natural reaction, especially after seeing her other sisters make love to the handsome half-elf, who was now kissing her in a way she liked very much. This wasn't the first time that Rebecca and William kissed. They had kissed countless times already in the years after the War of Destruction ended. William's hands lightly kneaded Rebecca's modest chest, while his fingers played with the hardened tips that had long been aching for his touch. After witnessing him make love with his wives, the proud genius of the Hellon Kingdom no longer needed any foreplay because her most important place was already yearning to feel his fullness inside of her. However, William didn't want to take her then and there. He wanted to tease her for the sake of teasing her. William shallowly inserted his finger inside of her entrance and pulled it in and out, making Rebecca feel helpless. He also kissed her, sometimes gently, sometimes rough, and even ordered her to stick out her tongue, so he could suck on it, making Rebecca almost lose her mind. It didn't end there. William then began to kiss her neck, leaving kiss marks behind. He continued to leave his mark downwards, and playfully left a circle of red marks around her tender breasts, making Rebecca gasp each time the half-elf left his mark on her body. The half-elf didn't relent and left a trail of kiss marks going down her belly button, which continued to her lower abdomen. Rebecca thought that William would stop once his kisses reached the entrance of her. But to her surprise, the half-elf purposely avoided that place, and continued to leave kiss marks on her thighs, her legs, down to the soles of her feet. Clearly, William planned to mark every part of her body, making sure that Rebecca understood that she now belonged to him. This continued for several minutes until Rebecca finally had enough and pinched the half-elf's waist, making the latter chuckle. "Stop! Ha! Bullying me," Rebecca said hoarsely, because she truly was on the verge of pinning down the half-elf on the bed in order to take the initiative to give her own chastity, just as Aelin had done earlier. Seeing that Rebecca had truly reached her limit, he finally relented and parted her legs to look at the pink and beautiful flower, whose petals were very wet with lust and anticipation. After rubbing the tip of his manhood at her entrance for a few seconds, William plunged it deep inside of her, catching Rebecca by surprise. She had expected it to be very painful, but her deflowering was quite smooth, and the pain she felt was very minimal. It just proved that William's method of preparing her for their union worked perfectly, making her earlier worries melt away as the half-elf moved his hips, and leaving her feeling good with every thrust he made. Soon, Rebecca's moans that were tinged with bliss spread inside the room. To the half-elf's surprise, Rebecca had a very sensitive body, which multiplied the pleasure she was feeling from his love-making. Slowly, but surely, the entrance of her womb slowly descended as it prepared to accept William's seed. The half-elf could tell that Rebecca was ovulating right now, and her chances of becoming pregnant were very high. Knowing this, William's desire to make her conceive made his movements a little rougher, which made the moans of his beautiful wife louder. With one final thrust, the half-elf pushed the tip of his shaft against the entrance of her womb and released his seed with such force that it made Rebecca think that her insides were burning. She was well aware that it wasn't her safe day, and her body was ready to conceive, so she wrapped her legs around William's waist and pulled him closer to her, preventing any of his essence from spilling out. Several minutes later, Rebecca lost the strength in her legs. At the same time, the half-elf finished his release. William panted as he rested his body over Rebecca's, and the latter welcomed his weight, wrapping her arms around his body. The two of them stayed connected, as their wildly beating hearts started to synchronize with each other. "You might have gotten me pregnant." Those were the first words that Rebecca said after she regained her composure. "I sure hope so," William replied as he pressed his forehead over hers. "I want you to give birth to my children. I'm sure that they will be born as beautiful as you if they were a girl." "And if it is a boy?" Rebecca asked. "Then they will become as handsome as me." Rebecca giggled after hearing William's words, but she couldn't refute them. Seal might be young, but she could already tell that he would grow up to be a handsome boy, which also made her look forward to the child that she would give birth to. She didn't really care if it was a boy or a girl. Regardless of their gender, she will love them with all of her heart. Perhaps, due to their talks about pregnancy, William's member, which was still inside Rebecca, slowly regained its vigor. The half-elf and the brown-haired beauty stared at each other for a few seconds before once again pressing their lips together. The night was still young, and William and his wives decided to make love over and over again until they could no longer move their bodies. A year later, William stood on a mountain overlooking the Ainsworth Empire. All of his wives had either given birth to his children or were currently pregnant with his child. One could say that he was the idol of every man in the world, and some of them wished that they could be as peerless as him. The half-elf then summoned his wooden staff and looked at it with nostalgia. The staff had been with him before he had reincarnated, and had followed him to the end of his journey. Suddenly, four beings appeared behind him. The half-elf didn't even need to turn around to know who they were because he could identify them even with his eyes closed. "Are you sure of this?" David asked as he stood beside the half-elf who was looking at the wooden staff in his hand. "Yes," William nodded. "The gift I got from you has served its purpose. It is now time to pass it on to those who are worthy to receive it." David smiled because he didn't think that the half-elf had this side of him. Although it was a gift that he had given to William in the past, it belonged to him and he was free to do whatever he wanted to do with it. "This is what you call leaving a legacy behind, right?" Gavin asked as he also stood beside William, looking at the empire that was continuing to prosper. The half-elf smiled and nodded his head. "Well, the staff doesn't make the person," Lily said as she squeezed between William and David and hugged the half-elf's waist. It is the person that makes the staff. Only those who can bring out its true form can wield its power. But even then, they still need to have the resolve to use it well, Issei commented. I look forward to the next person that will be able to wield your legacy. William caressed the wooden staff whose true form he had only seen twice in his lifetime. Each time the sword of the strange hangings revealed itself, it gave him the power to overcome the foes that stood before him. After giving his silent thanks to the weapon that followed and protected him all those years, the half-elf pressed his lips over it, giving it a kiss of farewell. The wooden staff then transformed into the plain-looking sword that William had used against his battle with Lancelot and Searcher. In its current form, no one would know how much power it possessed because of how plain it was. William then used the sharp blade to lightly wound his palm in order to draw blood. He then wiped his blood over the surface of the blade, making it glow brightly. To whoever holds this weapon, if he is worthy, let him possess the power to overcome the obstacles in his way, William said softly. If his heart is true, and fights for the weak and helpless, make sure to be there to light his way. The sword gave a faint hum, as if telling William that it acknowledged his words, and would see to it that it is done. A second later, it transformed back to a wooden staff and lightly hovered in front of the half-elf, whom it had served since he had been born in the world of Hestia. Farewell, old friend, William said as he caressed the wooden staff one last time. If fate wills it, let us meet again. The wooden staff then playfully bumped William's forehead with its handle before slowly rising towards the sky. And meet we shall. I also look forward to the day when we reunite, Will. Until then, please be happy. After saying its parting words, the wooden staff transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the heavens. Particles of light, similar to snowflakes, fell upon the Ainsworth Empire, blessing them with its wishes for the future. The sword of the strange hangings then traveled through space and time, looking for the fated person who would be worthy enough to wield its power for the sake of everything he held sacred in his life. A single tear escaped William's eyes as he looked at the completion of his fairy tale. It had been one heck of a journey, but he knew that the happiness he was feeling right now was only the beginning of a brand new story, which would be written in the pages of history, in a world where love and adventure roamed wild and free.